The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The atmosphere is electric at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Fresh off the rest day, spirits and energy levels were at an all-time high. Vladimir Akopian has been a step ahead of the senior field, maintaining his impressive lead with equally dominant play. Christopher Yu is trying to run away with the junior title, notching another win to pull away from the group. The junior girls should be worried because Alice Lee is rounding into form, winning again to jump into a tie for first. It looks like a one-horse race in the juniors, a runaway in the seniors, but it's neck and neck in the junior girls. Day 7 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 7 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We are here at the Q Boutique where you can find amazing chess gifts. Now, let's go back to the studio and start the round.
Players are running out of time to catch the leaders. It's time to start taking chances. What will happen today? We will find out as round 7 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you, Nazi. Good to see you, Yasser.
Great to have you both in studio once again. I tell you, it's been wonderful calling the action of these national championships. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Chess can be a cruel game, and yesterday we witnessed just how cruel chess can be. Let's take a look at the finish of this game of Jasmine Su. Jasmine has been defending tenaciously for 6 hours. She's supposed to give a rook check. She gives a rook check, then she moves her bishop. She makes it in the wrong order. She moves her bishop first, and Yasser can checkmate on the spot, which she does, and the awareness is instantaneous.
It happens to the best of us. When the pressure is on like that, it happens to the best of us.
Absolutely heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking.
Hope
Absolutely.
that she can recover quickly.
Absolutely. Nasi, do the honors and tell us our standings after 6 rounds of play. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look. In the junior section, we have a sole leader, Christopher Yu. He has a full point lead, and there's 3 people sharing second place. Andrew Hong, Justin Wang, and Jason Wang.
Can't afford to make any slips in that one. And tell us about the junior girls.
Leaders have changed after the last round. Now 2 players sharing first place are Alice Lee and Rose Atwell. Then 2 players half point behind them, Jasmine Su and Yasmin Asani.
Jasmine, again, 2 losses in a row. She was doing great at a certain moment. And in the seniors.
In the seniors, Vladimir Akopian has been dominating the field so far. He has 5 points, and the closest rivals are Joel Benjamin and Julio Becerra with 3.5.
Great. And tell us about the format for these 3 national championship tournaments.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament, and the time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. No draw offers allowed, and a regular scoring system. 1 for a win, half for a draw, nothing for a loss.
As we prepare for round 7, tell us about the remaining schedule.
Players are playing round 7. We only have 3 classical games left, and if players are tied for first, we'll have a separate day for playoffs.
Wonderful. And Christian, you got to tell us about the challenges that our tournament leaders face in these remaining rounds.
Absolutely. As we get close to the finish line, the leaders are emerging and they're looking to cement their lead. Let's take a look at the road ahead for our leaders. We're going to start with the seniors section, where it was the Vladimir Akopian show. up to round 7. Today he's going to be facing the defending champion, Melik Khachiyan. A very difficult matchup that is. In round 8 against the struggling Douglas Rutso, definitely an opportunity in that one for Vladimir Akopian. And I have to say, in round 9 against Joel Benjamin, your pick, who is surging through the rankings right now. And take a look at him. They're good buddies. They're good friends. They know each other for so many years, decades. They've been playing against each other for so many decades. And I'm sure they worked with each other as well in all sorts of capacities. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior section. This is the man to beat right now. Christopher Yu, 1 point ahead in the leads. His score is 5 out of 6. Just incredible play so far. In round 7, he's playing Justin Wang, who started off blazing hot with 3 out of 3. He was leading after 3 rounds. Round 8 against Jason Wang, and round 9 against what is now a struggling player, Balaji Daggupati, but he's shown that he's very capable, and he will be posing very, very big problems for Christopher Yu in that final round. Take a look at him. He's always happy, always smiling, always ready for a fight, ready to challenge himself and his opponents as well. And let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls section, because a lot of surprises in that one. I'm going to focus on the favorite before the event started, Alice Lee. Take a look at this. After round 1, she started off with a loss. She was at the bottom of the standings. Only a draw in round 2. Everybody was calling her off. What is happening with Alice? Then she won a very important game in round 3. Round 4, I have to say, another unexpected draw. And she just wasn't motivated enough with the black pieces in that Petrov, if you remember, to win that game. But after that, she started winning. Take a look at that. After round 5, she's already surging, tied for 2nd position. And after her incredible victory yesterday, right now she's tied in the lead with Rose Atwell, who's having a fantastic event as well. A lot of exciting chess coming our way, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christian, for that. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Kostya. Sensei Kostya, what do you share your thoughts?
Thanks, Yasser. Hello, Christian. Hello, Nazi. Great to be back with you guys as we enter the final 3 rounds, the final stretch of the tournament. For me, the most interesting event right now is the U.S. Girls Junior, because we have 2 co-leaders, Alice Lee and Rose Atwell. They're both tied for 1st with 4 out of 6. And they've gotten there in very different ways. But now they have 3 rounds to go. It's going to be very interesting to see which one of them can pull ahead. Let's start with Alice. Obviously, as we just saw, she had a very, very difficult start. But since then, she's totally bounced back. Yesterday, she won a very topsy-turvy game against Omia Vidyarthi. Lots of tactics. I thought she played absolutely brilliant with those sacrifices. Knight f4, rook d5, all those moves. And now she's tied for 1st. She's played herself into form. Khaleesi has arrived, guys, and this is her tournament to now win. But there's one more player tied with her, and that is Rose Atwell. Rose also has been having an excellent event. She only lost that 1 game to Alice, kind of unnecessarily. She could have held that one. But look at her record. She's beaten Zoe Tang. She's beaten Iris Mu. She's had an absolutely fantastic event so far, and she is also in an excellent position to possibly win this thing and qualify for the U.S. Women's Championship, which for them is, of course, a huge, huge goal. So guys, it will be really interesting to see how the final 3 rounds shapes out with these 2 girls.
Thank you, Kostya. And Nasi, do the honors. Tell our viewers the pairings for these round 7. Let's start with the juniors.
Very exciting pairings. Today we have in the juniors, Balaji Daggupati playing Nicholas Ladan. Nicholas is looking for his 1st win.
Go, Nicholas.
Arthur Go against Jason Wang. And of course, our key matchup, Christopher Yu against Justin Wang. And Andy Woodward's playing Brewington Hardaway. And I would say 2nd key matchup, Andrew Hong against Jason Liang.
Totally agreed with you there. Junior girls, the pairings for that tournament.
Well, we have the tournament leader, Alice Lee, playing Jasmine Su.
Wow, what a marquee matchup that game will be.
Zoe Tang against Omia Vidyarthi. Megan Paragua playing Chloe Go. Iris Mo against Rachel Lee. And 2nd key matchup, Yasmin Asani against Rose Atwell.
And in the senior championships?
The seniors, we have Joel Benjamin playing Alex Shabalov, Novikov against Ruud, Akopian, the tournament leader, playing the defending champion Melik Khachiyan, Larry Christiansen against Julio Becerra, and Kaidanov playing Jesse Kraai.
Wonderful. As we get ready for round 7, we're going to go over to the World Chess Hall of Fame and see the players as they get wanded for the fair play rules.
There is Justin Wang right now.
No electronic devices whatsoever.
There's 2 stations where they check
Oh,
you.
yes.
Really?
Different ones.
That's military grade.
Wow.
Check right there.
Wow. I mean, we're very serious here.
Thermal
in St. Louis.
sensors and all the good stuff.
There he goes. Justin Wang is playing the tournament leader Christopher Yu today.
As you see Christopher sitting in front of the white pieces, getting ready to do battle. And with that 1-point lead, he's saying 3 rounds to spare. Okay, no mistakes, just no mistakes. I remember in the U.S. Championship, there was 3 rounds to go, and Fabiano Caruana scored 2.5 out of 3. And he was expecting a first-place check until Sam Shanklin scored 3 out of 3 to finish the tournament. That was quite an extraordinary.
And now if you're in Justin Wang's shoes, what is your strategy going into this game? Because you're 1 point behind the leader. You are facing the leader. Are you going to try to stay coy, try to play, you know, a more peaceful, let's say, opening? Or are you going to try to go after him? It seems like the answer is perhaps something a bit more coy.
But
now, look at this.
The
Knight
big
C3.
surprise.
What do you call this?
The Vienna game.
Vienna Gambit, right?
No, not Gambit, Vienna game.
The Vienna game.
Yeah, we can have the Vienna Gambit if you do play F2, F4. Something I used to play, by the way.
I used to play that as well, yeah.
No kidding. I think
yes.
all the kids, all the cool kids, got into Gambit play early.
It was all the rage back then.
Yeah, today everybody plays Knight F3 and G3 to start the game and play like Catalans and other slow-moving
F4.
Didn't you play Catalan
It's on the board.
too?
I did.
It's on the board.
Guess what? We have the Vienna game. Amazing. Now,
This
who
has
on
been
earth
essayed by
prepares?
Richie Report has been playing this.
Richie?
Recently, yes.
With white?
With white, yes. He's
I
been
mean,
trying this. You know, I actually played a fun game with Irvin Lamy after the Tata Steel event a year ago or a couple of years ago. I don't remember exactly.
Right.
And I played this just because Richie was playing it at that point. And I actually managed to win that game.
An influencer.
Yes, yes. That's the way trends usually operate in the chess world.
So much for a solid start. I mean,
Exactly. You think, wait a minute, you're Christopher Yu, you're leading the tournament. Why do you take risks by playing something as offbeat as this? Well, I'll tell you why. Oftentimes, when you play an offbeat line that you yourself are well prepared for, your opponent does something to shy away from the major discussion. So here, the main move that I'm aware of is Knight C6, and that has been played, I want to say, from time eternal. You start to think as black that, well, maybe I should trade and be solid.
also 2 other popular moves, Bishop E7 and Bishop C5 here.
Is Bishop C5 popular? Because that was the one I always wanted to embrace. I wanted my opponents to do that because I always thought I was getting in the tempo for free. I understand you're going to play Bishop B4 and we're going to play Bishop to D2. I thought that even though my queen side gets damaged a little bit, that I was playing with a good center.
Yeah, I think the idea of Bishop D2 is to play C5 and
C5. Well, excuse me, C5. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So if I win the center, knight takes, pawn takes E4, bishop takes, pawn takes, and I've got to move my knight backwards. But
what do you think of this position?
I don't know what
Black
to think.
castles?
Black castles. Probably the loss of time is too severe in this case. So C5. Wow. So then that means I have to play bishop to D3.
I believe bishop D3 is the best move there.
Right.
can honestly say I've never played this with either color.
Well, the thing is, this knight f3 is not what Richie was playing. This was not his idea. His idea was with queen f3.
That's right. Taking a page out of the Latvian counter gambit. Queen f3.
Queen to f3, yes, and after knight takes c3, I believe he was taking with the b pawn. B takes c3.
Okay.
Is what he was trying.
Again,
recently.
reaching for some development ideas of queen g3 to try to put pressure on the black pieces. So
all
knight
sorts
f3,
of complicated stuff. Yes.
The old move, we're going to move on from this game. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Well, we can check with Alice Lee. Unlike this
sure.
position, we have very symmetrical opening there. She's playing Jasmine Su.
And again, Jasmine, she started the tournament incredibly well. I believe 3.5 out of 4. Was in clear first, and then has tumbled 2 losses in a row.
While Alice has had 2 wins in a row.
Exactly.
Yes.
So for Alice Lee, castles, and here, it's always funny to me that both players are aspiring to play knight e5 and knight e4
right.
as quickly as possible. So for example, knight c3, knight e4 is a completely legitimate opening move for black. And
one of the best, actually.
Yeah. And I remember those world championship matches between Kasparov and Karpov where it would be knight e5, e6, and knight e7.
Nowadays, knight e5, knight g4 is a way to
also
tackle that knight on e5 as well.
Right.
Alice did play knight c3, so do you think knight e4 is more challenging than knight c6?
It's not the way I think in terms of challenging, more like how am I going to, what's going to make equality best? How can I best equalize? Yeah? And for me, the move knight e4, and it's kind of a page out of a Grunfeld.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like the idea is as clear as it looks.
It's very much is a Grunfeld. I would consider it a Grunfeld.
You want to capture the knight on c3, force the pawn to recapture, and then you're looking to play e5 and or play on the c file, and you're very willing to embrace a position that comes out of any knight takes e4 captures.
And I'm in fact very curious
c6,
to see
by the
what
way.
Alice has in store, because
I'm sure we're going to see knight e5 now.
maybe not yet, but
No.
yeah, knight e5, knight d7, or knight g4. I truly think that this usually
Doesn't black have to play
big
e6 first because the pawn on d5?
No problem.
No?
No problem. No.
Immediately knight g4.
Yeah, it's definitely.
So we do have knight e5. So knight g4.
By the way, both knight d7 and knight g4 are perfectly viable moves.
Really, knight
Bishop f5 as well. There's a lot of ways in which you can play this position.
I'm just looking at this one. Knight takes d7. I'm assuming bishop takes d7. Knight takes. I'm assuming knight takes.
Sure.
Help me if I'm going profoundly wrong. Is there some way I can?
Let's go.
Has to go knight
Let's
c6.
go back knight c6.
I'm wondering if
Rook c1.
I feel like I have like that half tempo in a symmetrical position.
That's it.
Definitely
yes.
have
That's it.
Can I do something extra special? I don't know. We'll keep an eye on this one.
Let's check with the senior leader.
All right.
Vladimir Akopian playing the defending champion Melik Khachiyan. We have Petrov, but second move knight takes e4. I haven't seen this in a very long time.
I remember a wonder Liang surprising won Fabiano Caruana in a U.S. championship with knight takes e4. And for me, what was the real surprise, of course, was that Fabi is actually a real expert in the Petrov. And a wonder was able to hold a draw in that one. And that
you're accepting a worse position.
Yes.
You're accepting a worse position, but you're saying, I'm close enough to achieving full equality
Right.
that I will accept this in case I want a draw at all costs.
Exactly.
It's one of those type of situations.
Right.
Look, I know you're much better prepared than I am. I know I'm a student at Chicago University.
Right.
I don't have a lot of time to look and understand and memorize openings. So I'm going to play something offbeat. That was what the Wonder did in that particular game.
I've messed up with my...
You got it back.
I was just refreshing my board and it went boof. I thought we were going to see the blue screen of death there for just
Hopefully not.
for a moment. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this one as well as I'm just going to take a little stroll around. My pick, Joel Benjamin versus Alexander Shabalov, and check it out. I think for the seniors especially, if they could play this tournament 960, I think they'd agree to it on the spot. Because one of the hardships that they face, as does every competitor, is the preparation. And you know,
keeping up with modern theory is a full-time job.
Absolutely. And as a senior, you just simply have too many obligations in life to keep up with that. So the move G7, G6, as well as Knight C3, I think both players are saying, let's get out of, you know, all of these heavy theoretical disputes, and let's just go down.
Chess.
Yeah, let's just play chess. G7, G6, D2, D4, E takes D4, Knight takes D4. We're just going to have a nice chess game amongst ourselves. Bishop to G7, Knight takes C3, B takes, and let's go. Let's just have some fun. That's the way I would.
Let's check Andrew Hong's game against Jason Liang. Andrew won an important game yesterday.
And he needs to continue winning games if he wants to catch up with Cristian.
I've seen this position. Yeah, of course, it comes from a Karo Khan. I just didn't know which line of the Karo Khan.
I was just a little bit surprised once we get to that moment. This is all theory.
Exactly.
C6, E6. But here taken with the knight on C6. I haven't seen that before. I've always taken with the pawn. So on knight F5, I'm prepared to take back with the knight.
I think the problem is that I'm not going to take on F5.
This would be fine. Now you're in a happy state.
White plays C4, I think here.
C4.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a line.
So the idea is that in case of C5, we have a very disruptive captures on F5 and a Queen A4 check. So you probably
do we though? After C5, what's the problem?
Yes, C5 is playable.
It's playable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why did I think that this was
Queen D7? So take with, let's say, the pawn.
Huh? Queen
it's
D7.
sharp, but it's playable.
Seriously, sorry. Probably this is all theory, but I had it in my mind that this was a dangerous.
G6? No, I don't want to take that.
This was like, really dangerous.
I would not take that, no.
Right.
No, because I need to go D4 at the right moment.
So G6.
Yes.
Knights. Wait a minute. You're busted. I got check.
In
case of D4, Queen C6 check. We sign score sheets.
And how bad is it? Oh, Bishop G7 doesn't work because of Bishop takes C5.
Right.
Yes, this perhaps doesn't look that bad.
So, yeah, I didn't think. I thought you had to play Queen D7.
D5. Maybe I have to take Queen takes D5.
Take with the Queen.
Yeah.
Ah, so wait a minute. So here. Okay. That makes perfect sense.
And then you can play Queen A4, and I'll be slightly worse in the endgame, but
it's playable.
That
the endgame definitely
you can get away with. And let's take a little tour of our World Chess Hall of Fame playing hall as we have the main floor, 2 tournaments.
This
is the attic. Excuse me. We're going the wrong way.
Some of the juniors and some of the girls are playing there today.
Exactly. So we just went through the kitchenette area, and now we're going into the main playing hall where 2 of the tournaments are taking place. It's a very, very nice space.
It is indeed, and I love those chess tables and the chess sets. Some of the most beautiful sets, especially this one.
Yeah, with the cushioned, the green cushioned leather, soft leather for your elbows. Nice. And of course the webcams for each and every table.
And as you can see, there's monitors on different walls so players can watch players' games.
As you get up and
Yes.
walk around, you can see all the games in a flash.
All at once, yes.
Yeah. That's
That's,
nice. Do you
particularly-
do that, by the
Oh,
way?
yeah, absolutely.
That's
That's
useful
all I do.
whenever you play a tie-breaks match or an Armageddon, and you need to get over 60 moves to start getting the increment.
And how
you're
close
how
are
many,
you?
How many moves did I make? Oh, let's take a look at the screen right there.
You can see
Gotcha.
Leonard Ates taking pictures.
Yeah.
He knows all the right perfect angles.
Exactly. Leonard, please do visit his website. He's our official photographer for the Grand Chess Tour, as well as our national championships. He makes his home in Amsterdam, and he has traveled extensively. There he is, Leonard. Big shout out to him. Check out his website because he has thousands upon thousands of photos of all of these players over the years. So, and Otis is spelled O-O-T-E-S, Leonard, L-E-N-N-A-R-T, Leonard Otis.
He knows how to perfectly capture players.
Get out of my way. Photographers hate to be
Yeah.
photographed. Go away,
That's
go
true.
away. Let's go back to the game of Andrew because we were talking about this particular Caro-Kann. I have actually seen knight takes c6 as well because I was considering this, trying to play this position for some time as black. I wasn't worried about the move f4.
I think white needs to
however.
play c3 and not allow black to play d4.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. More or less, I'm not that inclined to want to capture this pawn on e5 right away. c2, c3 to defend against d4 in order to put your bishop on d4, knight d2, and I just felt I was worse
With black.
with black for a long time, and I really didn't feel like my chances of counterplay, and boy, do I like counterplay when I'm on the black side. But f2, f4 was Andrew's choice. Well, Jason said, well, if you're going to let me push you back, I am going to push you back. Bishop f2, are we still in a theory, though, Nasi?
There's probably some games still here, but as you can see, Jason Liang's already thinking.
Right.
He's out of prep. But Andrew Hong, as we saw, he was walking around pretty
Yeah.
confident.
And let's just check out where these two players stand on our leaderboard.
Andrew Hong is currently sharing second place. Jason Liang not doing so great, but he did win his game yesterday against Andy Woodward.
And that was a big victory indeed. For Andrew Hong, he wants to get into the U.S. Championship. He has played very, very well here in St. Louis in the past. He's ambitious young player. I think this might be his last junior, actually.
It is, yes.
So if he wants to get into the U.S. Championships, he's got to put some pressure on Christopher. Christian, jump in on this one. After bishop f2, I can see white's moves pretty easily. I mean, happy moves. Knight d2, knight f3, queen d3, rook d1. Black's challenge is, what's his happy moves?
And that's the
Bishop
problem.
c5?
That's exactly the problem in this position. Not bishop c5, because you need to put pressure to force a loss of tempo for white with queen b6.
Queen b6.
Correct. And you have to do it right now. Because if you go bishop c5 first,
Right.
then I can just simply go knight d2.
Right.
And now after queen b6, I defend the pawn on b2 and get my knight where I actually want on b3 to attack the bishop on c5 and the pawn on d4.
As well.
So basically I just want a tempo.
Exactly.
And that's a very crucial tempo, as we will understand in just a second.
So queen b6, box or
Yes.
forced, putting
And
some pressure.
Right now I'm curious what, and by the way, queen b6 has been played a few times.
In the
three
past.
times, I think, in
That's
my
the
database.
theoretical.
It shows. Knight d2 is one of the moves, but not as good. I do think that black can take on b2. Correct. Yes. And then queen d5, stuff like that. And it does seem like black perhaps is more or less okay in this particular line.
I was going to say it looks so risky for black.
It does, it does. And that's the problem with this opening. That's the problem that I'm seeing for Jason Liang. For example, queen b6. Let's say I defend that pawn on b2. I don't go knight d2. I don't think he's going to go knight d2, by the way. I think he's going to defend that.
b3 and queen c1.
Queen c1, I think.
Okay.
I believe this will be his preparation. Bishop c5, knight d2.
Okay.
And all of this is very standard. up to this point. The battle is pretty obvious. I'm trying to capture that d4 pawn. I'm trying to put as much pressure, entire defense, to that d4 pawn. And now a difficult move in my estimation. Knight to d8.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have to do it right now to set up the defense with the knight on e6. If you don't, then you risk being in a very uncomfortable situation. For example, if you go castle, now I go knight b3, there's no more knight d8. Knight d8 is met with c3 and you're in trouble. So you have to go rook d8, but now that knight on c6 is not as good. It blocks the c file. There's no more counterplay via rook c8 and any sort of arrangement over the c file. And now I can just simply go rook to d1.
So the
and
idea,
you're running out of
There's
moves.
c3 coming.
The
You're running out
idea
of
is
moves.
You
Yes.
want to shift the knight to the blockading square at
First,
e6.
which is a very difficult move to make.
Just to
that
also
knight to
defend the
d8.
bishop on c5.
Exactly.
That's the key.
That is funny.
Exactly.
So knight to d8, knight to knight to b3, knight to e6.
It's a very important move. Very important move, knight d8.
defensive setup.
And if you don't know it, it's very difficult to not castle. You see castle, you see the rook coming to d8, you're not thinking about losing two tempis with knight d8, knight d6.
Right. Wow. Okay. So a challenge immediately.
Big challenge
here
for Jason.
for
Yes.
Jason. And what do you have for us, Christian?
Oh, I was just
Yeah,
that position. That's a good trick, Yasser. That's a good trick.
man,
How about we ask
I dragged
Nazi?
you to this game.
Nazi,
and I
where do
thought
you want to go?
Right.
Just tell us where you want
We
to
need
go.
to go back to Christopher Yu's game, our key matchup today against
My-
Justin Wang.
And
we
again,
have some moves since we last looked at it.
Christopher coming into this round with a point lead and looking to maybe cement
Think
victory if
He
he
is
could.
playing for a win, because if he wins today, the last two rounds will be much easier for him.
Bishop e7 on the board. Now here, my old way of play was to play the move d2, d3, force the capture. I would put my bishop on e2 in this case, castle, and then slowly maneuver my queen to the g3 square vis-a-vis e1. Queen e1, queen g3. That would be my great plan. Didn't always work out very well, by the way. But Christopher took matters much more directly. He played the move queen e2, immediately putting pressure on the knight. Okay, probably a good move. A possible alternative was bishop f5.
I like knight c3 and then c5.
Okay, queen f2. So the difference between my approach with d3 is I think Christopher is looking to get his bishop to d3.
I think we're already in the new position after bishop e6. I don't see any games in the database.
Looks like a decent move, bishop e6. But we can see what white wants to do. Queen g3, put pressure on the dark squares, and if you castle, well, our old friend bishop h6 is lurking. Bishop e6, queen g3, g6, bishop e6, a6. Okay, obviously
I'm gonna guess
Justin
White's
is
gonna
once
castle long side.
right. It does have an appearance of sort with a Petrov, except usually in this line of the Petrov, I'm thinking the pawn is on f2 and not on e5.
Yeah, that should be a good improvement for White.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, so castles, knight c6.
It's apples and oranges.
Apples and oranges, yes. Knight c6, I'm not exactly sure. Are we going to play bishop c4? Maybe we are. Maybe we were playing for bishop c4, bishop d5, and c4.
It's a very, very sharp position.
It suddenly has become. One of the things, I must say, I do find the move a7, a6 a little bit.
You don't like that move?
No. You know, in the opening, our fights are for the center and center control. Now, I do understand that we're afraid or we don't like the position necessarily after the pin, but how bad would a position, for example, like this have been? Are we really, truly afraid of bishop
H4
takes?
and H5? And
That's the question.
It
I
is
mean,
scary.
Okay, but it's twofold, right? I mean, because
yeah, White also needs to secure the king, probably castle.
long.
Long castle, yes.
And
Yeah, B file is open.
there is a half-open B file, and
Yeah.
trust me, those challenges along
Now
the
we're in
B-
the Sicilian.
Yeah, doesn't it have a kind of a Sicilian-like
Yeah,
feel to
definitely.
it? Where the game has become very, very sharp. My point is that maybe A7, A6, I feel is not the most effective move.
It's the best move.
Is it the best
It's
move?
the best move, yes.
No
yes.
kidding.
The best move in the position.
Wow. Okay, take the
Knight
why?
to C, it's kind of difficult to understand, to be honest. Knight to C6 obviously makes the most sense, as you guys
Develop.
just pointed out. Bishop to B5.
Right?
Now, H6 seems to be the best move in the position.
Wow.
Yes, H6 is
Can't guess
very
anything.
important. Because you don't want to allow any sort of bishop takes H6, and you want to clear things up on this side, right? Are you going to take on E7? And once you do,
kind of obliged.
Queen takes E7, then maybe I can even consider long castle at the right moment if necessary. So for example, if you go long castle yourself, guess what? Long castle is an option. I can just simply long castle like this. I can also just short castle. But it does seem like H6 is very important because once you take and this G5 square is protected, you don't have Knight G5, you don't have any of those sort of attacks, right? And once you go H4, H5, even in the case of castle, I would just simply be able to go G5, and you don't have the F pawn to go F4 and hook that pawn on G5. So my castle is quite safe on the king side.
But if
Now-
you don't mind me saying,
Yes.
the knight on C6 hasn't been refuted yet. Black's, you're showing that Black's position is decent after knight C6.
Yes, yes, yes. You can do this. Bishop B5, H6. Maybe you can try to go bishop to E3. Maybe you can even sacrifice like this with bishop to
Wow.
F6. Yes. So this is the key in the position. Take, 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 take,
Queen
D6?
D6.
and perhaps long castle, not queen D6.
Queen D6
By
with
the way-
C8. Yeah. or-
No, no, no. I think this is nice.
Check. check.
Check.
Check, check.
You check me, I check you.
Yeah,
And I
it's
pick up
fair.
the queen at the same time.
Nice.
So you're in trouble, yes. But it does seem like after a long castle, I have quite some compensation, or
Short
perhaps
castle
not.
for black, yeah.
Maybe short castle. Here.
Right?
Is it short castle? Yes. Yes, it is short castle.
Yeah, and short castle for Black and
Then
knight,
queen
knight
D6,
E5.
then we can get
Maybe
the pawn back.
95.
95.
I think 95
Or-
is the
or
problem.
Queen D6.
But I'm still getting reasonable play. Queen to
Queen
G5.
G5, yes, yes.
I wouldn't necessarily be afraid.
So queen to
of,
D6, yeah. This seems to be the
disposition.
better move,
Yeah.
just to target the pawns.
Fair. Okay. Thank you.
And maybe
Christian.
this is what Christopher has ready from
By the-
home.
by the
Because
way-
right now he's thinking.
A7, A6. You say it's the number one. And
Stopped him in his tracks.
What
Yes.
would be the continuation in this case for Christopher after this best move, if you will?
Bishop to H6 seems to be a good move right now. And then it leads to some complications. The very typical response after bishop H6 is to go bishop to F8. But this is not a good move.
Really?
Yes, bishop to F8 is not a good move. Take, take, and it does seem like after a long castle, king G7, let's say,
Castling.
C4, you might be already in trouble. Like,
Gotcha.
I'm the one that's getting his attack on this side. You're not really in time to do anything on that side, on the queen side. So,
I must say, I don't find bishop F8 attractive. Bishop H6,
what would you
knight
play?
C6?
Knight to C6, yes, good move. Knight to C6. Let's say I go knight G5 now, or the simple bishop E2. Let's say knight G5.
Knight G5 now.
Bishop F5.
Am I worried about knight takes E6? Queen D7?
Queen
Should I
D7.
worry? Yeah. Should I worry?
You shouldn't worry too much. I mean, it's not like I'm winning out of the opening
No,
or
I
anything
couldn't.
of that nature.
Yeah, it does.
I'm just having a slightly, let's say, better position.
You've got
the
some
typical
space,
white
a little
advantage, right?
activity. Yeah.
We do have a move on the board. Christopher has castled
Castled.
Wang.
Castle, okay.
Castle.
That's a decent move as well.
Knight
Again,
C6.
H6 should probably be played right now, or knight to C6. Both of them seem to be very decent moves, very decent choices. Again, it's going to be a very complex middle game.
Because you have so much experience in this particular line of the Petrov, Christian, knight to c6, if you don't mind just putting that move on the board for a moment. Bishop h6 may be questionable. Queen a5. Now remember, king b1. Sure. Wouldn't you think after king b1, d4, black is the one who's on top?
Yeah, that's
because you've got that.
Correct.
I mean, yeah.
The knight c3 Petrov, in
the
which you get this type of
which you had studied
races, let's say.
With Fabi in his world championship.
You're trying to checkmate the black king, and black obviously gets his own counterplay on the queen side. So this one it looks amazing. For black. Right. Exactly. And in fact, to be honest, after c4, because this is probably the only move in the position to stop me, b5, deadly.
Already.
I would say white is already in deep danger. Right now.
But the point is that Christopher has castled, more or less inviting knight c6 as played. And in black's mind, and that's a question mark. That's the most natural move in the position.
Don't trust it too much. Again, it's not to be trusted. Why it has a question mark is because of bishop to c4, and now after b5, apparently this is better for white. Bishop to e2. It's like a better version. Don't ask me why. I'm still going to have to spend some time to understand myself. This is very counterintuitive, and as you can see, it starts dropping down because you don't want to help black to attack you on this side, right? Lose a tempo like that with bishop c4, and of course Christopher played something completely different.
Queen f4.
Queen to f4, yeah.
Queen f4.
I didn't consider that move.
That blows my mind. I don't understand that move at all.
You get the triangle.
Red, missed opportunity.
Red X, yes.
Missed opportunity.
So he wants to go bishop f6, I'm guessing. Is that
most likely. But let's take a look. So what if I go h6?
I find h6 attractive, the most challenging.
But you know why?
Bishop f6, g5. Bishop
what if
h6, queen a5.
No. No.
What?
Because of bishop,
Yes.
h6.
Bishop h6, knight to e5 is the key right now. If you take with the queen, I take the knight, the bishop. If you take with the knight, I go rook takes h6 right now.
Bishop g5.
And there's bishop g5 coming. So take bishop g5, game over. That's because the knight is not on f3.
Right.
So a nice little tactic in the position. But you wanted to go bishop f6, right?
Well, and now g5. I find this attractive.
You are losing this this pawn. So h6 is a big move right now for black.
By the way, if you put the pawn back on g6 for just a moment, and you play bishop takes h6, now I'm a pawn grabber, but after queen a5, I would gladly take black's position here. I sacrificed a pawn, right? Big deal. c4,
You go c4 here?
Well, I'm thinking
your attack is not working that well on that side.
No checkmate.
If I have control over this d4 square, it's very, very important.
Run to d2 if you sacrifice too much.
Exactly, yes.
I like the fact that you have to run. Run for the hills.
Yeah, no, this definitely does not work. I'm just running away. You don't have enough ammunition in the position.
I need more ammo. All right. Queen f4 on the board. And Christopher, you, our tournament leader,
it's going to be a very sharp game.
Taking some strategic risks early in this one.
I like it.
Should we check with Yasmin Asani against Rose Atwell?
And
Rose is currently co-leading the girls section.
Right.
We had a Lund system. We have a lot of moves on the board.
And you heard Kostya at the top of the show explaining that in this fight for first place, and the girls, again, we all chose Alice Leaf because of her extraordinary success, but Rose has already played Alice, and there are two tournament leaders will be.
Rose yesterday during the interview, she has a goal to qualify for the U.S. Women's Championship.
Absolutely. So
that is what she's playing for. So that's a good motivation.
Absolutely. So here we have Yassi has. I want to say this structure. You see it in the Catalans. You see it in Caracans. You accept the Queen's Gambit declines. You accept double pawns. The e3 pawn has gone to f4 in order to control the e5 square. And you're very grateful when black trades on the e5 square. I undouble my pawns and I get a nice pawn on e5 that I try to leverage into a kingside attack. I think Rose is doing well here by just planning to play the maneuver knight e8 to d6 and say, you know what, you have your play, you've got a knight on e5, but maybe I'll put in a knight on f5, or maybe I'll put a knight on e4.
Yeah, it's going to be a very strategic play since all 16 pawns are on the board, very close position.
Exactly.
We do know knights are better in close positions, and guess what? Both of these players have
4 knights.
4 knights.
Nice. We're going to keep an eye on this one as well. Larry Christiansen versus Julio Becerra. Now we can almost say, you could almost say that first place is out of, if Vladimir doesn't go too badly wrong, he should clinch in the next 2 rounds. But the fight for second is intense, and these two
wide open and
want a piece of the second prize.
Yeah, Larry Christiansen lost his game yesterday. That's why he's a little bit behind, but he needs a win today to jump back to second or third place.
Exactly. You'd like to see, you'd like to take Julio down as well with that. E3, E4, this is all standard stuff. I've seen a lot of games in, this used to be such a popular way of playing. Sometimes you have this feeling like you've lost more knowledge. And I remember working with Victor Korchnoi, and we had what we called the Oracle. The Oracle was the ECO, the opening chess books. Yeah,
I remember those.
Yeah, the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings. And the crazy part was Victor Korchnoi wrote a lot of the chapters for the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings. So he would look at me and he said, let's consult the Oracle and see what I wrote. Well, Victor, you said that white stands better. I was wrong. We would have these. Jump in on this one, Christian. This is the game of Larry Christiansen and Julio.
The funny part is that I had a recent dream about that.
No.
I ordered ECO books.
Did you?
Yes.
For your team.
I have no idea for why I ordered them. When I got them, I was like, why did I do this? I can look everything up on my PC. That doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
It's a relic of the past.
Yeah.
But I dreamt about it, and now you just mentioned it. So
and they're like 50 pounds. These are huge volumes. It's unbelievable.
I remember traveling with them.
And they're very colorful too. Yes. I remember them. Yeah,
exactly. Every
single one of them had a different color, and I kind of knew the green was C, I think, or something like that.
That's right. Yeah. And then they would come in volume 1, 2, 3, 4, because they're constantly updating. Every year they would have these updates.
Do you think new players know echo codes?
Not like we did, no.
Not like we did.
They don't.
Because back then you were like, okay, which book
I want
this belongs
the
to?
The A, the B, the
C is A, you know, C whatever.
Right,
like
C59.
Yes.
Exactly. You have Alice Lee's game up on your screen.
Yes, I do. So
Tell us about it.
This is what we have right now. I think we left it off after knight to e5, bishop f5. What surprised me a little bit is that Jasmine is starting to think already. So this is good news for Alice. It seems like she's not perhaps very comfortable with this position. Bishop f5, take on c6, take on c6, bishop f4, still very much equal. But right now, white has a way and one move to keep more pieces and keep more imbalances in the position, and that is with the move knight to a4.
A move she played? Or not?
No, she hasn't played it yet.
Okay,
She's thinking right now, she hasn't played it yet. But this is the main move, by the way, in terms of opening choice as well. Knight to a4, knight takes e4, but that seems a bit too dry. Knight takes e4, I think bishop takes e4 is going to come in the position. There's too many pieces getting exchanged, and in fact, you're not winning the pawn, because I can just simply take on d4. That's going to be establishing material balance. Knight to a4, this is the move that I like. And if Alice wants to keep more chances in the position, I think she will go for this one. Now, why didn't you go knight a4 before? Because right now, the pawn structure is imbalanced. And with the pawn on c6, I have a beautiful square on c5 that I will try to get with my knight. I can do that later on after I kick this knight away with the move f3. So I have a lot of ideas in the position. Now, what black wants to do is perhaps try to get e5 at the right moment. Open up this bishop. So maybe rook to e8 is a move, rook to c8, or f6 as well in the position seems to be a move. Nevertheless, the position gets complicated, and that's exactly what Alice Lee should strive for. She has made a move. Knight a4 on the board. She understood.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this position, and I see, again, sorry to use the term, lots of happy moves for Alice. Rook c1.
Now you do, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's why perhaps...
Where's the counterplay for black?
That's exactly what she needs to find, and that is perhaps f6. Otherwise, you risk falling into a very unpleasant strategical situation.
I'll just be
with
defending.
pressure on the c-file, control over the c5 square.
Right.
It just seems like white's moves exactly are happy.
Yeah.
You have the plan in the position, black doesn't. So you have to go for f6. You have to try to find the counter chances via e5 in the position.
Thank you, Christian. Just going to take a look a little bit around the arena, if you don't mind. I'm going to go to the game between Arthur Go and Jason Wang.
There's already a big time difference in that game. Arthur has 2 hours and 1 minute. Jason, 1 hour 30 minutes.
30-minute thing for black. Bishop e2, and I used to play this, what I call the pin variation, but I didn't play it with knight c6. I played it with bishop b4 right away, you know, and this was a lot of fun. They would often play against me e5, knight d5, bishop d2, and I would take, and again, I've provoked my opponent and I've injured their pawn structure. Now, of course, white has fantastic development and great space and all of that good stuff. I won a pawn and even not a good pawn structure. The inclusion of the moves knight c6 and bishop e2 can only favor black in this particular case because bishop e2 is not the most dangerous. And check it out. Well, there's a pawn on free. He went for it.
He went for it.
Knight takes, pawn takes, and he said, hey, look, I'm a pawn up. Bishop to d3.
I think here black's supposed to play knight c5.
Yes.
So they can trade knight for the bishop and go in the opposite color.
Exactly, opposite color positions. The move knight f6, however, is simply too compliant. Now the move bishop a3, queen c7, queen f3, and we've caught up with the players. For the moment, it's all about keeping that black king in the center, right?
And white has great compensation for the pawn. I've got 2 bishops.
Right.
Ahead in development, black can castle short side. I have an open position with 2 bishops. This looks very good to my eyes.
Right, but on the other hand, you've got to do prove your prowess here. Let's say I play bishop d7, and well, the idea is pretty straightforward. I can't castle short, so I'm going to be castling long.
So rook b1, a to b1.
Rook a b1. Let's go. Hold on to your safety belt. Make sure.
I kind of want to play queen e3 to provoke one of your pawns to move.
The game is over after castle.
The game is rook what?
No.
Bishop
probably.
a6.
Oh.
Bishop
a6.
I'm still not sure why it's overtake.
Probably queen d3. Yep.
So
Queen d3.
Queen a5.
Bishop
and
d6.
bishop to d6.
There's no defense. Oh
No
my
defense.
gosh.
Oh my gosh.
It's a crazy trap.
That is pretty though.
Giving up the bishop just to open up the b file.
It's
So that you could-
unexpected because black didn't do anything
terribly wrong. I thought I was playing pretty solid defensive chess there until you landed
Oh my goodness,
bishop
but
a6.
This is actually a
trap.
possibility.
Yeah.
This is a real possibility.
Easy trap
It's
to
very
fall
easy to fall into this.
There was a recent video with Magnus going viral where Magnus was playing Blitz and his opponent played this type of a scene where he goes queen c6 and there was an unavoidable checkmate and Magnus was like, dang, good move. Rook B1 setting up that really beautiful.
And what's scary is
trap.
that Arthur definitely knows these type of positions because he's looked at them, and right now you can see with 12
He's
on
played
clock,
so fast.
he's dictating the action right now because
Wow.
it's not easy, in fact,
Yeah.
to finish your development as black, and you are tempted to go for the long castle, which is the wrong way to go.
Exactly.
Bishop d7 is already a step in the wrong direction. What you have to do is try to block my dark square bishop with c5.
Right.
The problem is once you go c5, now I go rook b1 once again. So there's no more bishop d7 castle, none of that. Or
Right.
bishop d7, bishop c6. And now if you castle short, let's say, now I go c4. You're still a few moves away from finishing your development.
Now you want to reroute the bishop, and I
Exactly.
probably have to go e5.
Yeah,
Wow.
e5, let's say rook to e1 right now.
Rook to e1. By the way, just
I have a lot of
where do
compensation.
these two players stand in our leaderboard?
Well, they both definitely need a win. Jason Wang is currently sharing second place.
Exactly, a victory. Somebody stop Christopher, says Jason, and I can get back in there. And Arthur is sitting there saying, look, I may be one of the lower rated players in the field, but I am dangerous if you allow me to get my positions.
A lot of players don't start tournaments well, but then they get in shape, in form, and they can win last 3 rounds.
Exactly.
That will completely change the standings.
A quick question for you both. I'll start with you on this one, Nasi. Brotherhood pairings. You're paired against your best friend in a chess tournament. It's an awkward match because you don't really want to play each other. You want to share the story and the dinner of how you beat somebody who's a stranger. How do you approach playing a friend? The reason I'm asking is because Andy and Brew, actually really good friends. They play a lot of blitz, a lot of bug house together, and now they're playing each other. They knew that was coming. Sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's just part of being a chess player. You will have some of your closest friends who are your competitors.
Right.
At the board, you don't have best friends.
That doesn't exist. So you
Doesn't exist.
so you're able to just tune it out and let the
Absolutely.
chess speak for itself. Coach, well, what do you advise yourself and your team?
There's
when they
no
play?
friendships.
There are no friendships.
Whenever you go to the chessboard,
There's no
Yasser. We've been
friendships
told
in
that
baseball.
before. Of course not. Once the
No
game
way.
starts, you forget about that, and once the game finishes, of course you remember about that.
Right.
But during the game, I don't think there's any space for friendships in competition. That's just the way it is.
It's just competitors. I always had it
In every
I
single
found it-
sport. I mean, that's
I
the
found it
same.
very, very, very difficult.
It's
to play,
difficult, of course. It
with best
adds
friends.
another layer of complexity to the game, for sure.
Yeah.
And especially when it's the case where it's somebody you've played with, you've trained with, perhaps.
Or even training.
Well, we've had
coaches.
the case of Gregory Omparin and Fabiano Caruana in the recent
Right.
American Cup.
They play each other in the first round.
They've played each other. They have to
Dang.
play each other. Of
Yeah, they're
course.
paired up.
That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, got it. The reason I mention it because Andy Woodward is up against Brewington, and this almost it is a Queen's Indian, isn't it?
I thought it was Catalan.
Catalan turned Queen's Indian
Still
with
Catalan.
E2. He's still kind of a Catalan.
Yeah, still theory. Brew knows the line. He's only spent a couple of minutes.
The move I always played in these positions was Rook C8. For some reason, I really liked inviting these complex positions, and they are very, very
preparing
complex.
C5,
yes,
right?
exactly, and they are very complex. Brewington took a very different approach, by the way. Another approach you can take is takes, and you play for C5. Oftentimes, you've got to be careful of a knight C5.
This is tactics with the hanging bishop on B7.
Exactly. But Brewington just played, captures on C4.
Interesting.
Okay, that is definitely off the beaten path.
I have an interesting position in the game, Novikov against Root. I think Dag may have blundered a pawn in the very popular King's Indian line.
Okay, let's take a look. So this is a game from the senior section. Igor Novikov up against Douglas Root in a King's Indian defense with knight e2, followed by knight g3. h5. Okay, that is a weird one for me because you're spending a lot of time to push away a knight that's not necessarily well placed on g3. h3, 8.
Look at the pawns.
What's going on? h5, a5, a4? What is Doug doing? If you're going to tell me this is the latest and greatest in King's Indian defense theory, I'm going to eat my fedora hat here. e5, d5, knight d7, bishop g5.
And look at the next move.
Knight e4. Yum. And guess what? Doug, as I can see on my screen, he just like stopped. He did not see that one coming. Igor has not had a very good tournament, let's be frank, but this is a spectacular shot, really out of the clear blue sky, right? So his idea, walk me through it. G takes, knight takes, h5. Remember those lines where we often play sacrifice on g5?
The pin is very unpleasant, so white's threat is simple. Queen f3.
That might...
You're going to have to play knight c to d7?
Yeah, that might force my knight back if I... Ooh.
This is really bad news.
This is... I can't take...
This is game over, actually.
Just game over.
Objectively winning, yes.
Okay.
And after knight d7, white could castle and play f4 to include more pieces attacking the f file.
You're in big trouble right now.
Let's have some fun here.
Just castle here.
Castle? And if
f4 is coming.
If I break the pin, still f4?
I think still f4, yeah. I don't know if you should take on g7 first.
Yeah, take on g7.
Probably.
Let's take on g7.
That is such a good defensive bishop. f4. I've played the kings and knight b5 and knight b5 too could be a little tickle.
Just blunder. Bishop h5 completely missed it.
Absolutely. And once again, let's take a look at the leaderboard for these two fighting there. Well,
they're fighting.
Nobody wants to be in the cellar.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put it that way. And for Igor, this would be his first win, should he pull it off. Now, sometimes
you start winning.
Yeah.
Once you win one game,
the dam is burst. You know, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, "Well done. I blundered a pawn." Bishop takes h5. I would probably say c6. Okay, you could come back with your bishop. E2 or f3.
The extra pawn with no compensation.
The problem is that's such an important pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm actually going to go bishop f3, h4, h5. I'm not castling.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's the problem. I'm not castling as
okay,
white.
so c7, c6. So bishop h3, pardon me, bishop h5 to f3, reinforcing, and then you're sitting there thinking to yourself,
I'm going to find a way to try to checkmate you on that
Gotcha.
side. Yes.
Oh, man.
I got rid of your defensive pawn on h5. I'm now going to try to take advantage of that.
Oh man,
I might have to be a bit careful about, because you have some counterplay as well. But that's my long-term plan.
That's adding insult to injury there. Bishop takes h5, followed by opening up the h-file. Oh my goodness, that's tough.
Technically, this is over already.
I want to just take a quick flash gander at Alice Lee's game. Do
we have any new moves?
Well, we just saw the move knight a4, and Cristian had expounded on why that was a very good move for Alice Lee in terms of taking some positional grip in the position, especially the c5 square. You want to play rook c1, which Alice did, by the way, rook c8. But remember when Cristian was advising f6 and e5? Actually, Jasmine went the wrong way. She went with h6.
Can she play g5?
Is
that some play?
Yeah. But now it's white, so maybe I can try to go f3. Take your knight away as fast as possible.
Just to go back, the question I might ask you, though, Nasi, is that my bishop, funnily enough, I don't think is very effective on f4. It's not like rook b8 is scaring me. And I'm thinking that in some ways you're helping me a little bit by pushing my bishop away, and I can play b3 and knight e5 right away. In other words, if you had a free hand to play g5, do you want to?
Right, that's a good point.
I think f6, e5 is where you really want to go. What we currently have, however, after rook c1, Cristian, he wants to take over the game for Alice. He wants to play the move f3, kind of kick the knight. Where would you?
Let's say d6.
Yeah, or should I play? Okay,
Perhaps
what he
b3 first.
Yeah, what he wants is b3, knight c5, queen
e4
d2,
eventually, right?
e4, and life
It
is
seems pretty straightforward. For
good,
White.
right?
Well, the thing is, whenever you play this very symmetrical opening as white, you risk black just simply liquidating everything and making
Trading.
a quick draw.
Right.
Trading everything, keeping the position as is, and just leading the game into a drawish territory. Now, she got a game out of it.
Alice did.
Alice
yeah.
got a game out of it. So she's very happy right now. It's obvious that Jasmine is not very comfortable with this position. She's not making the right decisions. So this is definitely a very good point for Alice. She has a great opportunity right now to try to take the sole lead.
Sometimes when your opponent is floundering, the best thing to do is let them continue floundering. I would see this position from the white point of view of b2, b3, I find to be a useful move.
It
kind of closes the b file. It
Protects
clears
A4,
the
C4.
diagonal. When I do play the move f3 and I do kick the knight, I cover, and I'm preparing the move knight c5. And it basically asks black, if
What are
you're
you doing?
Yeah, you just floundered with your move h7, h6. You know, like go ahead and continue your idea, right? Like g5, bishop e3. What's next on your agenda? Again, f3, f4, knight to c5. I would think that Alice would happily let her opponent continue. I like Alice's position. I wanted to go to the game of Andrew Hung
against Jason Liang.
Jason Liang, because basically that situation after bishop to d2, it was extraordinary to me how important it was for Jason to play queen b6 and knight d8
That's beautiful.
to e6.
Very hard to find. At the
Very,
point.
very hard to find. Jason, he just went robotically into the kind of development that I prescribed. You put your bishop on c5, you castle, and Andrew has got the position that he wanted, which is the knight is still stuck on the c6
And all
square.
black pieces are stuck defending d4.
Exactly.
Probably for the rest of the game.
And how would you continue? Maybe queen d3,
Andrew just answered that question.
attacking the pawn, queen to d7,
Or maybe,
defending the pawn.
Sure. Rook d1.
Rook d1, rook
And
d8,
c3
and
is coming.
c3.
I think this way black might lose a pawn.
I know,
Very
that's a problem I'm facing, right?
Maybe black needs to deal with the situation aggressively and after queen d3,
Yep.
try f6
Oh, excuse
instead
me.
of queen d7.
Yep, I apologize. Queen d3, okay. I thought you attack my pawn, I defend my
I
pawn.
defended
f6,
tactical way.
okay. Tactics. Tricks are for kids, huh? f6.
Now I'll be very happy if you take. Then I can take with the queen. And
Yep.
both pawns are safe. My pawn's not pinned, and I can play rook d8 next.
And you got rid of a double pawn. The thing that I would be a little bit mortified by is maybe queen e6 check.
Queen
And
c4.
I'm just, you know, like asset liability, you know?
Yeah.
If
it
that
could be
pawn
either.
lives,
Yeah, let's say here I would play queen d6 and then go rook e8. I'm not sure that's a strength yet, the pawn on e6.
exactly, maybe this rook, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Even if I lose, interesting. We'll keep an eye on this game because for Andrew, he's got to keep pace with Christopher Yu, who has been, it's been a Christopher Yu show, picking up on the Christopher Yu versus Justin Wang.
We don't have any
Not
moves.
much has
Not
happened in that one.
a single move, actually. Queen f4, and Justin's gone into the tank. Because doubtlessly, Justin is thinking about the move h6 here to try to either force bishop f6 or, because once
It is
again,
a critical moment.
Yeah, we didn't really go down this whole rabbit hole because there was a possibility of a pawn sacrifice, right? We were looking at some ideas, but that was with our bishop.
That was with bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop on c6. Here it looks less likely that pawn sacrifice is going to work.
And we know h6 is a very good move for black, but it's not an easy move to make. That's why I'm guessing Justin is taking his time.
Yeah, and this was a rather cute tactic, not the sort of tactic that you see every day. Queen takes e5, well, that's easy. I'll recapture my sacrifice piece. Knight takes, and rook takes h6, and ruh-roh, that's a cute tactic. Bishop to g5, queen and king. Christian, throwing the ball in your direction.
I'm looking at the other leader, Vladimir Akopian, in the senior section, and Melik actually equalized with that suspicious opening.
Suspicious
at the beginning.
7.
Yes, because this was the big mistake. Castle. Yes, castle in this position is a mistake. Knight to c3 is necessary. Why, you would ask? Because after castle, you no longer have the option of defending with the move a bishop to f4, defending this extra pawn on e5 because of g5. You go to g3, f5, and you lose the piece. Why do you lose the piece? Once you en passant, the queen is not protected. That's why you need the knight on c3 as soon as possible, and that's why in this position, knight to c3 is necessary. Not in this position, excuse me. In this position, knight to c3, long castle, and now you can go bishop to f4. This is a completely different situation. You go bishop to g3, there's no more f5. Right?
Gotcha.
So now white is safe. The pawn on e5 remains on the board, for the moment at least. He didn't do that. He played castle, obviously surprised by his opponent's choice of opening. Take on d7, queen to g4. I'm looking at the position. This seems like black just equalize out of the opening. I can go queen to b4 if I want. I can start with h5 as well. In fact, if black wants to get ambitious in this position, why not? Let's go h5. Look, your king is already primed to be attacked on this side. I might as well push my pawns. Now, it would definitely help if my pawn would be on h3 so that I can go g5, g4 and try to hit it as soon as possible. But still, after the move h5, the position seems to be at least trending in black's favor.
Right.
So Vladimir Akopian might or might not be in some trouble. Definitely not having an opening advantage with the white pieces. Melik's opening was successful.
I don't understand the move queen g4 for a moment. If Christian, if you put that move back with queen, I understand queen a4. I understand queen takes e7, but queen g4. Why would Vladimir encourage?
He's provoking h5,
Very good
but
question.
h5 is a good move.
But isn't queen b4 a good move too?
Yeah. That is a good move.
Queen b4 is a good move too, right? No, I mean for
queen g4.
black.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to trade, well, help me develop, right?
Yes.
So queen g4.
Maybe he wants to put the queen on h3 on both h5 and queen b4. But I don't like the queen there.
Dangerous. I don't know. Bishop d6. Whose attack is coming first?
Right.
Blacks for sure.
And by the way, h5.
H5 is still coming.
Queen g4.
Precisely.
Yes.
You know, like
that's a very good point.
So,
for example, if you make some moves like this, right?
Yes.
Just to
show
the point.
Very favorable queen trade coming there in this case for
the
black.
position still remains very close to equality.
And Melik played h5. Now
And
we're
perhaps,
And
Vladimir should just try to make a draw right now. Try to pull the brakes.
Right.
But you know, it's hard when you're leading the tournament with such a dominating score. You don't want a quick draw with the white pieces.
But he has the luxury
I don't want
of
no
doing
stinking draw.
He has the luxury of making a draw with the white pieces because it's so much, the onus is on his opponents try to catch up with him. Right now, he can, let's say, call it cruising to the finish line. He's a point and a half in the lead. His opponents will need to get some victories to get closer. A draw, definitely not what he wanted, but it's not that bad either.
Queen h3 on the board. Well,
now maybe queen
also
b4.
encouraging g5, queen b4, queen. Interesting. And I think I'm getting that stinking draw either from a story about Bobby Fischer, or it could even be from Beth Harmon and the Queen's Gambit series. Or
fictitious.
Yeah, where Beth doesn't want to make a draw. By the way, talk about suspicious moves for just a moment. I want to turn our attention to the game between Joel Benjamin and Alexander Shabalov. And I get what Joel is doing.
For a second, I didn't understand which knight was on e7.
Right, exactly. So what Joel did in response to g6, and this is a line, is he sacrifices a pawn with this idea of disrupting black's development.
Right, you can't play a normal move. You want to play knight g to e7.
Right.
Because of knight f6, or?
Knight f6,
yeah.
And you have a real problem.
Bishop
or
f6 is interesting.
Bishop f6 as well, and the control of the f6 square is simply awkward for the first player, for the second player, pardon me. Bishop g5, knight, now you've got f6 in reserve, but check this out. c6, knight d7, and I'm looking at this position, and with this pawn on c6 and not covering d6, it just felt very suspicious.
It does. I am even looking at some sacrifices to get my knight to d6.
Right, yeah. On a good day, you're starting to even think about knight to b5 and knight to d6. So
very strange opening position. There. What move is this? Very early, right? Move 7 or something?
Exactly. So we have the 2 knights, and instead of copying with the 4 knights, g6 by Shabalov, and this is the...
But believe it or not, I just checked, there are still 56 games in this position.
56. And
Black usually plays h6.
h6, kind of driving the bishop backwards, I would assume.
Bishop e3, most common, and then immediately d5.
Immediately d5.
And if you take, I take back with the knight.
Gotcha. And this is how you're supposed to go about equalizing the
There's
position.
an interesting line if we continue. Knight takes d5, queen takes, and knight b5.
Didn't you just tell me that you were thinking about how to bring a knight to d6? Well, in this case, and if we take the piece, it's too dangerous.
Yeah, we should not. Bishop e5 is okay though.
Bishop e5.
I think.
So here we go for an isolate.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
No, by okay I meant black's not losing, but position's still bad.
Yeah, the position is bad for black.
Maybe queen d1 and then bishop e5, just to avoid the
isolated queen pawn, right?
Weak pawn.
So don't take the piece, but do defend the threat of knight c7 forking the king and the rook with the move bishop to e5.
But you could go knight d6 and just enjoy 2 bishops in the endgame.
It's not a bad advantage.
It's a long-term advantage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've reached that time of our broadcast where we get ready for our first break. And as usual, we'd like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique, the chess salon, for all your chess shopping needs, and ask them what do they have on special today. Well, experience the ultimate chess fan accessory with this official 2024 Grand Chess Tour green crossbody bag. I think this is the product that I was talking about the other day, not the other multicolored things. Show your support for the legendary tournament with the iconic logo and durable 100% polyester material. Stay stylish and organized at your next competition or event. Own a piece of history, get yours now. For all your chess shopping needs, do shop at qboutiquestl.com. Looks cool. And what do you have for us?
Yes, I like the color.
Yeah.
As we go to break, Big Game talks with Melik Khachiyan, one of our top seniors. So we'll be right back. Take a listen.
Hi
Melik. It's great to see you here in St. Louis again. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a special city for me, for everyone. I'm assuming this is like a best time ever for every chess player. And like I always been saying, for every chess player, it's a dream to come and to play in St. Louis, and I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Melik, how does it feel to come back here as a senior defending champion?
Well, there is a certain pressure for sure, because I'm defending champ, and clearly I understand my responsibilities. I do have also many students who are looking forward to see how they coach playing in this tournament. It is pressure, no questions, but I feel fine. I got used to it, I would say. And every time it's a little bit different. And US Senior Championship is special because every single name on it is like a legend, sort of, you know. And clearly for me to be part of this event, it's an honor. And I'm looking forward to have a, great games, great fights. And I'm still hoping to repeat.
Also, Melik, congratulations on US Senior Team. Winning the World Senior Team Championships. You guys did great. Can you tell us about the tournament a little bit?
Yeah, it was a great experience, and I was very proud and honored to be part of the US team. It's always fun to be part of the US team, But the US senior team is special. We went there, and even we didn't have our original firstborn. But it was great. We made a great lineup. We made a great decision. And what makes the US team so special? We do keep the great spirit. We don't fight. We don't have anything like bad things going on between us, between each other. We always like open to communication, open to conversations, and that's what makes our team is so great, and I would say unbeatable. It's amazing how we have an absolutely incredible atmosphere inside in our team. And yeah, we took it as a four musketeers, and we played the whole tournament. And yeah, we lost to Italy. It was a little bit downside, but then I would say, collect ourselves, and it was a very important match against England, and I'm glad I actually helped our team. We were 1 point behind back then. We had to basically win every single match. We don't have a choice, and we beat England as a follow. We beat Iceland in a very important match as well, because we were behind Iceland as well. Before they met us, they won every single match. They do only one match, something like that. So we beat them as in order, and then we knew we were going to win everyone. So we're going to beat everyone, and yeah. It was incredible. Yeah, we won 8 matches, clear first.
That was an awesome tournament, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
I know how important it was for you, and you guys.
Yeah, this was needed for my resume, for my dad most likely, because he's 81 years old. Yeah. And he always dreamed to see his son to be like world champion. At least it's not the world champion as he wanted, but still, I told him,
now you're
this is the medal. I have a proof. This is the medal. This is the picture. I am world champion.
So still, your dad is important.
Oh, he's happy. He's happy. Yeah, he's very happy.
It's amazing to have such a great support, and you have been having him by your side since you were a kid. And what advice would you give to younger generation?
It's a special bonds, special bonds which makes us being stronger. It's appreciation, it's connection, because you understand whatever you do, you're doing for something special. I could retire a long time ago. I keep saying to everyone, oh, I'm going to retire, or I'm going to retire. But what drives me still to the game, to makes me play still the game, because obviously it's my parents, my dad, and my kids, because they are actually following. My eldest son, he's watching, he's texting me after the game, he's calling me, Dad, I'm here. Keep going. Something like that. That's actually very important. My students, my friends, whatever you have this support, and for the kids as a solution, I guess advice, just believe and to work hard and keep trying to get better every day. Put a small steps, small goal to yourself. Keep getting better, because remember, you will always have a support. Your family will always love you, no matter who you are, no matter what you do. It's your family. All right, and eventually you're going to get certain friends, certain, students, followers. I think this is very important, no matter what you do in your life, to have a certain moral support. It makes your life being, valuable, sort of. It's important.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much, Melik. I really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you so much, Megan. Thank you for having me here.
The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischesskclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7. But let's take a look at our standings, and we'll start with the juniors.
Absolutely. Christopher's really cooking with gas.
Yes, he is. He's a sole leader with 5 points, and 3 players hoping to catch him are Andrew Hong, Justin Wang, and Jason Wang.
And junior girls?
We also have 2 co-leaders here, Alice Lee and Rose Atwell with 4 points, and 2 players hoping to catch them very soon are Jasmine Su and Yasmin Asami.
As Alice and Jasmine are hard at work as we speak. And for the seniors?
For the seniors, the question is, can anyone catch Vladimir Akopian with 5 points? Joel Benjamin, Julio Becerra sharing second with 3.5.
Vladimir is being tested today as he's playing our defending champion, Melik set. And we'll keep an eye on that game. I just want to jump right into the game of Christopher Yu. As we know, Christopher's been in cruise control. Everything's been going his way. Well, that's the case today as well. A crucial moment here for Black after this move, Queen F4. And this is where Justin just stopped. And he said, okay, what am I doing after this move, Queen F4? It's kind of clear that White wants to post up his bishop on F6, and therefore this move isn't that an obvious one to find, because you're kind of encouraging White to do what he wants. The problem is that if White does play it in this move order, you have to move G5, booting the queen away from the defense of the pawn, so that you can play queen takes F6, and Black is absolutely fine. With the move H6, bishop takes E7, queen takes E7, Black is ready to castle long, and I think can look to the future with a fair degree of confidence. The problem was, I don't like what has happened in the game one single bit. Justin captured on G5, bishop takes G5, knight takes G5, queen C7, and I can understand why he might be attracted to this line. The desirable queen F6 just runs into queen takes E5. But I think Christopher immediately put his finger on the position with the move G2,
and we have
G3.
a couple of more moves that happened, and I'm actually a little bit surprised after a long castle to see knight E6.
Well, I think the whole point is it's based upon this line of play. Pounding away. Which one?
Rook H to E8.
Rook H E8. I'm going to continue pounding away. Give me...
Can I finally take?
Exactly. And we're going to be in a position where I'm going to win my pawn back. But at the end of the day, I may do so with dividends. In other words, if I get your knight to... If you comply, you know, nicely with a move like knight C6, you can see that the D5 pawn is becoming vulnerable, right? Rook takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, and I don't even have time for king C7. You will take
on E8, and I'll take on D5. So I think it's all about this pawn weakness on E6, and we do have Rook HE8. There we see on the
on queen
camera.
F6, could Justin just play queen E7?
Yes, queen E7, and let's say in this case I play rook to F1. It just feels like this bishop is putting some very unpleasant pressure. I don't
want to take. Yeah.
No, I don't think so
I'll just play
either.
King B8, let's say, some weighted move.
Right.
Improving my position.
And probably at a certain moment, you will, pardon me, I will want to capture and play rook to
double
F6.
the rooks.
Yeah, it's not over or anything like that. I just think that Christopher has the easier play. Christian, jump in.
Surprisingly,
yeah?
He has Justin, that is, the best position he's had the whole game.
Really?
Knight takes E6 was a mistake.
He didn't have to recapture.
Like. No, he shouldn't have taken on E6. And in fact, maybe not even defending this pawn would have been the best option for a Black. Rook HF8. But Rook HE8 makes sense as well. After queen to F6, though, now it's time to stop defending that pawn. You have to attract White to play bishop takes C6, place the bishop on a pretty weak square with the move king to B8, and now just try to get your own attack going. At the same time, keeping queen to E5 in the back pocket. So you will recapture that pawn, unless you go something like rook H E1. And after rook F8, queen to G5, I'm still going to be able, by the way, funnily enough, this is almost losing after knight takes E5. So you do have to keep contact with the pawn on E5. But after rook D8, now you're not going to win this one. I'm not losing the pawn on D5. I'm maybe even messing up your pawn structure after D takes C3. So I have restored material balance after rook takes C5 or knight takes C5. But I'm also, in the meantime, have destroyed your pawn structure on the king's side. So Black has full compensation. If he plays this move, king to B8, try to shy away, try to not allow bishop takes C6 with a check, and just focus on finding the speed in the position.
it's like losing the weakness on purpose.
Exactly.
And then my hands are free.
And you've spent a lot of resources trying to get that. So
right.
After rook e8, to be honest, once Christopher is going to start understanding this position, I don't think he's going to go pawn hunting. I think he's going to focus on perhaps more control of the position. Maybe with rook e1, maybe with rook f1, try to take control over the f file. At the same time, look, I'm seeing king b8. Putting my king on dark square. Bishop takes c6 doesn't come with a tempo anymore. And then at the right moment, I do have the support of all of my pieces try to break you on this side with a move d4. And this pawn on e5 is going to be a weakness for a very long time.
I think I actually like black's position a little bit. I know objectively it's equal, but I'd rather play this with black.
Look, if you take on e6, you kind of understand that you're helping me restore my continuity of my pawn structure, right? By defending with this pawn, the pawn on d5, strengthening my center, and at the same time, you know, cementing this weakness on e5, as is. So the continuation of knight takes e6 is to go attack that pawn on e6, go for that pawn with bishop to h3, which he did.
Right.
If he wouldn't have done this, then he should have played the move bishop to g2. And in fact, this position is very good for him right now, because compared this to the one after the trade, I don't have ideas of a rook f8 in the position. The f file is not open, which I might utilize as black to create some sort of counter chances. Also, this knight is a big deterrent against the move d4. You play d4, my knight jumps to d6. Knight d4, knight d6, and you're in trouble. So this is why he should have left the knight on g5 in the position.
So maybe he rushed with knight takes e6.
But
again, it's all about taking that pawn on e6. He wants that pawn.
I'm still a bit mystified because bishop g2, it looks like if I go king b8.
Yes. Now I go rook e1.
But why is the bishop so great on g2? I mean, what does it do?
It's a normal bishop. This is going to go on for a while. For example, rook e8 or just a normal move. Now I can try to go even c4.
So you do want to play for c4?
I do want to play for c4. Yes.
There's ideas now. I can trade my bishop for the knight and play good knight versus bad bishop.
Precisely, yes. Take, and now, first of all, knight f7. With the knight on g5, this pawn might be a weakness as well. So at the right moment, maybe I can go h4. Obviously, if you take on h7 first, rook h8, rook takes h2 counts in the position. But h4 is going to attack this pawn. So that knight on g5 is a very potent piece. Not only that you attack a lot of targets, but you're also potentially redirecting towards a better square, d6, if you allow me to do so.
So once again, in the game of Christopher Yu, at this current position, after the move rook h e8, if Christopher goes pawn hunting in the line that we were looking at, if he goes and plays the move queen f6,
which I think he will,
king to b8,
just give up the
bishop
pawn.
takes e6.
Let's see. Yeah, he is going for it. Queen f6 is on the board.
f8, queen g5. How did we get this line?
I can go rook d8, or I can go d4 first.
D4 first.
And I think I shouldn't go rook f8 first. Maybe I should keep the rook on e8, go d4 first.
D4, oh, sorry.
Immediately, yes. You take on e6, I go d4.
Okay, so king b8, I take on e6. After all, why did I play queen f6, bishop h3 if I wasn't? And then I go d4.
Yes.
Here I thought white was more or less going pawn hunting. And this position...
Black has a good compensation.
Well, the thing is, you cannot really... You will lose the e5 pawn. I will restore the material balance.
Sure. I don't disagree
you don't
with that.
You don't want to allow d takes c3. Because you don't want to mess up your queenside pawn structure like that.
But if you don't, what do you do?
Okay, so you're saying if I take, right?
Take, I might take with the knight, right?
Okay, and then presumably I want to keep an eye over
But I'm never going to be worse.
But e5 is hanging and...
Right, but okay, why are you never going to be worse? I'm still like confused. There, d8 is hanging,
when
right?
You say...
So if you took, wouldn't you be in a rook versus a rook and a rook and bishop versus rook and knight
Sure.
ending where
But
aren't
is
you
white actually
worse?
better?
Sure.
Maybe a
That's
little
the
bit.
Bobby Fischer ending.
Maybe
Fischer.
slightly better. Slightly better.
Bobby Fischer ending.
But let's try.
Okay, we'll leave this one. And where would you like us to go?
Let's check
Nasi?
Kaidanov's game against
Gregory.
Jesse Kraai.
Now, Jesse is coming off a victory, a very important victory yesterday over Larry Christiansen. Where is Gregory? I'm going all the way
Right
down. Nope,
He's-
I went too far.
No, that was the game.
That was the game?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
And he's up a very healthy pawn, looks like.
Hey, you had me at healthy. By the way, isn't this, didn't Gregory have this position earlier where he played A3, A4? Remember that was
Yes,
a wonderful
remember.
discussion over captures and B5. So in this game, Gregory improves his line by playing Queen B4, B5. Well, that's a surprise.
That's an
a
interesting
pawn.
sacrifice, but don't see the real compensation for it.
Not even
Jesse
close.
wants to play knight f4 and threaten some mates, but I just don't see that working.
No.
First of all, you can't even go queen g6 because that hangs the
the knight is hanging. Maybe you could play positionally, but that is a pawn. And by the way, the move d5.
Let's continue. d5,
Yeah.
queen f5. I'm trying to make the best of it. I'm down a pawn already.
Gotcha.
I have to create some threats.
I'm.
You're going to take on e6?
That is a good question. What am I going to do? I haven't fully decided. I'm actually looking at.
Knight d4?
No, you have queen g5, right?
Not queen d5, yes, queen g5.
Queen g5.
With two threats.
Exactly. Just a moment. Should I just return the pawn for a moment? Bishop f1?
I think I'll be very relieved after bishop d5. I've got something.
Yeah, at least you're not material down as well, right?
Yeah.
I'm agreed with you on that note at least.
Maybe knight f6.
Knight f6.
Look at that f file. No empty square left.
That's what we call an occupied file. Yeah. Okay, knight f4. I could have gone the other way too, bishop to d1. That just didn't feel right. Christian, you have another game. We'll ponder this one.
That looks good for Gregory, right?
Yes, I like the extra pawn.
Gregory. The extra pawn is
But
good enough. You have a modicum of compensation, right?
Small.
Maybe that knight coming to f4, but outside of that, I don't see much. Gregory should definitely be in pole position to win this one.
Win is strong, but okay. What's going on with the Andrew Wang game?
We left it off after bishop f2, and we were discussing this queen b6 idea and that knight d8, very important move, if you remember. Now, obviously, without knowing this position from home, you're probably not going to find that knight to d8. So he chose this move, bishop to c5. But unfortunately for Jason Liang, right now, he's in deep trouble because he's simply just losing the d4 pawn, as in the game. Knight to b3. And white's moves are very easy. Right? They just simply play themselves. Queen to c8 right now, not queen to d7. You're going to lose that no matter what, because I will have the move c3. Now that the queen is on d7, this pawn on d4 is pinned. I can play the move c3 right now. I can attack with rook to d1, either f or a rook to d1, force the rook to go to d8 and then go c3. I'm going to be a pawn up no matter what. He played queen c8, just willingly giving the pawn, and right now, after take, we're expecting queen takes c2. The problem is, after queen c2, rook c1 is coming. Where do you put the queen? Queen e4 is really bad news.
Right,
this
that's
endgame,
not a good ending.
We're going to exchange. I have the 7th rank. I have the king coming to e3 if necessary to pick up the pawn on e4. Maybe you have some chances to make a draw, but they're very slim right now. It's not looking good. It's a bad endgame. So most likely he's going to go queen to e2. But now rook fd1. I have full control of both of the files for the moment. You cannot go rook to c8. Try to challenge me. That's a checkmate. You need Luft first. right? So it's bad news. This position is not looking good. If you have to lose tempis with h6 like this, it's a very difficult, I can even go queen to f2. It's going to be a very difficult endgame for a black. So definitely Andrew Hong happy after the outcome of the opening and right now putting pressure on his opponent.
Seems like Andrew has zero risk also.
Absolutely no risk, yes. And he took on c2, by the way.
By the way, just checking back in on the Christopher Yu game, Justin did error, we think, with the move queen takes e5. I mean, a reasonable
maybe it's not an error, but he didn't choose that option where he can give up a pawn and have a good counterplay.
Exactly. Again, I just feel that this is an easy position for Christopher to
Maybe
play.
He can play knight f3 and there's
He did.
Oh, he did.
He did play knight f3.
So now rook e6.
Rook e6.
So he's taking the h2 pawn for d5 pawn. Is that the idea?
I'm sure it is his plan.
Trade and king c7.
Whether he can execute it comfortably or not, I'm not 100% sure.
I think so, because if you spend time defending h-pawn, then I will push d4.
You'll be in... Ooh, you think? Just a second. Hold on. Because there are problems here, Nasi. Rook to f1, rook to f7 check, right? So
that's an idea, but
let's say I start with h4.
Okay, let's try
d4.
Knight e5 is what I was planning on.
Kicking you around.
King d6 is coming with the tempo.
That is important. So let me take this one. I'm assuming you're taking with the rook.
Yes, with the rook.
I wanted to go bishop to g8, and you know me. I'm going pawn grubbing
maybe rook g4.
Half the time. The other half of the time I'm spending counting the pawn grubs.
And now I'll play king d6.
Okay, so now we know each other very well. So now we're in the ending that I kind of foresaw quite some time ago, this rook and bishop versus rook and knight. We call it the Bobby Fischer ending because of his match with Mark Taimanov that Bobby won 6-0. Featured in that match was probably one of the greatest endgame exhibitions we've ever seen.
They're following our line.
And they are following our line. I've always thought that these positions do favor the rook and the bishop. Probably we're both right in the sense that it is slightly better for white, but
not
black's
enough to win.
Active piece is the king on d6. And for Christopher Yu, what this game means is a potential of securing first place.
Yeah, this is a very important game for both of them. Christopher wants to extend his lead.
Absolutely, at the cost of a rival too, right?
Exactly.
Kick the guy close to you down.
Justin, ideally he wins and catches the leader. If not, at least he's hoping to make a draw to stay in the second place.
And certainly Andrew Hong, who has a better position, as Christian showed us. There we have a nice picture of Christopher Yu sporting a very becoming orange polo, by the way. I think that's part of the swag that we get here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Scholastic Center, what has caught your attention, Christian?
I'm still going through the games, and obviously this one between Joel Benjamin and Alexander Shabalov, it's a very important game because Joel Benjamin has been winning a lot of games recently.
Right.
So let's see what happened in this one. G6 caught him by surprise, and he chose this pawn sacrifice, at least for the moment, with the intention to get this move bishop to G5. But the problem is, I'm not forced to go knight G7, which is probably something that he was expecting. Knight G7, I have ideas of knight to F6. Obviously, you're in deep, deep trouble right now. But what I can do is knight C7, which is the main line in the position. And in fact, right now, the engine is saying black is better already.
What?
Yes, you reestablished material balance, but now I'm pushing your pieces back. Now I go C6, your knight has to drop back. Everything comes with tempo. As we can see, H6, the bishop has to go back. Queen to B6, the knight has to go back. Everything is going backwards for white, and all the moves for black are coming with tempo. This is the position we have right now.
Right.
And the engine is saying that after A5, black is already in the driver's seat.
Wow.
Yes. How do you defend against
we were thinking
A4?
the bishop was coming not to H4, but back to E3. Apologies.
That was probably the better move, yes.
Yeah. Sorry. We were looking at D5, ED5, knight D5.
That was
and
probably the
knight
better
to
move.
D5.
Bishop to E3, or maybe even bishop to F4. Maintaining the bishop on this diagonal doesn't really make a lot of sense. Once I already signaled the fact that I will get my queen out the other way, right?
With B6,
that's going to break the pin, so your bishop is kind of obsolete on this diagonal. Queen to B6, very good move. Again, everything comes with tempo. I really like the way Shabalov is playing this game.
Thank you, Christian. Before we go anywhere, I just wanted to check in on the Igor Novikov Douglas root game, because what happened was Douglas got his world rocked by a bolt out of the blue. So basically, I'm not a big fan of what Doug has done. He's played H5, A4, but he had his ideas. His idea was that he was going to establish his knight on C5 very firmly. Any B4s would be met by en passant, and let's go. Maybe on a good day we move our queen, we go knight H7, and what you got? What you got? Well, Igor said, I got a pawn. It's like, oh dear.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a...
G takes H5,
shock.
knight takes H5, and it's kasplat. Black is losing. Douglas' world got rocked. I don't like this move at all. Queen to D7.
I think that response says that, yeah, I blundered bishop
I
H5.
blundered. Bishop F3. And then what really adds insult to injury, with the H5 pawn missing.
Well, it's not even going to castle here. I'm just going for the checkmate.
Igor says, you know what? I've got a free attack. I'm just going to play H4. If you play G5, I'll go knight F5, and that's positional overkill. If you don't, I'll take, and I'll just open up. I'll have the attack and a pawn.
White usually plays this way when black still has the pawn on H7.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah,
and so this looks like, this looks really, really bad. By the way, recognizing the severity of his difficulties, Douglas has just played F5, but my feeling is like this is just a desperate measure. After H5, you got to play F4, more or less, don't you? Let's say I start with takes.
Everything looks good for white.
It just looks, ooh.
It's 2 extra pawns.
2 extra pawns. Cover your eyes as Igor Novikov looks like he's doing great. Sorry, you were going to take us somewhere. Where would you like us to go?
Let's go to Yasmin Esani's game against Rose Atwell. Both players need a win today.
And for Rose, who is coming into today's competition tied for first. Ooh, what do we have?
We saw this position earlier. It looked very strategic with all the pawns on the board.
Rook to C1. Now, Rose, I mentioned that what Rose should not be doing is striking where white is best. So in other words, don't challenge the knight on E5. Do not go knight D7. Do not trade the knights. You're only helping white, but to play around the knight. Knight E8 to D6 was one prescription. Another one is you might just shut things down. You might go C5, C4, B5, B4. Maybe on a good day you get your knight to B5. Attack the pawn on C3. Rose went Queen D6. I'm not sure I'm a fan. G3.
Yasmin chose a very aggressive continuation.
Wow.
H4, and then look at this, G4. She's going all in on the king side.
Wow. Wow, G4, let's go. Aggression, very aggressive. What do you think of this aggression? Is it justified?
I think so. I don't think white's risking much. I'm not saying white's attack is so good she's winning, but she can test her opponent, see how Rose can defend.
Well, let's see how.
What if I go F6?
What?
We don't have the current position yet, so she played a couple of moves.
Oh, we do. I apologize. Knight to D7. That's going in the direction I didn't like. My first inclination would have been to take. Take queen to B4.
It's the general rule, right? When your king center attack, open up the center.
Exactly. Knight. Sorry, do we have the current position? And I heard Christian suggest the move F6. And where do we go? Do we?
Well, knight d3 probably.
Are we dropping?
No, I'm gonna take on d7. I don't think I need to have two knights because c4 comes with a tempo.
Okay, fair.
So knight d7, queen d7, and
are we playing
king
rook
somewhere.
E1?
I was gonna play rook on g1.
King.
So like king h1, let's say.
Okay.
Rook I'm committed to g4, yeah.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of the knight. I never was a big fan. Knights.
Yeah, knight's about to become very good.
Be centralized.
Yeah. g5, let's try.
g5, let's try. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, making some big commitments over here, Nessie.
Oh yeah, things I can't take back.
Right, I've got a knight on a good square. Outpost.
Say rook g1.
Rook g1. Okay, now it's my turn to kind of tuck my king away. You, a moment ago, you just played the move king h1. I'll show my respect.
No, I think I don't have more than just pawn pushes. My pieces are not really supporting the pawns, especially the knight on f3.
Exactly. Let's go back a moment, because at this exact moment, I actually liked
knight d3.
Knight d3, trying to keep pieces on the board. I'm not saying that this is the greatest attack I've ever seen in my life. e6 is hanging, so I'm not blundering my f4 pawn. Maybe I can play knight to g2, bring my rook to e1, press a little bit here.
Yeah, play the long game.
Play the long game, indeed. And Christian, tell us about our senior leader. We know today he's up against our defending champion. And those defending champions, they don't give up their crown easily.
That they don't. And actually, he's in trouble. This is the first time in this tournament that I'm seeing Vladimir Akopian in some serious trouble.
Okay, tell us about it.
Now, obviously, you can remember that round 4 game. He was on the back foot.
Yes.
But at least that seemed like he was still in control. In this one, after knight to e4, I'm seeing g6, first of all.
Okay.
I'm connecting my pawns. My pawn structure is beautiful. What do you do next? Everything seems to be forced. The next few moves.
I have to defend the knight.
Right. So you probably want to go queen to f4. I don't think you want to give me the knight to e5 as well by placing the queen on f3. You have too many reasons to play the move queen to f4. Now I just continue.
Okay.
Normal moves. Rook e8. You take, right?
Yeah.
This is a really bad endgame. Knight a4 is coming.
Rook e2
I have already my rooks set up to invade.
Right.
So you have to challenge that. Your bishop has absolutely no targets in the position. My pawn structure on the king side is perfectly placed. f7, g6, h5. This one is going to be a very difficult defense for white if we go to this one. So I'm expecting g6. Let's see, queen to f3. Yeah, knight to e5, queen to h3 perhaps, king to b8.
I was going to say, wasn't queen on h3 last time we looked at it?
Yeah, I'm sure you were right that the queen was on h3.
That queen has been hanging around a lot of squares. Take a look at this. How many moves with the queen is that? Let's take it from the beginning.
e2 to e4, that's
2,
3, 4, 5. About to be a lot more.
And about to be 6 after g6.
Yeah. 6 out of 18 or
16.
16.
That's too many moves.
A lot of moves with a queen, right?
Now you see, that was how...
By the way, he just played this move.
That one doesn't look right. Why would we do that? G6 was a tempo.
Now it's just simply an equal position after knight a5. Take, probably take, bishop e3. You can see the difference between having both of the rooks on e8 and d8 and having only one of them. So, yes.
If you don't mind me playing my puzzle rush skills, as limited as they are, knight c5, queen c5, queen takes f7, oh, rook f8, queen takes g7.
Show it, come on.
Queen takes f2.
Queen takes f2.
Very nice.
And
very nice puzzle rush.
I usually get awarded 3 of these where I sacrifice on f2 and f1 for the puzzle rushes.
It's a nice puzzle rush.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
That gets me to the 2000s on my puzzle rush.
Get out of here. You're 2,500, 2,600.
No, it takes me a while. I have to go through like 60 puzzles to get to the 32.
By the way, he took on c5, of course.
Of course.
On c5. Now, I think he's not going to go queen takes f7. We're expecting him not to go queen takes f7.
But for me, the confusion is in the game of Melik set, the rook is already on d8. It's perfectly placed on the open file.
I mean, he was only going for this trick with queen takes f2. That's why he left that rook on h8, so that he can go to f8.
So, as we all know, bishops love long diagonals, rooks love open files. So this whole line where Cristian was showing us, where you bring both the rooks to the open file.
Fantastic. All black pieces are developed, well placed.
Brilliantly. The rooks are brilliant. And as he said, even though the knight doesn't look brilliant, one more move.
Has a good plan.
Two more moves.
Yeah.
And it's...
I'm not letting you develop on d1.
Exactly.
There's knight e2 checks.
Knight e2 checks, a2 will be hanging. Suddenly black's game is in full bloom. Wonderful, wonderful. Sometimes players do make a move that afterwards they think to themselves, how confounding! I know better than that. What on earth possessed me to play rook on d8 to e8?
We often lose objectivity at the board.
The other one that I wanted to say is, how can you not include the move g6?
No, that move's too natural.
Right. I mean, first of all, it comes with a tempo.
Yeah.
Second of all, whenever you think about endings where the pawn on h5 may be hanging...
Right. That's problem solved.
Problem solved with a gain of tempo. Very, very confounding. And the players probably at this point, Vladimir is breathing a little bit of sigh of relief as he's thinking he can trade queens and more or less at that point equalize.
But now with the rook on e8.
Yes.
Do I want to trade queens? Maybe I even want to go queen to h3.
Let's move the queen again.
Because in the previous version,
right.
Yes,
the rook was defending the knight, so that if we did play a move like queen h3, again, with our rook on e8, we would have the comfortable move king b8, but in this case...
Now it's a bit difficult to get rid of that pin. I mean, you have to lose another tempo with rook e6.
Or, yeah, exactly.
Or queen to c6.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you...
But now I go bishop f4, bishop e3. I get my other rook to d1, or one of the rooks to d1.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Doesn't it feel like white has the speed right now in the position?
Reasons to keep the queens on the board, let's just say. Yeah, it is confounding.
Oh, he took on c5.
He took on c5. He's going for this endgame that looks very, very close to equal.
Took on c5, knight takes c5, expecting bishop to e3, or maybe a4. This move, knight a4,
I don't
really
want to allow
annoying.
rook e2. But rook e2 is more annoying, no?
Is rook e2 more annoying? Maybe it is, actually.
Can I go b3? Would that be too much?
So rook e2?
Rook to e2, bishop to e...
I will
bishop
take on
to
c2.
e3, I was thinking, yes.
And I will take on c2.
You will take on c2,
rook
of course.
c1, let's keep going.
Well, if I was going to...
He played bishop e3 in the game, and Melik...
knight e6, not knight a4.
Melik
Instantly, too. Boy, how could you... Knight a4...
That's a bit strange. Wouldn't you consider knight a4 as the main move?
Exactly. I certainly would, but instantly, by the way, like all part of the plan, the great scheme, you know, knight to e6. I would think that white's slightly better here. Bishop, the bishop versus the knight. Pawns on both flanks. I'm not saying it's anything.
If anything, very slightly.
Yeah,
very,
but
very slightly.
you know, let's get something going, or let's bring
C5.
the rook. Let's bring the rook to the open file. How can that?
I
How could that
match
ever be bad?
I'll go rook d8.
Bring your rook to the open.
Rook d8.
Yeah, of course. I'm an idiot. I should at least make room for my king.
Yes, rook d8.
Rook d8, king e f1.
I don't think it's much. Maybe c5 even.
C5 even.
I want to
You're
get my
doing
king
my
to,
bishop a solid.
I want to get my king to c6.
Okay.
King c7.
King. And I would think as white, I'm playing from a position of strength. I don't.
You know what I would hate in this position? That I can't offer a draw. I have to play this out.
100 moves, if you will. Never, ever, ever a draw.
King C6.
Yeah.
It looks very equal to me.
Yeah, let's go to another.
There's a big blunder, I think, in Balaji's game, if we can check that. Balaji against Nicholas Ladan.
Ooh, now Nicholas needs help. He's coming into this game.
But he took a risk.
Severe. Okay. This is this knight on e7 to g6 Ruy Lopez that is suddenly...
We're now used to seeing that.
It captured the chess world by storm. Queen to d3.
I think this is all theory.
Okay.
I'm not sure where it ended, but I'll show you where Nicholas made a mistake.
You know, as a classical player, d2, d3, followed by d3, d4, you know, I'd throw the guy out of my house. He'd like, don't come back, don't call, don't write.
This is modern chess, yeah.
Modern chess. Okay, bishop e3 takes.
And I thought Nicholas' position was very good here. He has this d5 square for his knight, playing against the isolated pawn.
Absolutely.
He can have knight d5, the other knight can come to f4. I like his position.
Looks good.
But after a couple of moves...
Okay.
I think he took a big risk with this knight d3. I think his knight is about to be trapped, because look at Balaji's next move. g3. How do you get your knight out?
You're asking a very salient question. The bishop is also a little bit trapped, isn't it? So
but you can't
f5, f4. Like
might be the only chance. But okay, b5, queen c2. Sorry, f5, queen c2.
You're too fast. You're winning at least a pawn, aren't you? Oh,
and
dear.
I'll be taken with the f pawn, protecting my isolated pawn.
Oh, rub it in, why don't you? What Nasi is talking about is not only does she win material, but her one-time weakness has now become well defended. I agree. The knight on d3 looks...
Trapped?
It's stuck.
It's stuck.
Yes, and knight c6 was actually better for black.
Right?
Instead of knight d3, yes.
You know, sometimes you see...
He finally got a great position out of the
Exactly. Sometimes you see your position and you go, oh my goodness, with knight c6 I stand better.
Exactly.
Well, but with knight d3 I might be much better, I might be winning.
He got greedy.
And you convince yourself that the move knight d3...
Because after g3, how do you get the knight?
then that's a cold-blooded move, g2, g3, and it just says...
Balaji found it, by the way.
Where's your knight going next? Queen c2 on the agenda.
Yeah, knight takes b2, queen c2. The knight is not going anywhere. If you go queen b5, rook b1, your knight is lost.
Correct. That's just... Basically. Oops.
Yeah, it's
not
a pleasant situation for Nico right now, who's obviously, you know, having...
Suffering.
Again, those type of nightmares in the back of his mind. Hey, what if I don't score a single point in this tournament? Exactly. Right now he's on 0 out of 6. So... definitely a tough spot for Nico Ladan.
Let's go to best friends forever, I'm referring to
best friends?
I'm referring to Andy and Brew because those guys, when Alice Lee and I were playing partners in Bug House, Brew and Andy were inseparable. They wanted.
Are they both from New York?
I don't think.
And this from California.
Okay. But
I think Brew is from New York.
New York, yes. Takes, now check this out. Andy's going for, whoa.
I think Bruce either sacrificing an exchange or, I think he should, right? Allow bishop f8.
e5, good move, allowing bishop takes f8. Now here I have to take with the queen, a little bit awkward, I might imagine, but okay.
The pawn on d4 is very, very strong. That's the compensation for
that is it. It's a protected passer.
Knight c5's coming.
In the middle of the board. Good day, queen d6, knight c5, gift me.
White's position's really passive.
Yeah, this is where I'd like to do that knight shift. Knight e1, knight to d3. f2, f3, just kind of cementing a little bit.
I think that would take too much time, though.
It takes a lot of time. So maybe I'm going knight to d2.
Knight c5.
Okay, knight
Oh, you have
c5.
b4 maybe.
b4, I'm reluctant.
Oh,
You're right.
yeah, that's not pleasant.
That would be huge. But here I would, anything that opens up the files for my rooks, I'd probably be in favor of.
Okay, queen d6. I would also be very happy if you take on c5 and give me the third pawn in the center.
You playing on your terms, if you will. Yeah, here I think the compensation is absolutely visible, obvious. My dream, obviously, I want to play f3 and try to utilize my extra exchange. But definitely compensation there. Let's go to the game of Alice Lee, because after her game yesterday, if you're not a fan of Alice Lee, I don't know what rock you're living under, because that game yesterday was just...
She calculated like a machine.
What a... And her opponent, wow. The moves they came up with. We left it around here. And we were thinking b3, g5, okay. But for Alice was saying, aha, check this out. Now this is a crafty little move. f3, bishop f2, e4. That is what Alice is planning. Rook e8.
She's been thinking for a while on this move, and I guess she's double checking that f3 will
bring the goods.
Will bring e4 and.
Well, let's have a look-see.
But it's
f3.
not that easy, actually.
Where's the knight going, Christian?
d6.
David 6.
I think you have to go d6 just to keep the bishop open.
Bishop f2.
So you do want to play e4.
I don't know. I just thought I'd announce it as if...
You're really set.
You know, in the ballroom, you know.
You play g4 just to ruin your
really
plans
set.
with e4?
Does it? Or does it encourage them?
Kind of like that move, yeah.
Let's go.
Take on f3.
Let's go.
Take on g2.
And yay, I invaded.
Okay. Knight e4.
Knight f5.
And
knight f5.
Knight f5.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I don't think I can maintain my rook on the 7th rank.
Rook b7.
Let's try. Let's try. Rook b7, I do have, in case of queen a6, I can...
I'll go queen a6.
You will?
And I'll take your pawn.
Oh my gosh, the training has... I've lost control. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Knight d6. You do have... sorry, knight d6 is an excellent move.
I was afraid of rook a1 or rook c2, but I think I'm okay. Queen b2.
Wow.
There's some queen f2, bishop d4, by the way.
I see.
Then you can't even take on g2.
Right, I'd have to...
Oh, then queen f2 should work.
Actually,
yeah,
that works.
Queen f2 should work.
Because I am promoting my pawn.
Wow. Check this out. So the idea Nasi has for me is a royal fork, and I guess I have to go into...
And black has a lot of extra pawns?
Yeah, no, rook takes a7. I thought I saw knight b5, and that was a very good move for you.
She made a move, though.
What did she do?
None of this will happen. She actually played the move a3.
a3? Interesting. So she wants b4?
She wants to go b4. That's obvious. The question is...
Do I like a3?
Is that a good attempt? Because once you go b4, I go queen.
Could it be, by the way, that she likes f3, knight to... Oh, sorry. What did I do?
d6? Knight d6 was
knight to d6, rook c5.
Yes.
She doesn't want to allow queen b4, so she wants a3? No.
Because you can always go queen a6. It doesn't make too much sense.
Okay, so the very...
I think she just wants to go b4.
How did we get this g4 line again?
It was after rook d8.
With f3.
We're looking at f3,
yes.
Knight d6, and then bishop f2.
And then
G4.
Then you guys came up with the superb g4.
Yeah.
Very, very suspicious. Very suspicious. So that after e4, you had munch.
Yeah, and created a sharp position out of this very...
That became double-edged really, really quickly. But that didn't happen because she played A3.
I want to punish A3 a little bit because it seems too slow.
It does, doesn't it?
Could I play E5 or am I taking too much risk?
Let's have a look. E5.
You can still play F3 and kick me back to D6.
I like that. I like kicking you back. And at the opening of the show, Cristian showed us Alice's rebirth from the start. She started very poorly. She started with a loss, and this is her route, if we will, through the tournament.
After round 1, she had 0 points. She was at the bottom of the list, and day by day, she kept going up. Slowly though. Start was very slow. Second round she got only a draw. Then she won 1 game.
That was a big bounce.
That was a big jump. But then slowed down again with another draw.
Only 50%. 2 out of 4
rounds.
Yeah, that was really unexpected.
And then she started winning, jumped to the 2nd place, and after yesterday's win, now she's sharing the 1st place with Rose Atwell.
A spectacular win indeed. I like Alice's position. You were saying that even after the move E5, I still like this move F3. I wanted to drive your knight
to D6?
Backwards to D6. I was really, I don't know, I'm kind of intrigued by this move, Rook C5. I'm not even sure why I want to kick your queen to the square A6, but let's say I did.
But now that I have the knight on D6, can I go knight B5 also?
Oh. Instead of
queen to
instead of queen A6, knight B5.
Oh, sorry.
We are pinning our knight, but it's
walking
temporary.
Into the pin.
Putting pressure on D4.
Good point. Good point.
Taking advantage that your knight's on A4.
You know, it's so strange. I was closed-minded. I didn't have knight B5 on my radar at all. But that looks like a decent move.
It does.
Wow. Okay, which kind of takes the shine out of my move bishop, rook to C5. Maybe I have to just fall back. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll take advantage of your G5 move.
Okay.
Takes, bishop takes.
Yes.
Bishop to D4. This is the way to take advantage of. You're going to be crying.
The black squares, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be crying that your pawn isn't on G7 in case you trade. I'm not suggesting that you would, but you got to start.
My queen needs to be on the other side of the board.
There are consequences, right?
Yeah, I don't like this. After bishop D4, what can I do?
Instead, yep.
Unless. No, that's too crazy.
Why do I like driving my opponent's pieces backwards? Because they oftentimes become vulnerable.
Nice.
Finally, a variation with the move rook c5 does actually work. Okay, we think that Alice has a bit of a pull. Cristian, I'm going to throw the ball in your direction.
Well, let's take a look at what's happening in this one, because
there's the action.
There's not much action left, but we might as well catch up with what's been happening.
With Christopher
This is the position that we have right now, and perhaps things have changed a little bit. We left it off at the beginning of the endgame.
Yes.
King to c7, rook to f1. And now this move, knight to g5 came on the board, bishop to g4. Still, you really preferred this position for white.
I did.
Because you have the cooperation, which is supposedly better, of rook, bishop versus rook and knight.
Yes, that's right.
Especially when you have pawns on both flanks. King to d6, rook to f6, and now back to c7. Perhaps this was a missed move by Justin Wang, because of course, king to e7 is problematic after rook to b6. And that's the key. That's why now you understand why bishops are so good. This bishop protects against rook to d7. You cannot defend like this laterally. You have to go behind the pawn, and that's too passive.
Yeah, you don't like
Too passive.
Yeah.
So that's why after rook f6, he had to go back to protect this square b6. But already you can start feeling that he's getting outplayed.
White's got some momentum.
Black is getting outplayed, right? h4 and knight to e4. This is what we have right now. You still have a weakness, maybe 2, maybe 3, right? Once this diagonal opens up, and if you try to clog it with a move knight to e4, c4 is coming.
Right.
I'm going to undermine this knight. After the move c4, I can also just simply target the pawn on g6. As we can see right now on the camera, Justin Wang is starting to understand the dangers of this position. Right. He's not happy with the last few moves. He's not happy, and he's feeling like he's getting outplayed.
The trend is definitely not his friend.
Play on one goal, absolutely no weaknesses on White's side right now. The knight has been jumping around, but hasn't really been doing much.
Right.
And White has the perfect position in terms of piece placement. The rook on the 7th rank, ready to attack g6. The bishop set up on the best diagonal, and I'm also having this c4 idea. Try to get the b7 pawn. So
exactly.
I'm looking more and more at this position, and more I feel like Christopher Yu is building up real chances to win this one.
Right. Sure feels that way.
It's one of those end games that Magnus Carlsen always wins.
Oh yeah, he just grinds. He just keeps grinding and grinding.
That's the way it goes. Yeah.
No, Magnus would feel at his element, in his element here. Again, I'm looking at this rook and bishop coordinating against the pawn on b7. If I get to play c4 and land with a rook on rook takes b7, not only am I winning a pawn, but I feel like I'm actually checkmating the black king. So the question
the g6
is,
pawn weakness is serious.
Yeah, if you were in
Justin's shoes,
Justin's shoes
knight
here.
f5 just to know that you play rook h6 or rook g7.
Okay, knight f5 stops both rook g7 as well as rook h6, but it doesn't prevent me from playing c4.
No, it does not.
And what are you saying that you just have to acquiesce?
Very sad about this.
Yeah, I mean,
I might have to go for this.
Because there's no, yeah, I mean,
what else could I do?
If the king side pawns come off,
then I'm okay.
Okay-ish. I like that. Ish. A little bit still suspicious. But yeah, maybe, but in any case, feels like Christopher is enjoying proceedings.
Sure. We haven't checked in this game for a while. Larry Christiansen against Julio Becerra. These players are playing for the 2nd place at the moment.
Absolutely, and a big fight going on there. As Larry, hoping to bounce back after a loss yesterday to Jesse Kraai.
Yeah.
B5, knight a5, knight e5. Let's catch up with the players.
A lot of minor pieces on the board, which is, for me, usually hard to calculate.
Yeah.
Which piece is attacking what?
For me, one of the really recognizing great calculators is in open positions. In closed positions, it's sometimes very hard to find the right maneuvering and the great strategies. In open positions where the clashes are intense, calculation, I'm really impressed by the skills of Fabi in open position. He calculates them incredibly well. For me, Larry Christiansen was also one of the players of my generation who calculated open positions very well. So let's imagine I play d6 here. So the idea behind d6, well, clearly, I mean, you were going to take my pawn.
Right.
So I wanted to save it.
I was not going to ask questions.
Yeah. Still one of the all-time classics.
Do you know the great saying, calculation over everything?
No.
James Canty.
No kidding.
Yes, he's a national master.
Yeah, I
from
know.
Detroit.
He's a great streamer. Yeah.
That's his brand. Calculation over everything. Shout out James Canty.
Really? Calculation over everything.
COE. Not CEO, but COE.
COE. Calculation over
Bishop
everything.
g6.
Bishop to g6. So if I munch?
Take.
And if I munch?
g5.
Okay.
How are you going to keep defending the knight?
I don't know. The good news is that I can take all my moves back if I fail.
I think you're in a little bit of trouble.
This feels like a failure, doesn't
Queen
it?
e5, rook e8, right?
Queen, yes, precisely.
Queen b5, my queen's protected, so I can just take your knight.
You nailed it, exactly. So these forcing sequences of moves. Does it mean that I don't have time to play d6, that I should be playing rook e1?
Or maybe not take on d4. After d6, bishop trades. And find like an improvement here. Maybe bishop a5 and just trade everything.
I was trying to, if I want to improve, let me bring my rook into play. I mean, can't, you do have rook d8?
Rook d8, yep.
The desirable bishop b4
I think your
runs
d6 is weaker than my d4 at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like I'm a bit too ambitious, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. And let's take a look at the leaderboard. Why this game in particular, in the fight for second place, is so huge.
Right, Julio's currently sharing second place, and Larry Christiansen trying to catch up with the players, and if he wins, he would jump over Julio and be in second or third place.
Exactly. We could see also that fight for second involves Gregory, Jesse, and Melik. Melik playing our tournament leader, Vladimir, and there's reasons why he would be very pleased with a win, as we get a picture there of Larry Christiansen and Julio Becerra. Again, big fight for second place. Julio started bad, and it was very sweet. He came on with Kostya in an interview, and he said, you know, I lost my first game, and I had just this horrible nightmare that I was going to lose all my games in my debut in the senior. It feels so good to win one game. Well, he didn't only win one game. He's fighting for second place. I mean, like, what the heck? How's our leader doing? How is
I think it's
Akopian?
Still very equal and headed towards a draw.
That was because we think Melik didn't play the right move with the rook. Right about here.
So you can see he moved back, rook d8.
Yeah, we were looking at ideas of g6 and rook on h8 to e8. That was a lost tempo. That was a lost tempo move. And he moved his rook back to d8, and sure enough, Vladimir did play.
It does look very close to equality.
It does. It does. It looks.
I'm not sure if I really like this move f5, but I think he's looking for some sort of a blockade. Perhaps exchange the rooks and then say that king g3 is always going to be met by, let's say, rook to d8. We exchange the rooks as well.
Rook to David 8?
Sure.
Okay. So I don't think.
No, but let's say you exchange.
Oh, sorry.
Let's say you exchange.
Please. Apologies. Yeah.
Of course, rook to e1 is probably what
King
you want
takes,
to play.
Yeah.
But now you never have, let's say, the invasion on the king side, because whenever you get the king on h4, I go g6.
Yeah.
And coupled with the knight on e6, you can never break this.
That knight on g6
on
is fantastic.
That's it. That's the blockade.
Vladimir did play h4, which is also a good move.
Vladimir played h4.
Yes.
Is it time to exchange the rooks?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Both rooks probably. And as white, I would be a little afraid and I would keep one pair of rooks. Just play rook e1 here.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I would keep, though, a pair of rooks only because I think that the rook and the bishop work better together than the rook and the knight. Not necessarily because I think I have an advantage or I'm fearing anything. Just this idea that, well, on a good day, if I can get this knight away, you know, I could play bishop to g5 and rook to e7 and maybe
some chances,
some chances. That game sure does look like it's going to fizzle into a draw, though. Where would you like to take
Christian, do you have any updates for us in Andrew's game?
Absolutely, I do. Yes. Let's take a look at this one. So we left it off after, I believe, queen takes c2, and we were saying that white just simply controls this position.
Right.
Yes. Still material balance, but white has absolutely everything that you would want in this type of a balanced situation, which is control over the central files. Right. And that's exactly what he did. Rook to d2, no rook to d8, no rook to c8 right now. So he had to go h6, make a luft. But right now, rook to c5 came. Very good, very sharp move. Queen to b6 and rook to d5. It's play on one goal, and that is black's a goal. Because once you take, this rook nicely protects the second rank, and this one you cannot exchange. You cannot go rook to d8. I'm controlling the d file, and I'm going to use that to invade. I also have the easier path for my king towards the center. I go king f2, king to e3. Your king is going to stay pretty much locked on the 8th rank for the moment. For example, you go rook c8, I go rook to d7. If you stay passive like this, king to f2, king to f8, I can even go king to e3, and then whenever you go king to e8, I have the e6 break. Nice. And this is very problematic, because if you allow me to expand my 7th rank, which is mine right now, it's white's 7th rank right now, I'm going to be able to go to d7, set up these two rooks on the 7th, and that's going to be deadly. So you don't want to allow any of these type of tricks in the position. Keep the king on f8, but that's extremely passive. And we know also psychologically how difficult it is to just sit and wait. Because white is just going to go h3, g4, try to create some more weaknesses in a black's position. This is a very difficult defense, I have to say.
For me, if I was in black shoes, I wouldn't want to go into that 4-rook ending.
But what else?
For everything you said. I would keep the queens on the board. I would play queen e6, and I would say, okay, you know, you've got control of the d file, and it's powerful.
It's very powerful, though.
I get
b3. What do you do?
Which one?
b3.
B.
You want to go queen e6, b3, yes.
Just to defend a2.
Just to defend a2.
I want to go rook d6.
Fair. I want to keep the queens on the board. Maybe I should have just gone queen g6 immediately. I'm not sure if I needed to allow.
And what if I go rook d7?
Rook to d7. Okay. Okay. Let's have some.
So you're going for some counterplay.
That's what I'm saying. If your king is vulnerable, I want to keep queens on the board. If my king is vulnerable, I want to take queens off the board. I'm looking at the black king.
Rook b7.
Yeah, I'm looking at the black king. I'm saying.
Oh, it's safe.
Thank you. I'm looking at the white king.
Not that safe.
Okay, then I want to keep the queens on the board. That's all I'm saying.
I don't like rook d1 because you just have rook c2.
Right.
So I have to go king f2.
And guess what?
Queen g4.
This is a lot more fun than
rook endgame.
The rook ending. I mean, at least, you know, I can be intolerable.
No, definitely. This could be a race of who checkmates first, right? I could. Play e6.
Ooh, e6. Hadn't seen that one coming.
Queen h4.
Check.
Okay.
I kind of feel like I've already gotten good chances of bailing out with the draw. I'm just saying that if I were in black shoes, I would not embrace that 4-rook ending that Christian was saying, because white's play is just simply too easy. And maybe after queen to g6, I can at least be my annoying best.
I feel it's easy no matter what. That's the problem.
That's the problem?
It just seems like white has everything they want in this position.
Yeah, yeah.
Very comfortable.
Well, the control of the d file is very powerful.
Control. Very powerful.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So now.
But again, for Jason, he's sitting there saying, where's my counterplay? We take queens off the board. I got no counterplay. King f2, king e3, rook d7. Easy moves for white. I want to go to Rose's game, because again, she, along with Alice Lee, tied for first, and she's playing for a dream. Her dream is to get to the U.S. Women's Championship. Guess what? She brought her knight to d2, to g2, did Yasser.
They followed your line.
Yes, and I was.
The question is, who is objectively better in this position? It reminds me of those close Sicilian positions where white goes all in on the king side,
right,
black's all in on the queen side.
Right.
If there is no mate, white just resigns.
Right. I lose on the queen side.
Here it kind of feels that way because black doesn't really have any weaknesses on the king side.
Right.
I have two knights ready to protect the king. Do you really see white's attack succeeding?
Yes and no, in the sense that if we look, you've got as much right to the king side as I do. I don't have a majority on the king side. So you have as many defenders, if you will, as I have attackers. Now, having said that, I asked the greatest attacking player of all time, Garry Kasparov. I said, Gary, when does an attack begin? Oh, when you push a pawn. When you push a pawn. So attack starts to begin when you see that white is going to play h5, right? Maybe on a good day. Knight here.
So it's black to play first. Let's start the attack with b5 for black.
Sure. Here, a big question for me is always, do I include the move a3? I do open up the a file, but I take away a potential target on a2.
Right.
Okay, let's say
h5.
I give you the free hand. Yeah, h5. And again,
b4. Let's keep going.
b4. I've got to play rook e1. Rooks belong
the open files.
On the open files. That's right. So you're making progress on the queen side.
I'll take your advice. Rook b8.
Rook
Rooks
b8.
belong on the open file.
Probably rook e2. Just to. And we're kind of building up our forces respectfully. You're going to go on the queen side. I've made it very clear.
a4 maybe?
a4. Ooh, that's a big move because you're threatening maybe to play the move a3. That's something I have to be very...
Finally knocking at the door.
At the door, exactly. That forces me to make a decision earlier than I wanted to. I'm not happy after this move. But let's say I played the move I had in mind.
At h4?
Yes.
a3, let's try.
Go. Okay, I want a pawn, yay.
A takes b.
A takes b, rook takes b. So in my mind's eye, I need to play a3.
It's a knight d6.
I know, isn't it funny? I was trying to play on the king side with the move f5, and I thought you were playing on the queen side,
so
and we got to do it.
We have a couple of moves. Knight to d6, knight d2 are on the board.
We do have a couple of moves.
I'm starting to like Rose's position more. I think she is more in charge of
her play on the queen side. Knight to d2 for me is a step backwards. Yeah, I would probably have played h5. Now, clearly, she played the move knight to d2.
To avoid knight d4?
Yeah. And here, I would have said, okay, I agree, I want to get rid of the knight, right? But okay, she has played knight to d2, and then the question is, well...
Besides b5, which is the normal move here, would you consider f5? It completely changes the structure, but it's very interesting. I'm giving up e5 square.
Well, especially
when
my opponent is retreating with the move knight to d2, the move f5 just to blockade white's play on the king side makes a lot of sense. Again, if I were in white's shoes here, I would have probably played the move h5. Let's just go down that primrose path for a moment with b5 that we were looking at. In this case, the question that I would have for you is, let's say here, yes? Let's just put some of these moves back on the table. Because we never got to this position, which is something I wanted to discuss, which is, okay.
I also have to make a decision here. What do how do I respond? G6?
More or less, right? And
G5?
now G5.
Right. Your knight's well placed now to jump to e5.
That was the consideration that I had in mind. Also, just the fact that my pawn is on h6, not that this is
have to worry about this,
not that this would happen.
Right.
But there's always that lurking checkmating pattern. We'll keep an eye on this one.
And by the way, the engine is also saying that black is doing very well in this position.
Rose.
Yes, Rose is doing very well. After b5, and in fact, she has improved her position with this set of moves, knight d6, knight to d2.
That
it plays
helped
in
her.
black's favor.
Yeah.
For sure.
That helped her. And again, for those of us who are Alice Lee's fans, Rose and
we're impartial.
So
we're not biased. Come on.
Come on. We got skin in the game. I'll tell you. For Rose and for me, they're going to be sprinting to the finish, Alice and Rose. And if Rose can put, a good, burst of wins together, Alice is not cruising to victory.
No,
even if Alice won 2 in a row, Rose is saying,
yeah, Rose
I'm in this.
already played Alice.
Right,
so
that's done.
in her hands. Yeah.
As Kostya said at the start of the show, maybe it was even an undeserved loss that Rose had in that game. But she's definitely in this competition to win it, not just to applaud Alice's coronation, if we will. Keep an eye on this one. What do you have for us, Christian?
I'm actually going to quiz you guys.
Quiz?
Or perhaps
quizzes.
throw you a curveball.
Speak for yourself, yes.
This is the position. Rook to e1.
Yes.
C takes d4. This is the game between Andy Woodward and Brewington, Hardaway.
Right.
Knight to d6, and this c5 followed by c takes d4 is specifically aimed at this sacrifice, this exchange sacrifice with e5. If you do go rook to e8, try to shy away from this, e5 is very problematic. Now that my bishop is out, not behind the pawn on e5 on f4, the bishop on d6, tremendous piece. I will take on d4. I do even have ideas. For example, look at this. Knight to g5, bishop on b7, queen takes h7 is coming. Apparently this is not good because of queen to g5, of course. But you get the point, right? You have this type of ideas. I can kick the knight away, knight to h6. Now knight g5 apparently is good in this position, this iteration. And with the 2 bishops, I'm probably going to recapture this pawn on d4 sooner rather than later. And you're fighting 2 bishops, which are very powerful in this position. So don't do that.
Didn't happen.
You have to give me the exchange, which Brewington understood. Perhaps he knew this position quite well. And how do we assess this one? This is what we have right now. A pawn for the exchange, but more importantly, it just feels, first of all, this is a tremendous pawn. The pawn on d4, tremendous, right? Good pawn structure. But also, there's some play with these knights, right? This knight potentially coming to d3, a lot of pressure on e4 as well. Who's better? The engine is saying black is slightly better, but who's better from a practical perspective?
We do have a draw in the game Akopian against Khachiyan. They repeated 3 times.
Yes, we sort of expected that.
Okay,
and by the way, that's a great result, I think, for Vladimir Akopian.
Yeah.
Given the way the game started.
In the opening, he didn't have a good opening, actually.
It felt like maybe he could get in trouble.
He could, easily.
And he was definitely surprised by Melik's opening choice. Good opening choice, by the way. So this is the situation right now. Knight to c5 has not been played yet. We expect knight to c5. It just makes the most sense in the position. I don't think you can challenge me on the c5 like this, right? Maybe you can. But then I just simply go a5. This is the type of position that, where is your plan as white is the question. Like you're looking at the position and you're trying to find moves. You're trying to find plans to improve your position. Where's that plan? You move the knight, the e4 pawn becomes a big weakness. You try to defend it with f3, the bishop becomes weak. Also, you're giving me all sorts of attacks on the a7, g1 diagonal. So I don't see as many good moves, useful moves for white. And I'm seeing black can play h6, make a luft, maybe even, I don't know, somehow get my queen behind the rook double up on the c file and get ready to move my knight. I have all sorts of ideas, and I'm not seeing white's ideas. From a practical perspective, I think it's easier to play for black. What do you guys think?
Short term, I like black. Long term, I like white.
Look,
an exchange is an exchange.
Yes. The reason I say that, and I'm playing tongue in cheek on this one, is that there was a game that was played in Biel very recently between Prague and Sam Shanklin. Sam Shanklin had great, just what you're showing right here, great compensation for an exchange, ended up losing when the rook took over late in that game. Short term, It's so much easier.
And
to
it can
play.
definitely happen.
Yeah.
If you kind of calm the position down, you don't give the pieces any targets, and then slowly but surely transition into an end game, the rook is going to have the final word, right, in the position. Nevertheless, Brewington should be quite happy with. And by the way, guys, Andy is on.
He lost 2 in a row.
2 in a row, losing streak.
So his
If
confidence.
he loses this one, that's 3 in a row.
Yeah, his confidence is not at its highest right now.
No,
And
exactly.
given that Brew voluntarily gave up the exchange, you know he's happy with his position.
Yes, definitely. And by the way, debuts for both of these youngsters.
young.
Yeah, they're going to be rivals for these U.S. Junior Championships for years to come. And they've acquitted themselves quite well, regardless of the result, which, by the way, they're in the middle of the field. If you think about the games that they've been playing, they have really been involved in some great tussles as we see Brew hard at work in this one.
They definitely both left some points on the table.
On the table, yeah.
But yeah, both very talented players. We will keep seeing them in the juniors and eventually in the U.S. Championships.
Let's hope so. We're going to take a break, and do you have anything special for our viewers on our break? What can they look forward to? Or lots of commercials?
As we go to break, Vikim asked the junior players about using psychology during a game. So take a look, and we'll be right back.
They're too young to have psychology. Come on.
How do you approach the psychological aspects of chess, such as handling pressure and maintaining focus in crucial moments of the game?
Just take a practice meditation. I mean, sometimes chess can get stressful, but at the end of the day, it's just a game. So don't stress out too much. Just focus on good moves.
What I try to do is I just focus on the game. Obviously, it's very easy to get caught up with results and emotions and all that, but I just try to clear my mind, focus on the chess, and not worry too much about what will happen in the future, stuff like that.
Sometimes I take deep breaths, I do some deep breathing exercises, thinking that it's just one game. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't go the way that I want it to.
It's not easy to do that, but I try to hold my nerves and just solely think about what's happening on the board and nothing outside what's happening in the game, because I don't want to make any mistakes because of any potential distractions.
I think that's something I have to work on, probably a lot of people have to work on. I think it's definitely a difficult part of chess, definitely a struggle for probably most players. So I'm working on it, but I think I try to approach everything the same way and literally not care. So that's my motto.
Yeah, actually, I think the psychological aspect will be very important for this tournament for me, because going in as like the lowest rated player, my opponents will have more like psychological pressure on them to beat me. So the positions that like they are aiming for versus like what I'm aiming for will be like very different. So I think like I can use psychology like to my advantage at this tournament, especially when playing like the top players, because they will try all they can to try to beat me, and hopefully I can use that against them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I don't think I'd approach it very well. But when you're playing the game, it's probably a lot like you're thinking about expectations. Sometimes I might just think like I don't have to win this game, and if position not good, I try to play more solidly if possible. But maybe one of the things is to not be too affected by expectations, or like not really have expectations before the game.
I try to just forget about what might have happened, what might be coming in the future, and just focus only on what's in front of me, not on the results or anything. Just take it one move at a time. That keeps most of the pressures off.
There's not much to it, and you just play chess, and it is just chess. And so in terms of the psychological side, if there's like an opponent that I played for, many times before, I wouldn't approach it any other way. I would just play chess. So probably just keeping it simple.
Well, just approach every game with more of a learning aspect and care less about the result, but about what you really learn along the way, and really just try to grow after every game and treat even losses as aspects of the game and things where you can learn and improve on.
The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akopian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world, thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7. Let's take a look at our current standings. We'll start with the juniors.
Let's do it.
Christopher Yu came into this round as a sole leader with 5 points, and 3 players hoping to catch up: Andrew Hong, Justin Wang, and Jason Wang.
Right now, Christopher enjoying a small smidge of an advantage. And in the girls?
In the girls, 2 co-leaders are Alice Lee and Rose Atwell, and both players today are playing for a win.
And they look like they have nice advantages respectfully in their game. And we have one result, actually, in the seniors.
We do. The tournament leader, Vladimir Akopian, drew his game against Melik Khachiyan,
bringing him, Vladimir, at this moment, 2 points clear of the field. Joel Benjamin, we think, is slightly worse, but Julio Becerra and Larry Christiansen are at work as well. And as we return to the show, where would you like to take us? And I'll see what caught your eye.
Let's quickly jump to Balaji's game, because
Balaji's game.
Remember,
okay, that was a knight on
Trout.
Nicholas had put his knight in harm's way, shall we say. Where are we? Where is that game?
It's right there.
Right?
Yeah. There. One higher.
One. Sometime the mouse, I tell you, it's got its own. Here we go. This knight, when we left it, there was an errant knight on d3, and we applauded the move g2, g3, saying this knight is not going backwards.
But the last 2 moves looks like Balaji.
How do we trap it?
Made bad moves according to the engine, and
Queen c2, is that a bad move?
Queen c2 is fine, but after that,
you played
Rook d1 is not a good move.
Really?
Yep.
Gosh, that looks like such a natural-looking move.
It's supposed to play b4, Rook b1, Rook b3. That's how you win that knight.
Okay, so b2. Yeah, that wasn't the question. So the question is, how do you attack this knight again? Obviously, knight e1 attacks the knight, but that allows its trade. Right. So you would like to play rook to d1. You'd like to move this knight, wouldn't you? And then attack the knight this way. But apparently the engine sees another path forward. b4, rook b1, rook b3. Yeah. So the move rook d1, the problem is for me to move this knight, I have to somehow...
Exactly. It's not that simple.
...keep this knight. So king b8.
King b8 was also a bad move. Now again, white could have played b4.
And now the king f1. Well, it intimates.
So now black can play c5.
Whoa, 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 whoa. C5.
Funny looking move.
Okay.
I am saving my knight.
You are indeed, yeah.
Wow. Another reason why I might want to have played the move b4. c5. You know, suddenly I feel a little bit uncomfortable here as white.
You know what the best move is after c5?
Probably knight e1 and
b4.
No way.
Still.
Again. B4 has
Keep
been a recurring.
Yes, why not?
Like,
why not?
Take on d4.
You take on d4, now at least the knight is not coming back to c5. So I've replaced my jailhouse, let's say, for that knight on d3.
But I have e5 now.
Can I take on d4 with the knight?
And check.
Knight, queen h3.
Give me a check on h3. That's an unpleasant check.
Then I can move the knight.
I really don't understand why I put my king on f4.
I don't know either.
Why did he put that?
You got the cards dealt. You know, you don't know.
Okay, let's go king g1.
King g1, knight e5, and suddenly black is a free bird.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
This is suddenly not looking.
Queen e4, maybe?
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
My knight survived. That's all I had to do.
Your knights have survived. That's true. That is true. That is a big victory in
Exactly.
itself.
We're going to keep our eye on this one, but I just wanted to check in and to let everybody know that the Larry Christiansen game, that somehow got into a completely even Steven kind of ending.
Everything got traded.
Everything got traded, and I wouldn't be surprised if somehow that game was steered towards a draw.
Igor Novikov completely blew his advantage.
What? He was a pawn up and attacking.
He got on h5. That was a winning advantage, an easy winning advantage.
Completely.
How did that
I
happen?
know sometimes it happens, you think game is over, you already won, and you relax and give your opponent some chances.
So again, I'm looking for the game between Igor Novikov
Go
and
up.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it is. So when... How did this rook get out?
How did that happen?
So the
that
knights,
is a very good question.
Yeah, so the knights are a little bit tied together, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I just want to point out the fact that he's still up a pawn.
He is, but...
So perhaps in his mind, he still has that advantage.
Exactly.
At least could help psychologically, right?
So
But time-wise, he's down to half an hour against full hour for Doug.
So I'm looking, my rook is a little bit in trouble, right? So rook f8, rook d3.
I want to play rook f4.
Rook d. So somehow we're mutually fighting over the control of the e4 square. So if you brought your rook to the f4 square, somehow, but...
And then I bring my knight to trade.
But you know,
Then your c4 is...
It's really funny. This is like, white had complete control over the light squares. How on earth did, when we left it at f, oh, wait a minute.
Bishop c5 happened.
So we were expecting h5, right? Remember we thought that was going to...
I think what he did wrong was, wait, continue?
He didn't
He traded
play
the wrong
h5.
pieces on e4.
So after f5, he took on c5.
Okay.
h5 is good.
All good.
This is all good.
Here was the key moment after bishop f5.
Okay. Bishop.
He played bishop e4, trading the wrong piece. Should have played knight e4 instead. Knight
I
c2.
love knight e4, by the way. I love knight e4 with the idea that, you know...
You can take knight f5, keep the good bishop.
And if my bishop could ever park on e6,
Then
wow,
we'll
wow, wow,
checkmate
wow,
on
wow.
h-file.
That is very, very nice. He did not do that. Instead, he traded, and that was how the rook somehow... By the way, just the timing's beautiful, because if I get to play f2, f3, then I do have a grip on the position. But this move, rook e4, now f3, well, obviously you're going to take on g3.
Very strange.
Very, you know, it's interesting how the advantage, like the sands of time, just they just right away, and suddenly Doug is back in contention.
Christian, do you have any updates for us?
Absolutely, yes.
Please.
Always. I have always updates for you guys.
Updates.
Let's see what happened in this one. Christopher Yu versus Justin Wang. So we left it off somewhere around here, and you guys were mentioning that Christopher probably has a slight advantage. I think it increased.
It did.
Take a look at this. A3, C4, rook takes b7. So he sacrifices a pawn. Sacrifices the second pawn, but in return he gets this h4 pawn, which is a very important pawn.
Exactly.
Because if you lose g6 with this pawn still alive on the board, this pawn is going.
Yeah.
That's it. Game over, right? So maybe a good trade. But at the same time, after rook takes c4, I do set up this nice little bind against the advancement of the g-pawn. But also, I'm forcing your pieces to stay passive, to stay defensive right now. Bishop to d3 and the rook on g4. If you move the knight, I take on g6. You move the rook, I take on g6. So now what white wants to do is just simply go king b2, c4, hide the king behind the pawn. Maybe go rook to g5, at the right moment push c5. If I manage to get that pawn to c5, then everything is just simply going to flow in white's position. So I'm thinking, is this a decisive advantage already? Or maybe what black is trying to... Look, this is black's dream in this position. Let's exchange the rooks, and I'll give you the pawn as well. That's fine. And then I'm going to try to set up a blockade with the knight, king, and the pawn. The bad news for black is this pawn is of correct color. So you don't have any sort of sacrifices. If this position would be mirrored on the other side, much better chances. With the position as is, not looking great for black's chances of survival in this one. If Christopher wins, that's 6 out of 7. Let's take a look at what's happening in the other very important game, Andrew Hong versus... Actually, nothing has happened.
Nothing.
Andrew Hong versus Jason Liang. This is where we left it off. B3 after queen to e6.
Right.
Rook ac8 and h3. Just simply, slowly improving the position, saying that you don't have a way to improve your position as black. So I'm just simply going to improve the position of my king, maybe even king to h2. I have options. I can go rook d6. I can expand on this side, on the queen side. I can also, at the right moment, perhaps try to expand on the king side with g4. So I have all trumps in the position. This one is looking very good for Andrew, and this is going to be a difficult position to defend for Jason Liang. So both of the favorites in the junior section looking good right now.
Looking very good. A question I wanted to ask ourselves here in this game between Christopher Yu and Justin. So a moment ago, Christian was saying if black could trade the rooks, what if black could trade the minor pieces? So what I wanted to do...
Be
good
for black, of course.
So what I want to do is I want to play g5. Obviously, I would love to play g5. My knight on e7 is kind of tethered. So I'll start with the move rook to d5. So if it's my turn, I want to play g5 simply. Now, you could take, and we would get into a rook and pawn endgame where you're 2 pawns up. Now, usually, that's it. That's the end of story. You're 2 pawns up, you win. But in this case, the double pawns make it much more problematic. You were telling me that you were studying a rook and pawn endgame, and so a little bit of a challenge.
If there is a chapter on 2 extra double pawns like this.
It is, I must say, I probably have had experience with it, but it's not coming.
It's not a very theoretical endgame, it's very rare.
Right. It doesn't immediately come to mind. Christian, jump in on this one. So essentially, Christopher wins the pawn on g6 at the cost of having to trade off the minor pieces. So, by the way, in the game, black played rook f6. I was saying, would you take this pawn on g6? Would you think that this
knee-jerk reaction is no.
Because you're kind of, this isn't...
But I could be very wrong.
Super easy, is it?
Well, we know that A and C pawns, so let's say you exchange the a6 pawn for one of my C pawns.
That's a draw.
Supposedly
not an easy draw.
Not an easy draw, but okay. So this one, but if you don't take the pawn on g6.
Something tells me that with two c pawns, it's going to be easier to hide.
With the king.
With the king behind it or in front of it.
Right. What we did see,
maybe we can make some moves, actually. Maybe
yeah.
we can just like keep going with that position. That's an interesting discussion, and we have all time in the world.
Indeed we do. So the idea was, after the move bishop to d3, was I wanted to sacrifice the pawn.
If you don't take, you have g5, improving your position.
Precisely. That is exactly what I...
It's a good point, yes.
Yeah.
So you're kind of forcing me almost, even though rook
Maybe I have rook e4 and I can take the g6 pawn without trading bishop and the knight.
Well, that I don't want. I definitely don't want that to happen.
I think that's a problem.
You're saying I can't prevent it from happening?
You can play rook d7,
well,
but then you will lose a6 pawn. That's hanging as well.
Rook b4 check.
Rook b.
Ooh, yeah, no,
rook b4 check. Yeah. So you're saying I can't set it up? Well, that would really be annoying.
It's unpleasant. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you can go rook knight c6, but this looks so dangerous.
But then
rook e6, you will
rook
lose
e6,
a6.
g5.
Oof, yeah. And a6 is hanging too.
And bishop takes a6. I want to say that with 3 versus none, that should be a win somewhere.
That will win for sure. So in the game, Christopher has got this great setup. The rook on g5, the bishop on d3. So black's pieces are in an awkward bind over there. In the meantime, what Christopher wants to do is to simply improve his position. He wants to play c4. King.
I think practically this is a winning game.
It feels like it. And should Christopher win, he's punching his ticket to the U.S. Championships, which are coming up later this year in October.
Yep, in October,
right?
Yes.
You're playing?
Of course.
Yeah.
Haven't received the invitation yet, but...
Oh, you're ready to accept, huh?
Ready.
You want to go and get in there and throw the patties, huh, Nazi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where would you like us to go?
Let's check Rose Atwell's game.
Now, when we left it, she has been making steady progress, almost with each and every move.
She managed to close up the king side, and now it seems more of a one-sided game on the queen side.
I didn't think that White had been doing all of that badly until she took a step back with the move knight on f3 to d2.
Strange move, right?
Yeah, I would think with h5, eyeballing h6, maybe on a good day, playing knight h4 and f5, White's in there with some attacking. But knight d2, b5, and then when things got shut down, no. Now black is really beginning to take over, and
it's also very easy to play for black. You just push everything.
Exactly.
And you don't have to worry about the king side at all.
Totally. In fact, you start to imagine how your pieces could get great outpost on the king side.
One question I have for you in the current position.
Indeed.
With black, would you go a4 or queen a4? Because queen a4, I think, wins the a2 pawn. After trades on c3, of course.
Yeah, queen a2, I would always, I'd be very, at this point, I'm thinking I'm winning, strategically speaking. I'd always be hesitant of, allowing any kind of sacrifices. I
don't believe in any of those in this position.
I know. It's easy to be dismissive.
But you want to not even give White the dream of sacrificing.
That's right. So for me, rook b6, rook on c8 to b8, taking the pawn on b2, dropping on b2, for me that's ABC. Right. I put my rook on b2, I win. I don't need to go queen a4, a2. Now, on the other hand, did you say I could win a pawn?
After all that,
Wait a minute. Tell me more. What am I missing? Queen a4, you say, hey? Queen a4.
I can't play rook a1. You immediately take on c3, go rook b2, and
that is easy. Which brings us back to this discussion right here. Whenever you see your opponent playing these flank attacks with the move b5, you always want to stop and ask yourself, should I play a3? should I play a3 or not?
To get rid of the weakness on a2.
The potential weakness, that's right. So if we get the same position in the game, I could exchange, and I don't have the weak pawn.
By the way, Rose went for it, queen a4.
Good move. We're gonna,
Good move, yeah.
We're going to have to issue her a gold card if she follows up with the strike.
She will.
Queen takes a2.
Now, Rose right now is dominating this encounter.
In great form.
She's feeling good about her form. She's feeling good about her king. She was a bit, I'm sure she was a bit afraid, concerned about her king's safety. But now that g5, f5 is on the board, I mean, you go h5, g6, I go h6. You go h5, h6, I go g6. There's no way to get in anymore. That's it. And with the knight on d2 already sort of placed on a defensive stance, you don't even have the knight coming to e5. There's nothing that I have to worry about in the position as black.
Agreed. Okay, so you said you weren't worried. h5, queen takes a2. Knight takes d5.
Okay, take back.
I'm going
take and take on knight f7.
I'm going to go down with a blaze of glory.
By the way, I would have included b takes c before taking on a2. That would have made my life much easier, I think. Here, take on c3 first.
That is a good move. Take on c3.
Then take on a2.
Take on a2.
Because now your knight's also hanging on d2.
I know life
Which
is
I could
bad.
just take right now, right? Queen d2.
I think he wants to go knight e7, even though I'm not sure
I've got
it
two knights.
accomplishes anything.
For sure. Again, I think you're winning, don't get me wrong, but I think you're also strategically winning too. Here, is it completely...
Even though the thing is your queen is not getting in, and I'm plugging that entry with knight e4 next move.
Bingo.
So once my knight lands on e4, this is pretty much game over.
If I had...
Activity,
some strikes on the king side with h6, and but I'm afraid it's an overreach. Definitely Rose in the driver's seat, which begs the question.
How is Alice doing?
How is Alice doing? And where is Alice?
They've been taking a lot of time. Since the last position we saw, there's only been one move made.
By the way, they really have
Bishop g6
slowed down
by
a lot.
Jasmine and f3.
Who's been taking their time?
Both of them.
Both.
Because Jasmine has 38 minutes and Alice 36.
So it's actually really close on time. And okay, we've been looking at knight d6 mostly.
Yes.
I assume that's what we're still going to look at.
Bishop f2, right?
Yeah, and again, if I'm channeling my inner Alice Lee, and who doesn't want to play like Alice, I'm playing for e4, bishop f2.
Let's go knight b5. I like that move.
Knight b5. Well,
Come play e4.
yeah, welcome. And you're going with the a3 strike as well, huh?
I didn't like that a3 move from white. Wasn't a big fan of it.
It does feel wrong, doesn't it?
Maybe Alice should push b4 somewhere, since she made a3 with that intention.
Right. Let's pause here for a moment, because wow, I would love to take advantage of the move g5, right? But e4, I feel I'm helping my opponent a lot more than I'm helping myself. That looks like a harmonic convergence for black. I would like to weaken the square g5. Can I give this a shot? Like I'm going to use my a3 as a decoy. Like, go get it.
Okay, let's try. I'll take it.
Knight takes a3, yes? Take that pawn.
Back.
Take that pawn back. Okay. I'm assuming rook c5 is going to be met nicely by knight to b5. And I'd really like to get my queen over to the king side. So this looks awfully slow to my eyes. e3 with the idea f4, queen
Very
g4.
hard to believe this should.
It's a pawn sacrifice, right? Do you want to go back?
I mean, I have e5 as well.
e5 I might encourage.
I'm up at pawn.
Okay, but
immediately F4.
I've got a dream. my dream is to somehow take advantage of the fact that Jasmine's king is a little bit
tiny bit, but I do have my bishops.
Nicely there, right? Okay, but on a good day, haha. Bishop H3.
When you go Queen G4, I also have Knight C2 coming.
Oh, I wanted your knight to run away. I want you to go back to D5.
Yeah, not so fast.
Do me a say. I do have Bishop H3, F5. But it's awfully slow what I just did. And by the way, we do have F3 on the board. Long last.
She has to go Knight D6 and move the knight to B5.
Yeah, we've been looking at that rather exclusively, haven't we?
She won't have any counterplay. If she goes Knight F6 and allows Bishop F2 with E4, she will just be worse.
Jump in on this one, Coach. It's actually, strategically speaking, a pretty tense position.
Very tense position, yes. Yeah. And even objectively, I was looking at it with the engine. It was saying that it's around 0-0. So this just goes to show that, yes, maybe slightly better for white, but it doesn't really matter. Knight to D6 was the best move. I'm actually curious what she did.
Yeah,
do we have a move? She played something.
F3.
She played something.
Yes,
we do see a knight on D6.
Okay. And Alice played Bishop D2 right away.
Good move, yes.
Not F2.
Move. Bishop to D2 right away, and Bishop takes E4, D4 check.
Does not work.
E3 would be painful.
Right.
Okay.
So where do you put the queen now?
Actually, I like Bishop D2 a lot more. When I put the bishop on F2, it felt like it was. Yes, thank you. What's the active? What's the opposite of active? Too passive. That was. Thank you. Yeah, Bishop to D2. Okay.
Queen.
I'm gonna champion.
I'm not very happy with it, but maybe Queen C7 is the best. Because keeping the queen on the queen side, A6 or B5, feels like out of play.
There's a pawn hanging, and I think whether I defend it now or in the immediate future, I'm gonna have to put my bishop on B4, my pawn on E3. Maybe I'll start with bishop to B4 if you don't mind.
Immediately.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, in the case that you play A5, you'll be chasing my bishop to a good square. I'm protecting my pawn on A3, and I want to play either move E3.
How about Knight F5 here?
Knight F5. Okay.
D4 and Knight E3 threats.
Okay,
You have to go E3, right?
I'm going to take care of both with the move E3.
And maybe E5 now?
I see that you're playing for the move E5.
Been trying to make that move.
Yeah, for some time, right? And here I have a question. Are you encouraging me to play the move F4? I think you are.
I mean, look, it defends the pawn. And it also opens up my bishop.
Well, no, I mean
after bishop takes E5. Got it.
Yeah. But
let's go, F4.
F4.
Why not? Why not?
Move the bishop back.
I'm guessing the bishop will retreat.
Don't I have
bishop
some
D6
ideas of completely locking it down with G4, F5? That would probably be too much. Knight H4, I don't really like it, no.
I mean, that bishop will be buried behind a wall.
It's an interesting trade, right?
Exactly.
Like your bishop gets killed, but my king gets weak as well after the loss of the bishop on G2.
Exactly. I just feel like this knight, the pieces on the queen's side need to be repositioned. Knight needs to get to C5. The bishop needs to find a better squares. This is a strategic dogfight and kind of a trench warfare. Both players are fighting for control of key squares. Take us to more tactical action.
Well, Christian has this for us.
You asked for it.
I asked for it. And
you asked for it.
It.
Take a look at this.
All right.
Balaji versus Nicholas Ladan.
Exactly.
We left it off
after
this missed opportunity.
B4,
King
Rook
F1
was the missed
opportunity. So looking
opportunity.
at C5 here for black.
C5 was one way. The the whole action is revolving around this pawn on d4, so you have to increase the pressure as fast as possible, because you need to get the knight out. So rook hd8 was a way out before bishop to f6. Then sacrifice on d4 and basically get a lot of compensation with the knight on d3 that will be defended by a rook after that. You're not losing that knight anymore. Now what he did was h5. Terrible move. Terrible move. From zeros and potentially even better for black. Right now, you're once again lost. But only with one move. And he found it. Balaji found it. Knight to g1. Best move in the position.
Because knight was always hanging on f3.
Covering everything. No, I'm actually trying to replace that knight on f3 with the other knight, which is going to open up the action against your knight.
Right.
And right now, you're pretty much stuck. Not only that, but I'm defending against any sort of openings of the h file. You go h4, not in time. I can just simply go knight f3, you take, I can take back with the h-pawn, and right now, all you can do is sacrifice the knight for a pawn and hope for something which is not going to happen on the king side. You're just simply a piece down.
Busted. Yep.
Busted. So this is what we have. h4 came on the board. We're expecting the move knight to f3. It just feels much more comfortable to keep two knights next to your king. We know that. Knights next to the king, they're very good defenders, by the way. Good, yeah. If you are on the defending side and you want to have good chances, keep some knights next to the king. And I'm expecting knight f3. I'm expecting this one to go Balaji's way. But I have to say, this was an adventure altogether. Yes. That knight landing on d3, then barely surviving with the best moves. Finally, it seems like that knight is going to be lost, and with it, the full point.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. When it rains, it pours for poor Nicholas. I'm going to turn our attention to the game of Andrew Hung for just a moment. Andrew is hoping somebody's going to stop Christopher Yu. And, well, this is a kind of a... Jason is fighting back, f7, f6, with the idea to meet rook to d6 with the captures.
He just wants to get rid of his double pawns.
He does open up the 7th rank, though.
He does, yes.
It does have a little bit of a drawback.
And also, what if I play rook e2 right
rook
now?
Rook e2?
Yes.
Wow, that's taking it one step at a time.
I mean, if you take on e5, I'll be very happy to take back with the e-rook.
That's kind of a domination, isn't it?
It looks very good for white.
It does. It does. I wasn't a big fan of the move f6. I was thinking that we were going to play rook to d7, maybe queen to e7.
Going to the passive defense.
Well, I wouldn't quite go so far to say it that way. I was... remember when I was playing queen g6 to, you know, yeah, but it does feel passive. Andrew's for choice, no question about it. We think Igor has given up the majority of his advantage. I want to go to Rose's game for a moment because in this game, Rose and Alice Lee are battling it out for first place. And Rose's advantage, in my mind, is much bigger
than Alice's advantage in her game, yes.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And the last moves kind of confirm exactly that, because that trade of the c3 pawn for the b4 pawn, we know that a pawns are not as powerful as c pawns. Move c4, c3 on Black's agenda. Rose is really, I want to say, cruising. If she could play c3, followed by knight e4,
oh yes,
strategically,
it's
that
getting
would be
from bad
over
to worse for Yasmin.
Right, right.
Now she has to worry about the c pawn as well.
Exactly.
It's bad news.
So we think really Rose is cruising. Andy,
it's an interesting position in Kaidanov's game against Jesse Kraai.
I think that's further down.
Gregory Kaidanov. It's the last one, yes.
Of course. It would have to be, wouldn't it? This was the one where
he was up a pawn.
Yeah, and
Jesse
we did have knight f4,
initiative.
queen f5, bishop f1. So essentially Gregory just said, look, I'm defending g2. I have
2 versus 1.
Exactly. And by the way, I'm threatening a checkmate. Deal with it. f3, go away. Go away.
It's getting very sharp here. Knight f6.
And yeah.
And by sharp, you mean lost.
If white doesn't get checkmated, they win. Yes.
Lost for Jesse. Rook takes
For black.
c8, followed by b6. Let's try to find
The most
defense.
direct.
Say h4.
Rook takes c8, b6. Push him, baby.
I have to
We
play
wanna
h4.
Play the h4, that's fine. b7, let's see.
You don't even...
No.
b7, okay, I'll take.
No time for
Bishop
that.
takes b7.
That's fine.
So
Takes
now
b7.
you have to take, because I've got
Yeah.
threat of capturing with a check.
Yeah. Unfortunately, rook is also hanging with a check.
Everything we check, yes.
That's
I cannot
So
afford
you
giving you a
don't
single
have-
tempo.
right.
But then the question is how big is the threat? Like, is HG...
Can I go g4?
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that the desired,
Mhm.
I mean, like, here we would
If
be...
only.
But the problem is check and queen
It's
takes.
not knight c2?
I think I can take that rook, yes, sir. I mean,
the knight was doing such a good defensive
I was
job.
trying to
How did
understand,
it-
you know,
No,
your brilliant
no, no.
point. Why I cannot take the rook?
No. Okay, even more reasons to play rook e8, not to hang the rook. So after rook e8,
Christian suggested g4.
Maybe g4, yeah.
Yeah.
by the way,
We need a
g4
miracle
opens
here.
up. We need a miracle.
I think you
It's
have to
too
go
slow.
e4. If there's no e4,
Bishop
then
f6, if nothing else.
bishop f6, queen takes f6.
Now you're not even threatening on g4.
I'm threatening a1.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not that happy with... No. Go back for a
It's rook
second.
c1.
e4, I think I have...
By the way,
I hope I
piece up
have
here, right?
queen
Yeah,
b5.
full piece. Queen b5.
Queen b5. I hope I have. I'm not sure.
No draw?
That was the problem that I was
Nice,
hoping.
nice, nice.
draw.
You
King
don't
h1.
have king h1, king f2, king g2. Do you have something there?
King g2.
No,
I can
not king
repeat.
g2.
I could also repeat knight f4.
That I don't like. King h1 first.
King h1 first. Wow.
But I agree, I'm starting to not like it as much. King f2, king g2.
But
sorry, knight f2, king g2.
Yeah, but this should come on,
Yeah, of
come
course,
on.
it's a full
It's a full piece. I mean, whether we're defending bishop takes and rook a2, whether we're defending simply h3, I don't believe that. I think Gregory is winning this one.
Surprisingly, we actually played all the best moves until e4. And now king to h1 seems to be the best move.
Just getting out of the various
Was there
threats.
anything after queen b5?
If you take on f3, queen to b5, yes. Now queen to b5. Look, it looks dangerous.
But does it actually?
There was this great, great moment.
I'm waiting to be able to show it. but
It looks
you guys are, the producer is leaving me hanging. I think they might have fallen asleep in the, in the production studio.
Booth, you know,
Oh my goodness. Queen to b5 is the idea, right? Look. Looks dangerous. Looks like you're destroying me.
I
was waiting.
The speech.
I was really waiting.
Yes, queen.
Bishop takes f6 is a big problem. And this is the idea of placing the queen on b5, right? Not only that you're threatening the queen trade, but also threatening this bishop takes f6.
So rook takes e1.
Not enough. Rook takes e1, rook takes e1.
Give me the mate.
Really? Okay, that's a
This
check.
queen b1 check.
Queen.
You are one move away from checkmating.
One move away.
I even have this move.
Oh.
Which is nice. You
That's
cannot
a
go
visual.
g6 because of rook to h8.
That's a visual.
That's a long line.
That's
by the
a
way, guys.
long-winded
That's a
variation.
really long line.
But Gregory is going to comfort himself with the thought that, in fact, he's got a lot of defensive resources around his king.
He does.
The knight on e1, the bishop on f1. His pawn shield a little bit advanced, still good enough. Trade the rooks, play b6, play b7, win the piece.
The truth is, he has to go for it. If he doesn't go for it, if he tries to play
h4.
defensively with, let's say,
it's
queen to
fast.
f2, that's not great. I mean, you still maybe have an advantage as white,
But
that's
feel
not
it's
what you
slipping.
want.
Yeah, it's going in the wrong direction.
Like
in
king
this case.
h1, knight g4 is coming in the position as
Right.
well.
Right.
No,
you
just go for
definitely. I mean, you won the pawn on a7. Your pawn is on b5. You want to promote the pawn. Let's go. It's are clocks a factor in this one, Nasi?
They both have around 30 minutes, so,
So
no
not
time
a big
trouble.
factor for either
Mhm.
of these players. So let's go around the arena. I'm going to just check in on Christopher Yu. When we left it, not much has happened. He's still maintaining that beautiful extra pawn as well as the rook and bishop.
Let's check Arthur Go's game against Jason Wang. Remember, there was a possibility of beautiful checkmate on the queen side really early in the game.
Where are you, Arthur? Naturally, all the way at the bottom. Yeah, that was that. What was
Christian
it?
showed
Bishop
us the
A6.
bishop A6 move, yeah.
That came out, came completely out of the blue. In fact, let's just go to that position. B7, B6, C4, C5, castles. Whoa.
Really good preparation, by the way, by Arthur in this one.
Yeah, in this position, I mean, bishop on B7 is
I just like
not
the
alive.
fact that both players have just left the tension.
Well, you take on C5, you're actually helping me. As
Exactly.
well. Yeah. It's a very sad position.
And we just caught up with the players, and that was the most telegraphed doubling of the rooks I've ever witnessed there. We're seeing, I don't know, but it looks like black is stymied on the king side, and rook b1, rook b8. I want to force the queen trade for the two rooks because
But
I'm
my
looking
queen
at
will
these.
come in.
Yeah, I'm looking at these rooks and I'm saying they're offside.
So what if I go rook d8?
Rook David 8?
Sorry, queen to d8.
Queen to d8. Apologies, I misheard. Queen to d8. Okay, not much
Take
choice,
and
I
rook
guess.
B1.
Take rook b1, and now I go, let's say, rook h7.
Rook to h7?
Yes. And the question is,
Do I spy a pawn?
Is rook takes b7 a winning endgame? Because you do
Yes.
come with your king very quickly.
Yes.
Take, bishop a6.
Bishop a6,
rook
rook to
d7.
d7.
You have
King
one extra
f2.
move to go king g2,
King G2.
king b8.
You're going through H3, right?
Exactly.
So who's faster? It must be white.
Must be
right?
white, yes?
Yeah, definitely.
1,
So-
2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3,
9.
4, 5, 6.
9 for
8,
white.
9, 10.
And then 1, 2, 3, and 5.
It's a lot closer than I thought it would be. But also, could I delay? No, I don't need to delay. Yeah, 9's
No,
enough.
I think it's white wins.
By the way, big update in Yasmin's game
Please.
against Rose Atwell. We did see that sacrifice of knight d5. She was in so much, she was under so much pressure.
Yeah.
On the queen side, she just decided to sacrifice her piece.
Yeah, and you know this is the way to go down. You go down in a blaze of glory. Your friends all ask you, you know, what happened. You say, well, I sacrificed a piece.
Didn't work out.
It didn't work, but I gave it a great, it was a great shot. Right? I mean, how did you lose? I got crushed on the queen side. She just pushed all of her pawns on the queen side, went c3, and I was lost.
The problem is if she takes knight c4 now.
Yes, which is what she wants to do.
There's rook d8. You are going to lose another pawn with white. You can't keep these pawns.
I'll take as many as I
They're
can.
taking f5.
I'm going down
Rook d4. You're committed.
in a blaze of glory.
And
this is where it gets bad. This is where I go, in the immortal words of Jackie Gleason, hamana, hamana. I'm not happy. I think I'm losing.
96.
Yeah. I don't disagree for a moment, but I got dealt a bad hand on that one. And I was a little bit afraid of, frankly, knight takes c4, queen b5. Any
Also a good
queen trades, I feel just, I got nothing.
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean,
guys,
I'm bluffing. I'm bluffing.
Kaidanov didn't
Please.
go for it.
He did go.
He went for queen f2. Yes.
Oh
yes.
no!
Bad decision because now after h4, you know, the engine is saying zeros, maybe even slightly better for white if you let it a bit, but this is easier to play for black. This is much easier to play for black because the attack is coming. H takes. This knight right now it has a purpose. Ready to go to h5, ready to put some pressure on g3. Jesse must be very happy right now.
He's getting more of an initiative than what he really deserved.
Correct.
Yeah. Speaking of someone who has more of an initiative than they deserve, Douglas Root has reasons to feel much, much better about his game.
By the way, oh, you're talking about Novikov?
Yeah, Igor Novikov. This bishop on g7, what's the purpose of this lousy bishop on g7? Yes, it defends the king.
King's Indian bishop.
But that's exactly what it is. It dreams. It has, you know, the dream is that one day the bishop will come soaring to d4, and if we can imagine, you know, that happening, there'll be all kinds of threats, including ideas of e3 as well.
Bishop on d4 is scary. I think black is playing only for 2 results.
Right, in such a case. And for Doug, who had such a bad position that he blundered out of the opening, what a fighting spirit he's showing.
There's some changes in Andrew Hong's game against Jason Liang. Queens are off the board, but it looks like a lot more equal position now.
Well, but I must say,
Jason got rid of his double pawn.
Exactly. He did it in the nicest possible way that he could. Okay, but now having said that, shall we have a look? E6.
Rook takes d7.
Rook takes d7.
Rook e8.
Very important because you don't play around that pawn. Like some moving like rook here would be
game over.
Yeah, game over. So rook e8.
Right.
Pause, pause, pause. Okay, I want to play e7. I think you should play b5.
b5, right? Yes.
Because this ending is not the one you want.
Not the one I want. 2 versus 1, no.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I don't think so.
Really?
You think you can still draw this?
Bring the king out and...
I'm almost certain that I can draw this.
King f2?
I'm going to use my pawn on the decoy.
That's fine.
I don't think you had to start with b4 either. You could have just brought the king out.
Just do it immediately.
Yeah.
King takes...
King f2?
Yep.
Let's see.
King d6, king e3?
Let's see.
Then create a pass pawn later.
Our dream, our goal is to use the queenside majority as a decoy, right?
Should I go king f4 here or no, not yet?
King f4, g6, h4.
King d4, h5.
Yeah, that must be good for us.
Let's see. This is a one-tempo type of situation.
Yeah.
It might be or it might not be. King d4, let's see.
h5.
Wow.
I'll have to take that.
For sure. And this is...
yes.
This should be winning.
I don't know.
I don't know. We queen with check.
That's okay.
Is it okay?
Yes. It's okay.
It is an a pawn, so if it makes it to a2.
Oh no.
That's actually a draw.
Yep. It makes it on a2.
One tempo, but
wow.
I made it.
Yep. But I'm sure we could have improved some more with white.
Maybe.
Never. That was a 20-move variation. There was no no chances.
But yeah, it's risky, so I would play b5 instead with black.
Yes.
Rook f7.
So he played rook takes f7, did Andrew?
Okay,
King
that
takes
makes
f7.
sense. That makes sense.
He's going to play rook check.
King e6.
Where do you put the king, actually?
That's a good question. Because if I go to g6, well, you take a pawn. And
then I'll lose a6 too while I try to get e5.
Correct.
So
it feels like he has to go to e6, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to take this pawn.
Oh, I thought you were going to take g7.
Okay. In any case, we're going to get the same position, right?
Rook c1?
Yep.
You have to go to h2?
Yep. I do. Rook
c2?
Rook c2.
And then maybe f4 next move.
a4. and f4.
Yeah.
Check,
So-
check, 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 check.
Check, check, check.
Check, check, check.
That's easy enough.
Lots of checks.
As many checks as you can.
As many as I can.
Then you can see on
That's good.
Andrew's face, he knows.
And by the way, king e6.
It's more of a draw than...
Deep,
Yeah.
deep pause there. Here I'm thinking something else. Can I go after the h6 pawn? So imagine takes. Oh, this is still the same, right? Still the same business?
Yes.
But okay, the difference in this case, what I wanted to do was to try to get in h4.
Okay, f4 here though.
Still f4, right? Oh, but now I can get my king to f3.
And then? Oh, because the
It's
pawn's
not a
blocking.
check, yeah. So
Tricky.
here I could get my pawn to, like if you go
Should
rook
I
to
go,
c2.
Should I go f3 here and king f4?
Yes, that was a very good decision.
Very easy.
Yeah, bravo, bravo. Good decision.
Very limited
Nasi.
material.
Yes.
Very, very limited material.
Yeah.
And it does seem like Jason understands that he needs to play for activity right now. No king
Yeah.
g6, don't stay passive.
Exactly, king
Give
e6.
away a pawn, be a pawn down, but you create your chances with f4, tied to that f4 idea.
A real boss move, by the way. It's not always in these rook endings easy to be so brave and just go down a pawn. But for Andrew, I'm kind of looking ahead. That's a big setback because
Do we know how
Christopher's
his
got a 1
road
point
ahead
lead.
looks?
A 1 point
Andrew's.
lead.
Do we know how
He has
his
played
road ahead
Christopher
looks?
Yu.
And he's already played Christopher. And Christopher looks unstoppable, by the way. We're going to leave this game of Andrew and jump to the game of Christopher because we've seen something I think is a bit peculiar. Somehow the knight, remember the knight was like on e7, like way back when?
Look, things have definitely improved.
I like knight on d1.
But do we? Because it's like, it's so peculiar there. Like, what is it
Well,
doing there?
I mean, pawn on c3 is the target.
Clear.
And you can't push it forward because then you would get mated. That's the idea of knight on d1.
I'm
Like
just
if you
having
go
a look.
c4, knight c3, rook v1.
I think, so if Christopher had given a check, the knight would have been forced to go back. And that was maybe the ending that Christopher didn't want to go into, the rook and pawn ending.
Especially with the king cut off on the b5.
So he went rook here, and he's saying, I'm going after this pawn. Right. Now we understand the move knight to d1 because we've got a mate in 2. Checkmate in 2 threat, right?
Yep.
Okay. Rook
So
check,
c4 is forced.
king. And now, should we give the knight the boot? I think we should, right? Bishop e2 with the threat of rook
Are you giving
d4
me
check.
a pawn?
No, no,
or
but now I can...
Knight e3?
It's not a pawn sacrifice.
But you're going to defend it, yeah.
Right?
Well, how? King c5?
Oh, if
Because I'm going to go back.
Wait, just
persistent. Persistent.
Just 1 second. Could we go back?
Sure.
No,
This is
no,
the
in
current
that
position.
variation that you just showed us.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Don't I have a forced... No, no, no.
Oop.
Rook b2.
Rook b2, excuse me. Rook b2.
And rook takes
Rook
c2.
c2.
Nice. So you're not actually at
Pause? What am I
d4
missing?
check.
King c5.
Bishop d1.
Rook c3.
Wow. You think you're going to... Oh, rook and
Oh,
bishop
no,
versus...
c1. Yeah.
Rook and bishop. Oh, oh, oh. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Darn it. You're absolutely right. Rook and bishop versus rook. Wow. This would be a great save
By Justin.
by Justin. If
You see the
wow.
beautiful knight of Justin.
Knights are
The
very
knight-
tricky.
Those tricky knights.
Is
Look
that the
at
knight on d1? That
Yeah,
seems to be
that's
the knight on d1. right?
D1.
The survival
Wow.
knight.
So, what's the way for Christopher to keep the game going? Rook c8?
No, you know what?
So
what
let's
the-
go a4.
No, what the computers always do to me is they go king a1.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Rook
Wait, wait,
b4.
wait, wait. This is a big one.
Wait a minute. What
This
was
is a
that?
big move.
Is the pawn not hanging?
It is hanging with a check.
I feel like I have to take that. Look, you give it to me.
No,
I
knight
feel like I have
c3,
to
king
take
b3.
Knight c3, king b3.
Rook b4, pawn takes, and then you're losing one of the pawns.
True that.
And then easy to draw.
But let's have a look, because it's one of those things, which pawn...
Knight.
So,
I think
if you take this guy,
right.
I push, right? And I...
So black could have played knight e4 and not give me the option to take that pawn.
Okay, fair.
Bishop a6 and g5. Who knows?
This one is... because the knights... if the bishop has to be very, very passive, it's not going to be so easy to push the pawns. You know, like you get to c4, I go king to d4. You can't play c5, and if you play b5, I get a dark square. Wow, 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 wow. Rook b4, I would have tried to nurse the position a little bit more. Krista, you know what I was going to say before the move king a1 was put in? Before
King
the,
a1.
Yeah, that's what the computers always do to me. Is like, that side, I'm threatening bishop e2. And then in those cases,
Now finally go rook a1, king a1. Yeah.
King a1.
Improve the position of the king.
It was like, what? Okay, king a1 was not played. Rook b4, and we are looking at a very forcing line.
So let's go,
Knight
knight c3. Let's try to figure things
One
out.
more look, yes, knight c3.
One move at a
King
time.
b3.
King b3.
Takes on b4.
Takes on b4.
Pawn takes.
We're taking with
Now
the
you
pawn.
cannot go knight b5 because of
Right.
c4.
I like knight e4 because I want to keep the g6 pawn.
You know, sorry, not for nothing, but if I take with the king, and you play knight c4, now, normally speaking, it's not even to be considered.
Right.
Normally speaking, I want two connected pass pawns, pawns together stronger than I do want split pawns. But in this particular case,
King c5.
C5.
Justin did not.
What a move.
take.
And quickly played.
What?
Wow. King c5.
So if rook, it's
Well, I
apparently
mean-
the best move.
He did come from this position, more or less, right? Rook to c4, king d5.
Okay.
The rook was on a4.
Well, I hadn't been following the earlier move, so you're saying he's repeating
More or less, yes.
a previous position.
Now the question is,
So
what
it's
if I go king b3 now?
Okay, then
Do you go
Now I'm not.
a5?
I'm not forced to trade the rooks, right?
No, you can go g5.
Yeah, just g5.
G5.
You can go g5.
G4, and I'm running the pawn.
And you have a5 card. Now you actually have a5.
A5 is a kind
And the
of
g pawn
threat.
survives.
Yes. And I'm not even 100% sure you're winning necessarily this one, right?
Precisely, yeah, that was the question. Is this
Because
Yeah.
I've got a pretty decent blockade.
if you manage to get that knight to c5, I feel that would be a draw.
No problem.
That would be a draw.
You'll never dislodge me. Yeah. And rook
That's a
c4
repetition.
check.
That's the first repetition right there.
So we're expecting king to d5.
And Christopher definitely doesn't look happy. He's like, I feel like I had more
A little
a
frustrating.
few moves ago.
Yeah. Some
And he did,
frustration.
by the way. He did have more.
More opportunity
Yes,
earlier?
yes. Just to show you
where it was.
At this point, he had a great opportunity to go and pick up this pawn with rook to a4, pick up the pawn on a6. This was a critical decision. I'm not sure why he was worried about this one. Perhaps, you know, seeing checks on d1 and then rook to b6 if you go to b3. Obviously, you don't want to do that because after king b3, in fact, it would be some sort of exactly the same position.
Right.
And this was 10 moves ago.
Right.
So what he had to do after knight to d1, just king to c1. You cannot take on c3 because of rook to c4. This was
Gotcha.
the key. So I'm not actually going to take on a6, but rook to c4.
Take the knight.
And pick up the knight on c3. So the problem is, after rook to a4, how do you defend the pawn on a6? And apparently the best move is rook to c6, but now rook
Wow,
to
that's a
a5.
Rook c6 makes no sense.
Right.
And now your king goes all the way to d6. I can start picking up at your knight from this side. And at the right moment, I will capture this pawn on a6.
This
so this was
more promising.
Seems
much
to
more.
have been a decisive advantage.
Wow, wow, wow.
I can also transition sometimes whenever I'm ready to do so to attack the pawn on g6. So this is where we are right now. The best move, perhaps to keep the game going, is the move a4.
Wasn't I the one talking about rook and bishop coordinating against the rook and knight?
Yes.
You're always
Nicely.
right, yes.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, acknowledgement is...
No, don't tell him that.
Don't encourage.
Don't encourage that type of behavior.
A4, tell me about A4, because that at least gives your king A3.
Exactly. That's the whole point of it. Right.
Okay.
But now I will go a5.
Okay.
And now you're supposed to go up, rook to c8, knight to e3 seems, at least the game continues, right?
That's what
And this is the key behind this a4.
Rook to a8, can I go after the
Knight
pawn?
d1 back?
No. Really?
Why not? Knight to d1 or knight to c4 also seems to be.
Oh, knight c4 is better.
Knight to c4?
Wait, rook d8 check?
Rook
Yeah,
d8 check, now knight to d6.
I don't get to pick up a pawn for
You
free.
can, but now I have king c4.
Ooh.
It's very unpleasant that you're cut, that this king is
Remarkable.
cut on the a file.
Gotcha.
Again, these are very difficult things to
Wow, what a
understand and
maneuver.
spot in the heat of the battle, especially with the clock ticking down. What Christopher needs to do right now is find a way to continue the game. Find a way to continue the game all the way until his opponent has
down to
around 10 minutes, 5 minutes,
Right.
and he starts panicking. Objectively, he probably understands that Justin has improved his position.
Right.
Justin is closer right now to equality than he was 10 moves ago. But he needs to keep the game going. He needs to keep the pressure on, and he played rook c8.
Speaking about time, how is the time?
Christopher
factors?
has a lot of time, 46 minutes, but so does Justin, 22 minutes for this position. That's plenty of time.
True.
We should go to Alice Lee's game because
Yes.
I've been keeping my eye on it, and Jasmine has been playing really well. She played all the best moves, and I kind of started to like her position.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so when we left it, we expected... it was bishop to d2, by the way.
And queen went to b5, not c7.
Queen to b5. How about that? Still offering as a trap the pawn. Bishop takes d4 check, e3, oops. So the queen went back. Finally, we played e3.
But here I think,
And Alice played
well, knight c5
natural.
was maybe better because now after e5,
Yeah.
your d4 pawn is a problem.
I didn't want to get caught with the pawn on d4. What was happening after takes?
You have to watch out for some g3 sacrifices, maybe?
I understand.
Oh, that's your plan. Is bishop b2 and...
No.
Oh, bishop... Oh, my God. Knight.
Yeah.
What is
morning.
knight doing on a4?
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, St. Louis. No.
Yeah. Maybe bishop d6, trade them.
Okay. Pause for a moment because, I mean, the guy next door here, he's an influencer. He told me I should play for f5 and bury the bishop. And I'm starting to think like Cristian, which would really...
Maybe that was
like...
better for Alice to do.
Right. If I could get an h5 and queen h, pardon me, f5 and queen h5, I'm a happy camper. This did not happen because Alice played
Bishop c5, and now after trades and rook e8, your pawn's still hanging on d4.
Okay. So
She just made a move, but
queen to d2.
probably.
Queen to d2 covers the rook so that I can keep my d pawn. I don't like this knight on a.
Knight on a4 is terrible.
Beginning to look like two.
It's the wrong piece on c5. It should be the knight.
Right.
And the bishop should be on f2.
Right. And the pawn shouldn't be on d4 either. And another thing before you go.
Yeah, in this kind of position.
And by the way,
What are you
while
going for?
Alice is struggling, how about
Rose
Rose?
is cruising because she's up a full piece.
Is she? Yes, that was the piece sacrifice. All she had to do was deal with white threats.
Oh.
Wait.
She blundered.
No
It's
way.
now even. Huge blunder. So when you pull up the game, it's Yasmin. You just passed it right there. Wow, wow, what happened?
Okay, so we left it, and remember we were saying knight takes c4 and we're just playing for cheapos. We're coffee housing it.
She didn't play queen b5.
This is where I was saying, look, after queen b5, I got nothing.
Yes.
Trade off the queens, get rid of any threats to the black king. Rose played queen. Well, wait a minute. Why isn't...
No, this is all good. Here's where she made a mistake.
Guys.
After the next couple of moves, she forgot that her queen cannot move. So now, after queen f3...
Queen is trapped.
If you move the knight,
rook a1.
Rook a1, rook c1, and draw.
That's it.
But instead of knight f4, she could have played maybe knight d4. That way, b3 pawn is hanging. And
yes, huge, huge mistake.
So knight takes d4 would have just won the game versus knight takes f4 that draws.
Knight takes d4 is completely win. Dominating game is over. You're a pawn up. Sorry, you're a piece up, and you have the compensation. You have the more active pieces. After knight f4, queen f3.
I'm a little bit stunned by
rook a1, rook c1 is coming, and there's no way to stop it. Unless you allow me to pick up the knight on f4, which is... Don't do that. That would be problematic.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That is just... Oh, no. That is just... That's a stunner.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
this could cost her this national championship, guys.
Right.
This is a huge development in this one, especially with Alice struggling in her game.
Precisely.
What an opportunity.
Oh, my goodness.
And she had plenty of time, all the time in the world to think about this is just nerves. Look, this is nerves.
Which one, which pawn to capture?
And
this is nerves, this is experience.
Yasmin knows she has the repetition on the next move.
Yeah, she did. It was sort of like almost a palpable relief.
Oh, she's like the cat. She has 9 lives in this one.
Who stole the cream. Can I just see some things?
Sure.
So I go knight here. You go rook a1, right?
Yes.
I go knight takes. You go...
You gotta be careful here.
Queen...
Wait. Does queen c6 work? Yasser.
No.
Oh.
Hello.
That's a wake
checkmate.
up.
That's a disaster.
That's a checkmate.
That is a wake up. Oh my goodness. That would be disastrous.
If I lost this game with black, oh my god.
Knight f3, so I would have to play knight f3 check.
We started the show talking about how chess is cruel.
I don't think I'm going to take that. Can I go king h1? Can I just simply go king h1 and ignore you?
So I've got a knight hanging, a rook hanging, and a queen hanging?
I'm not taking any of that. I'm just trying to hide my king.
Okay. I have to go back.
Ooh, that's interesting. But I can go rook e8 and then
the
rook
game
a2.
Keeps going, right?
Rook e8. And then rook takes a2.
No, that's not. I mean, it's one of those things. I was thinking about this. It's because I've got the old standby checkmate, right? But you've got rook a1.
I also have knight e5, knight e3.
Yes, agreed. Crazy. I did not see that move. Queen c6 was a shocker.
By the way, not the only move.
Not the only.
Not even the best move. The much easier way is to go queen e3 with the same idea. Queen e8 is a checkmate.
E8.
Yes.
Right.
Queen
So
e8.
you're saying that when I go rook queen here,
Don't go pawn hunting. Don't go knight g6, knight takes h4. Just accept the draw with queen c2, queen a2.
because in this position you don't have queen e3.
That's different. Yes.
Right. But you go back with this one.
Yes.
That's incredible.
By
the way, Rose, in the next 2 rounds, she has Jasmine Su left.
Okay, big game.
Big game, and Rachel Lee.
Ooh.
Wow.
Not easy.
By the way, we
So today's win would have made
And how about
her
Alice? Alice playing.
Well, you started
This
the
game,
show
by the
telling
way.
us about our leaders' roads ahead.
Not Alice's.
Challenges.
Not Alice's.
Larry and Julio
in this game.
Are
a nice repetition.
Making a repetition.
Yes. Wow, I was not expecting that turnaround in Rose's game.
I think we were kind of
speechless.
stunned, actually,
Yeah.
at this moment.
Maybe lacks on Yasmin's side. Yesterday she got a gift, one move checkmate.
Right.
And today, in completely lost position, another gift.
Sometimes it's good to be lucky.
Of course, better
That's
be
it.
lucky than good. Right? She's also good. She's been making her luck.
That's exactly what Palmenko said about me once. He wrote an article. He said, that kid Yasser, he's so lucky. He just stopped
did you
right
take
there.
offense to it, or?
No, because Pal was always fun. He was a great team captain, and I remember him cursing me out in Hungarian, which was great because I didn't realize what a rich language Hungarian was. I refused a repetition against Michael Tal. The stream of Vindicta behind me was pretty vociferous. I've been around. How is Nicholas doing? We know he had got a knight trapped.
Yeah,
did he get any
down.
compensation for it? Remember way back in this moment, he went for the wrong. He had two
C5
superior
or
moves.
Rook D8, Bishop
C5
F6.
and Rook D8.
Those ideas
H5,
around the D4 pawn.
However, allowed this Riemann.
I love Knight G1.
Me too.
Amazing move.
It is a great move. And the whole point is now we make room to attack the knight on D3. It was a very well hidden play.
Yeah, now
And
I don't see any compensation. It's just a pawn for the knight.
right.
And that's
Nicholas playing on fumes at this juncture. Rook E8, and he should.
There's nothing here. But another
Winning.
turnaround. Gregory
Please.
Kaidanov is now worse against Jesse Kraai.
No way, because we were thinking he was just going to go B6 and.
We sort of understood that probably is the
Stepping-
trend of this game,
Stepping
right?
in the wrong direction when
After
he didn't
Queen
play
F2.
B6.
No, Queen F2 was such
Queen
a bad
F2,
decision.
yeah.
Such a bad decision.
Okay. And.
Knight
we
6
expect-
to H5.
Right.
And what do you do with the G3 pawn?
By the way, it's very important in these moments that you don't give white the option of King H2. Now, sometimes King H2 simply doesn't work, but why give your opponent the option of King H2? And that was why you wanted to go Knight C6 to H5 right away. Do I have to play G4 in this case?
I think you're forced.
I think I'm forced as well.
Oh man.
Do you go back?
If that bishop was not on F1, that was a knight.
F5's tempting.
Some knight.
So-
Queen takes G4.
Queen takes G4.
I'm dreaming of those moves.
A beautiful
Oh.
checkmate if your opponent agrees.
Put the knight on F1 instead of
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, yes.
But-
Let's switch positions. Knight on F1, bishop on E1.
Yeah, those are the puzzle rush tactics. G4, are you breaking through? You want to break
so many
through with
candidate moves
E4,
here.
right?
There's E4, there's F5, knight
E4,
F6 even
F5.
looks fine. Bishop C4. So many good moves.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the good news about the G3 pawn is I wanted to kick the knight. Once that knight is firmly... Yeah, this is certainly going in Jesse's
By the way,
favor.
we only have 2 results today so far, and they were both in the senior section. Vladimir Akopian drew his game against Melik Khachiyan, and Julio Becerra against Larry Christiansen, ended in a draw.
For Vladimir Kramnik, you're a happy camper because you're keeping that wonderful 1.5 point gap with 2 rounds left. You almost guaranteed
Himself
first
playoffs,
play.
right?
Unless Joel wins.
And how is Joel doing?
It's equal.
Oh.
Joel is equal by the position.
It was such a dramatic...
It's equal, yes. I know.
It's equal.
Nice crescendo. But now it's equal, but how? What
How
type of
equal-
equality do we
how
have
equal
here is
is
the
it?
question, right?
Yeah.
Is it a clear equality? Take on D2, take on D2. So we're probably going to see some sort of a trade. I mean, I'm seeing some potential for both sides, by the way. Especially because the king is weak on this side.
Black's
And
pawn
black
structure.
has
Yeah.
this e4 pawn, which is quite strong, especially since this bishop on g7 is nicely opened up. So let's say queen to e7 right now.
I think white wants to trade queens, then maybe we can win that e4 pawn.
Something like queen d6 perhaps.
But our
Trade, and maybe you can get to c7 and start picking up the
Right.
pawns.
Well, that would be a dream come true.
That would be the dream, and that's why I have to stop you with the move knight to e8. Again, objectively, close to a draw, close to equal. But from a practical perspective, this game still has some poison for both sides in it.
And we do have a move. Let's see what Joel came up with. Rook takes d2, queen takes d2, as you've been prescribing, and Joel is looking forward to an opportunity.
Let's get queen e7 maybe.
Is
Get
it
that queen
necessary?
back.
Is it absolutely required?
I don't really like this queen d8 followed by bishop d6 followed by bishop c7. It feels like if I'm starting to get to your pawns, I
And you're
might
going
be
backwards,
Might be
huh?
problematic, right?
Okay. But what you were just pointing out, though, queen to e7, queen to d6,
yes,
that looked a little bit frightening, didn't it?
It did, but I think black has very good defense. Trade, and knight
Trade.
e8 with a tempo.
Okay.
And then I have
I'll-
f5 to defend e4 if I need to.
Well, just a second, just a second. As they say, one ply more. Gift me the pawn.
I probably have to give it to you actually right now,
And
but
take
I don't like it. But f5 was
Maybe
not
I didn't
necessary,
have to
right?
play f5, yep.
Maybe knight e7.
Knight
Oh yeah,
e7.
e4's not hanging yet.
Right. That pawn on
Because,
b2 is still hanging.
The bishop the desired bishop a7, knight c8, and what you just said.
Right.
The trade of the pawn on b2 for the pawn on e4
definitely is not problematic for black. Like this is
No.
fine for black.
I think so too. I think the worst.
Maybe even.
Well, I still.
Can I go
I
b5?
don't- What? What?
I know. That's a bit too much probably.
Can you play b5?
It's probably too
He
much.
wants to push a pawn. Yeah.
But let's try it out. Let's just have some fun with it.
It's not our game, right?
It's not. It's not our pieces. Yes. Not our game, not our pieces.
Spoken like a commentator with great experience.
I'm gonna enjoy this while I can.
Right, exactly.
Anyway.
Soon you're going to be in the arena itself. b5 looks like a very good move.
Maybe I can simplify things. Like
Exactly.
you can take on b5 once and then take on a5 with the other pawn. With the other pawn just to defend the c4 pawn.
Oh, that's smart.
But I can go.
Could you
oh wait,
include
never mind.
A4?
I don't
Yeah.
have bishop c3.
But after a takes b, just a4.
You can include a4. Very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's nice.
By the way, guys, another update
Yes.
in Novikov game. He's winning again.
No.
Yeah.
This game has more twists and turns than.
By the way, that
Agatha
position.
Christie
Wait.
novel.
Just a second. Just a second. We haven't
Uh-oh.
finished. b6,
b6,
b7.
What is
Took a-
going on?
b7.
We haven't finished.
Bishop d4, so I can go to a7.
Bishop where?
D4?
To d4.
Ah, d4. That's a nice move. That's a good move. Important move. If you don't have that,
Yeah.
bishop d6.
Bishop a7 has to be played, but you take, and you're on top.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening, guys. I really don't know what's happening.
That's hilarious. I wanted to go to the Igor Novikov game just because you said to me that Douglas had thrown the.
Active pieces are gone, and now again, knight on e4 is
What
fantastic.
happened? What happened?
I don't know where the mistake happened.
Knight f6, knight c3, knight takes d5. This looks like another one of those bishop takes h5 hallucinations. Because, wait a minute, this is the nightmare for King's Indian
Yes.
defense players. The bad bishop on g7, that's passive, versus the great knight centralized. And it happened just that way. And Igor,
It's like black is playing down a piece.
right, that's
how
exactly
much
what
better
it is.
knight is than the bishop.
Indeed. Only
By the
we
way-
don't want to blunder queen h3 check and queen h1. So oftentimes
Yeah,
we
I
just
think it's just-
reroute the king to e2.
I think Yasmin and Rose are about to make a draw. They're making that repetition.
Oh my goodness. And for Rose, that would be What a missed opportunity. She was a piece up. And
she was cruising. She played a really good game,
The way
by
she
the way.
outplayed Yasmin in the middle game was impressive.
Very
Truly.
good game. Very good game, yes.
And how many times have they... So we were just looking at this position, and knight takes d4 would have just won the game. Yes. Stop, end of story. You attack the pawn on b3. She thought she was winning a tempo. Knight takes f4, queen to d3, queen to f3, and she forgot that
her queen
is trapped. And it's...
She has 17 minutes, so I'm going to guess she's going to use that time to calculate knight h4.
Right, and then the moment she
Realize that
sees
that's-
queen c6 or any of these queen e3 moves, she's going to
Just accept the draw.
accept the draw. Queen c6, by the way, is quite the visual move. Rook takes mate in 1. And then when you see this one too, you start to get a little bit panicky.
Nervous, yeah.
Like you're saying, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, don't bother me. No knight h4. So a repetition, which once again, Rose and it's Alice Lee. Can Alice take advantage of the fact that her rival is misstepped?
Let's see how she's doing.
Okay, when we
Looks like a
left
very
it,
even endgame.
we saw queen d2, and the rook's
lot of
coming
trades.
off the board. That knight on a4 was dreadful, wasn't it? So
Finally.
at least
Got traded, but
Alice did herself a great favor by getting rid of
but
it.
Alice Jasmine makes a huge blunder here. How does White win this?
It's a good question.
Would you believe?
Try to get some a4 going at some point. The question is how?
Yes. So you want to play b4, a4 when you're forced
Create
to
a
take
weakness
it,
and then
bishop
maybe a
takes
pass
a6,
pawn, and those are the dreams,
Yeah.
let's say. In the
Okay, so the question is are your bishops offside? So here you go. King f2. Let me propose a bad move for you. King h7, queen e2. Let me propose a bad move for you. Queen takes e2, bishop
Now I
takes
see
e2. And now we start to say, okay, here by luck, by chance.
Even here, black's okay, but yeah.
Black
is fine.
But if I could have gotten
Right.
this position with a4, that would be how you
Then
could
I would
blow
be
it.
in trouble,
Yeah. But otherwise, it sure looks like it's going to be a rock solid draw.
Yes, but it's all about the clock.
Is
we
it?
know
How big is the clock time?
when we get down to the last hour of play, when
Yeah,
players get
Jasmine-
down their last minutes.
Jasmine has 9 minutes.
Anything
and
can happen.
Alice 16 minutes. So
Fine.
if Jasmine uses too much time and goes down to 1 minute, then of
We've
course.
seen so many mistakes in time trouble. So many
Yeah.
swings, right?
And a kind of a curious echo to the game of Alice Lee, Rose, pardon me. Alice could play queen a5 and going after the a pawn, remember?
Yeah.
But Rose is going to have to accept a repetition with it.
Interesting moment in Christopher Yu's game if you want to jump back.
Sure, as we do expect a draw there. By the way, that means that the rivalry...
Look at this tactical position. Black has rook b6 with a perpetual coming.
He played it.
But he can't take rook a6 because then you would lose, right?
He played rook b6.
And look at Christopher's face. I think he's a little bit shocked.
So rook takes a6, rook b6 was the
G6,
correct
white
move.
wins, yeah.
Rook takes a6, whoop. It never surprises me how there's always an opportunity to lose a game. You know, with a reasonable move too, a reasonable looking move. I won a bishop. No, you didn't. You got your... But this move, what you just said, that sets up a perpetual.
And this actually just finishes the game.
So White just has to trade rooks, and then we already know that endgame is not winning.
Check, king to c7. And this is where we can trade rooks. And we've got this nice dark squares as a blockade. And I think
Okay,
Christopher...
so let's see, bishop c8.
King
Bishop
A5.
C8.
Yeah, King A5 is
And I'm just winning the pawn to Bishop D7, G4.
Oh, that makes it. That makes it.
Should be very easy.
That actually makes it very easy.
Yep. Bishop to D7. What you were just saying.
King
You
B3.
use this as a decoy.
King D3
capture.
doesn't even work.
Yeah.
Because of G3.
Wow. Okay, that's okay. How's Andrew Hong doing?
If you don't mind, Andy Woodward's game against Brewington. Remember, Brew sacrificed in exchange.
Yes, he
I
did.
think he's close to winning now.
Whoa.
Close
to
Okay.
third loss for Andy.
Oh, and it all was going so swimmingly.
He outplayed him in this material imbalance.
But this is
Okay.
exactly what we were saying.
Mhm.
White did not have a clear plan, while Black could improve his position
I didn't even think Black could.
to the maximum.
Oh, by
Guys,
the way,
breaking news.
Oh, no. Rose Atwell actually blundered and she is worse.
Oh my goodness. My goodness.
Oh, my.
Everything is changing.
No, wow.
It looks. Rose doesn't seem to be aware that she's.
We got that knight h4 on the board, and now queen c6.
Okay, Yasmin needs to find queen c6. It's not that an obvious move.
I think she will find it.
Hold on. Where?
I think she
Rose
will.
looks comfortable because she doesn't see queen c6.
Right.
And without queen c6, she's good.
I think what she doesn't see is rook e8. Queen c6, rook b8, rook e8.
Sorry, let's just bring that up on the board. So we do have the situation that they had been going back and forth with this rep, and knight takes h4, and this is where
Queen c6.
Christian pointed out queen c6, and then we were going to go rook
B8
here.
and then rook e8 check.
Rook.
What a moment, guys.
Then
what a moment
Black
in
has
the
to
championship.
somehow survive down a queen.
Yeah.
Well, no,
There's some
we have
compensation, but
we have knight, rook.
knight e5 here.
No, sorry, I was getting. No, just a second. Hold on. Queen. I was playing knight here. Check. I think.
No,
Which,
that
by the
doesn't
way, I
help.
can just take. If I wanted to.
Well, I'd want to, but I'm sorry. So how did?
So rook b8 now.
Rook e8. Rook e8. No choice. Munch. Munch.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Here you go.
King h2.
Oh my gosh. I just have to. I had to remember because I was getting some
And I'm guessing just knight e5 should be enough.
for advantage.
Yeah.
How?
I think it's a big advantage, guys.
But materially, Black's okay, but positionally, your knights are not great. King. Well, now Rose is defending.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The shoe is on
Let's
the
go,
other foot, and
maybe
suddenly.
f4.
But this is moment of truth. Will Yasmin find queen c6?
Can we go f4?
Yeah,
That
f4 is
position?
definitely
Is that a move?
a legal move. Wow.
Legal, yes. The question is if it's good. D5,
Right.
let's go. Let's push.
And you're going to make a queen.
Black
are you?
needs to double rooks on the first, but I can't.
Figure out
You're-
how to get the rook
yeah.
over, right?
This is very unusual
Super.
material imbalance, yeah.
I've got.
But the d pawn looks unstoppable. By the way, Daggupati won his game against Nicholas.
The nightmare for Nicholas, I'm afraid, continues. Yikes. Oh boy, when it rains it pours, huh?
I mean, yeah, in this tournament, you lose a game, and then next day you might play someone even stronger. And it just keeps going.
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's why the U.S. Championships of today, the U.S. Championships are so strong that, great, I just finished with Hikaru and Fabi. Oops.
Oh, that's
what's
Wesley.
Wesley.
Yasmin did not play queen c6.
She's
She
played.
missed it.
Goodness.
Oh, and the battle flares anew.
Not only that,
Queen-
she's lost right now.
No.
With
She
f4.
is lost after f4.
Black queen can escape.
Black.
It turns around one more time, and perhaps the final time, because after f4,
Queen takes.
now it's tough.
Queen f5.
Queen f5. and that g5 pawn is going to fall, and your king is very exposed right now.
So you take with the knight, and I mean,
oh dear, you're
very exposed king.
Right. She missed a. So you get into those situations where Rose was just in this situation. You've confidently played the move knight takes h4. Your opponent starts thinking, and then to your horror, you see the move queen c6 for the first time. Up to this moment, you hadn't seen queen c6. You hold your breath. You try not to look panicked or anything, and your opponent goes queen g3, and then internally you go, whoa. You have just dodged a bullet. You've been given a reprieve, and it's f4. Dang. What a move.
F4 seems an easy move to find.
What a move. F4. Sorry, I'm just looking at this position because it's so unusual to see these knights in their particular configuration. I don't know why I even come to this idea, but I start looking at these queen sacrifices with knight takes g5. Can I set up a mate? But f4, marvelous move.
I think it's still anything can happen in this game, but
it feels like it, doesn't it?
And the time-wise, they're reaching 10 minutes.
Each side, both sides?
Not in time trouble yet, but soon.
Soon.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, somehow they're paired, right? I look at this game and I'm also thinking about Alice.
Alice still looks very equal.
By the way,
Jasmine
a lot
has
of
been playing
games.
very well.
We only have
we have a lot of games still going on.
That's what I'm thinking. Christopher Yu is still going on, although...
You know how it goes, then we'll have 8 games finish all at the same time.
Like in a blitzkrieg, yeah? By the way, Christopher just played...
And by the way, before we jump to Rose's breaking news, we're trying to look at Hardaway's position because he is defeating Andy Woodward. Has a very nice position.
Tough moments right now for Andy.
And is right under. And Rose did play f4, so she's still in the driver's seat now.
Okay, so
on the verge of losing 3 games in a row.
Is Andy Woodward.
You know, this kingside attack, I didn't even consider it for black. It never occurred to me. The h5, h4, and rook h8.
Very creative.
Yeah.
Truly.
I was looking at the c file, you know.
Yeah. The desirable knight d3, I think, is going to be met by all kinds of sacrifices on e4.
Yeah.
Is that, or are you going to go
also coming?
Queen h8?
I think it's good. And Andy down to 2.5 minutes.
That's been something that Andy has been struggling with, his time management. This is
a draw.
King versus king.
Wow.
As dry as it can get.
This was a very fighting game, and Justin defended very well.
Very, very good defense by Justin.
Christopher definitely had some chances today.
It definitely felt that way.
Let's go through some of those sacrifices, perhaps, after knight d3.
Yeah, should we just capture?
Let's take on e4. We have to take on e4.
Check king g1, huh?
I would play queen
Let's
h8.
go rook takes g2.
Rook g2, let's have some fun.
But there is rook c6 covered, check.
Just to see if there's anything here.
I
think we need our queen on h8 for this stuff to work.
Exactly, and the problem with this is that queen h8 is coming really fast. Rook takes g2, followed by queen h3.
It looks deadly.
It looks deadly. You're just breaking through.
It looks deadly, yeah.
Yeah.
And the problem with knight d3, it also covers that third rank. So now the queen on a3 doesn't defend f3 anymore.
And that's a good point. After knight d3, could I play knight takes f3 instead?
Certainly
that's a better sacrifice, right?
Maybe knight takes c4 right now.
I still have queen h8 also now, which I like. I like making a sacrifice and then a quiet move.
That's not so quiet, by the way. That kind of like lands with...
Who taught you that?
Yeah, I mean, your quiet moves feel like a sledgehammer there. Ouch. Yeah.
Queen e7. He's looking for his counter chances, but are there any counter chances right now?
Well, so still queen h8, right? I can give you my bishop.
You're giving me the bishop.
Yeah.
That is
You're giving me the business.
That is
Queen h8.
Let's see, queen h8.
You know, I'm sorry, but you're killing me.
Okay, choice. Now maybe knight takes e4,
check?
Yep.
Which one?
I hope it doesn't matter.
Yep, it doesn't matter.
Maybe even bishop takes e4, by the way.
By the way, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. If you...
King g1?
Yeah, this is like...
If you survive this...
But why King g1 and not pick up that?
I don't know, I was...
Let's take that knight.
Take the knight.
Yes.
We got to take, right?
Sure. King f3, queen h... Oh, king g1.
King g1.
Man, this looks...
Take and... No,
this looks like something is going to happen, but where's the
No,
mate?
I was not going to take on g2. Take rook h1.
You were going to do what, sorry?
Take rook h1 after king g1. And queen h3, but you have queen e5 check. Oh no, I don't want that.
Let me...
Oof. This is horrible. No.
Horrible, horrible. And by the way, how did Andrew...
Wow. We know Arthur Go was... Winning, but apparently he lost. And Justin won.
What? Oh my goodness.
That's a surprise. We haven't looked at that in a while because...
Hold
Wait,
on, let
what
me...
happened? No, that cannot be right.
No, that can't be.
This must be a mistake.
Truly, just a
There's
second.
no way that...
Hold on. Where am I looking?
He lost on time or something?
He lost on time?
I'm so confused.
No, White is
Arthur
winning.
Go's game. This is not Arthur's game.
Oh, sorry.
I think he lost on time.
Oh my God.
Arthur is...
That's the only explanation because his position was better.
Wang won. What?
I do not know how this happened. His position was just simply better.
No, come on.
Did
This is almost
we
resigned.
need to confirm because I don't understand.
This is almost like resigned.
Can we see
We need to see
a
their
picture
clock.
or perhaps
Of
something
that
of the
clock?
clock? Can we see the clock?
What?
It's probably reset now, but I...
They may have put the
I mean, Black wouldn't resign in
kings.
this position, though, so White didn't win.
I see the arbiters are discussing
confirming
something.
That the flag, the mechanism.
What I'm seeing here on
Yeah.
the app is 1 minute and 56 seconds. So it
It's
hasn't
not a
fallen
draw because
here.
there's no repetition.
No.
This makes no sense.
But
And Arthur was not happy. We could see that Arthur was in
Did
pain.
the clock fail?
Clock fail. Because I'm liking White all day.
Oh, White
of
is
course.
better. Yes, yes.
Wow. Okay. Controversy on set. We're not 100% sure. We'll get a confirmation on this. Tell me more about the Rose game for a moment.
Let's see what happened after the
After
couple of
F4,
moves.
because Alice Lee and
I don't think
Rose.
Rose is winning. She's still in the game. She didn't play Queen F5 move that Christian suggested.
Just a second. So we went F4, F4, Queen takes H4. Now
She took on B3 instead
Queen
of
to
Queen F5.
F5, followed by Knight takes G5, we thought was over. She took a B3 pawn, which you can't blame her
Very
for
tempting.
that, right? That's very tempting.
Now-
But after Knight E5, again, our queen should be over on F5 so that we could just break through on the king side. Rook F8. It
I
still
don't know.
looks very good for Rose, doesn't it? Unless
Well, there's
G6?
some counterplay that White has active play.
Tell me.
Yeah, G6 looks interesting.
G6. That is a funny move, right? So the
Can't
whole
take back, unfortunately.
G6 is tough, yeah. She's
rook
not going
G5.
to play G6.
There's
Just
rook
because of this rook G5 move.
Aha.
I think she needs to start with Queen G4, with the idea of G6.
Queen to G4.
Queen G4 also not easy.
Not easy, no. No, the moves are very difficult right now. The best
None
moves are
of the
very
moves
difficult.
are natural here.
Right.
The position is not natural, to be honest. It's like a splattered painting.
So we're hearing
Oh.
that Jason Wang won on a touch move.
On a touch
He touched the
move.
rook,
And he was forced to move it when
and his queen was under attack. Oh my God, that's awful. We haven't seen anyone lose on touch move.
I'm sure Kostya will discuss that with Jason.
Yeah, Jason will be interviewed, so we'll hear.
So he will tell us all about it.
So
in this position,
we
took
played
queen e7.
The queen went back. White.
Oh, I see. He touched the rook here and blundered the queen on h4.
Correct.
Oh my God.
Oh, because we were looking at the position after queen takes e7, which was confounding to us. So we, Arthur, his dream, of course, is to come down with rook check, and he blundered
I'm guessing
his
he
queen.
touched the rook, didn't actually move the rook though, and took on e7, but opponent called the arbiter, said my opponent touched the rook.
Correct. And through the magic of television, we could see if
camera
that was true.
Pointing.
I'm pretty sure those cameras do their job.
This
those
is absolutely
crazy touch move rules.
Devastating, but for Jason Wang, I think that's a
fourth in a row. Is that
win?
fourth in a row? He started 0-2, didn't he?
Wow.
Or half out of 3, and then I think he scored
4 in a row, and now he's like in second place. And we do have Jason with Kostya, so let's hear from him.
Thanks, Nancy. Here with Jason Wang, who just won the game rather abruptly. Jason, maybe you could just explain what happened in the last move.
Right. So I played queen e7 with the idea that, well, if we trade queens, I think if bishop c6, e5, I mean, it's playable. I thought it was round equal here. Then Arthur thought for a while and then touched his rook on d1 and motioned to play rook d8 check, which his idea presumably was queen takes d8, rook d8 check, and take my queen on d8. And I think the game goes on. I'm not sure what the valuation would be here. But when he played rook d8 check, he realized that I can just take with the king, and then he doesn't have anything else after this. So, yeah, that was. So
it was actually kind of like a real blunder, not necessarily.
Well, I think he realized it immediately as he played it, and I do feel a little bit bad for him.
Because otherwise, what was your evaluation of this position?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't have enough time to really make a judged assessment, but I thought I was probably fine here. For example, I was looking at lines like queen takes, rook takes. If rook d6, I can play a move maybe like bishop b5. If bishop c6, I have king c7. And I mean, I'm up a pawn. My pawns are obviously not ideal, but I think it's probably playable for black.
Right.
Yeah.
Game continues.
Yeah.
Well, Jason, you're on a great streak. 5 out of 7 now. How do you like your chances for the last 2 rounds?
Well, obviously I'm playing against 2 of the strongest players in the tournament, so I think I have confidence though to keep on doing well. Yeah.
Great. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck and all the best.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you for the clarification. And sometimes, well, you got to get lucky. By the way, getting lucky, isn't Alice Lee suddenly getting very, very lucky? I'm seeing a pawn on g4.
The best players have the most luck. Is the way it goes.
Remember when I was saying that Alice might go pawn hunting with queen a5? And, well, guess what?
I don't think she hunted this one. I think Jasmine gave it to her.
She sure did. And then she came back and checked. And here,
the way Jasmine down to a minute and a half. So.
And suddenly, Alice is a pawn to the good. And we have king h3.
You want to play king h3.
Just keeping the pawn protected.
King h3, queen e6 might be a problem.
Queen to e6 might be a problem.
I was looking at f5.
With the idea of going h5. And the problem is you cannot go back to g2 because I take on g4.
And you take on g4. So
you kind of get stuck on h3.
It's funny because I really didn't want to play h3, but maybe I have to. Maybe I just simply have to.
But h3, can I take on f3 now that you don't have that escape path?
Right, that was why
e1.
I wanted to keep the h3 square vacant.
Yes.
No, here it's a draw, right?
This should be a draw.
Is it because you checked me on b1, right?
A lot of things are happening right now, guys, because it seems like Rose is also right now in an even situation from a winning position.
That's crazy.
To a losing position to a drawish position, to a winning position, and now it's even again.
Incredible.
What a turnaround!
Could you explain to me what you just said?
Exactly.
Okay, so the simplest thing for Rose to do at this point was to play Queen F5, pick up this pawn, exposed white king, black is winning. Instead, she took the other pawn,
she still has an extra pawn,
which
in the current
allows white to suddenly get a
move was very
measure of counterplay, because now we've got a passer. Maybe our king isn't as vulnerable as it was a moment or two ago.
Yeah.
And queen to f7. And okay, wait.
Very important move right now. Try to get your own counterplay in the position. Rook to c8, and she plays it.
Yasmin, since she got her chance in this game, has been finding the best moves.
Hasn't missed a trick.
Do not take
on
c8.
Besides queen c6.
Do not take on c8, because that would be a terrible move. Notice that the rook is hanging.
But it's a little bit tricky. So instead of rook c8, let's say if I push b3, which is the right move. What about e6 here?
Exactly, it's a race right now.
Who's promoting first? This is very scary.
You probably have to put the queen on e7, otherwise e7 is coming.
Can I?
Queen f5.
I'm still...
Rook f8.
I'm as confused as the next person. Trust me when I say I'm confused.
e7.
I am confused.
And now queen f3.
Queen takes c5.
And I hide on f1.
And then queen d5.
Oh, I'm so close.
Wait. So I start with a check, right?
I will take that pawn, yes.
And we have to go to f1. And then I block queen c6 check.
Okay, queen c3.
Maybe you can take the pawn on f4.
Or I can take on f4, yeah.
I got to check downstairs for what it's worth. I don't know what it's worth.
Now you have a big
Anything
threat.
can happen here.
Now you have a big threat.
A huge threat. Queen f8.
How do I stop you?
I don't know. Check. Sorry, what's the time situation?
6 minutes for Yasmin, 8 minutes for Rose.
Maybe I should just pull in my horns and play rook to b8 and blockade the pawn on e7 and not allowing the pawn.
But then I can take on b8 and take on f4. I don't think that's good.
Fine. But am I playing for a win? Or, I mean, a moment ago I thought I was even losing.
Well, I think Rose is playing for a win.
Rose should be playing.
She has an extra pawn. It's a pass pawn on
Let's just
b5.
push that pawn. Let's push it. Let's
Once
go with
again.
That has to be the main
b3,
line
e6.
in this position.
Okay.
Queen e7.
Queen e7 immediately.
It does feel forced, right? Otherwise I go e7.
Okay, take rook f8.
Okay.
I'm going to take on f4 with a check. Who's playing for a win again?
King g8.
Okay,
g5 is hanging.
Yeah, that is unpleasant.
b2 still on top for
Can
Rose.
I do rook e5 here?
Rook e5?
Yeah.
Wow.
I want to get rid of
these moves.
all my problems at once.
Rook e5. Okay. Or
You're not complying.
You're
supposed to take.
Yeah, I want to play b.
Okay, so I
know you want to play b2. Yes. I know you do.
So if I go rook a5, you just play g6 or h1.
But now, can I go queen c4?
Yeah, I don't know which way to threaten mates. Oh, queen c4 is nice because on b2 you still lose.
Yes.
So queen c4, g6.
No, now I can go queen c8 and queen takes b7.
What? Say what?
But then b2?
Oh my goodness.
Let's show Christian.
Oh my goodness. This is disturbing.
Very disturbing.
Rook e1, but oh my God, there's rook e7 coming.
Probably
but you have queen b4. Queen b4.
Probably
Say
queen
what?
b4 saves
Queen
you,
b4 is only move, right?
Queen b4 and it's a draw, yeah?
Okay. Then.
Okay, I would take the rook and say, would you like a draw?
We make a draw.
Okay, stop this.
This is actually a very funny position.
Stop the madness.
I mean, there's 3 queens on the board.
Wait, but let's go. Queen b4. Is this a draw?
Queen b4, queen e5 check.
King g8.
King G8. Yeah,
I'm covering with my queens. my queens are going to help me to cover. Queen E8, Queen F8. Queen E6, Queen F7.
Yeah, no, black's good.
I'm going to build a cocoon with my queens.
Brilliant, brilliant. Rook C8 and Rose's clock is ticking down.
Yeah, 5 minutes now on her clock. She's. I hope she's not thinking about how 10 moves ago she was up a piece.
That's ancient history. Ancient history.
But it
you
is
got to think about
in the back of
always,
your mind.
always
Like,
that
why am I in this situation?
I blundered. I was a piece up. You know, why are the gods angry with me? B3.
Push B3. We might see all this craziness.
Oh my goodness! And E6. Well, what else? We don't want to trade on F8. It has to be E6.
E6 is the only move, and then question is
yes,
Queen
you see
F5 or Queen E7. And both of them lead to some crazy lines.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. In the meanwhile, again, we're not going to get a chance to see all of the action as it unfolds. In the meanwhile, I think Joel Benjamin and Alexander Shabalov are
It's an equal endgame.
heading. It's been equal for some time. That game, I don't know about the Igor Novikov. When we left it, yeah, Igor should be winning.
Game we haven't looked at today. Megan Paragua, the youngest player in the tournament, 11-year-old, she is winning her game against Chloe.
Really?
Yeah, she has a winning rook ending.
No kidding. I didn't see that coming. And now I have to find the game, actually. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
pawns
for sure.
push
The pawns
themselves.
are just storming up the board, aren't they?
Mhm.
It might be a little bit slow, but
She's a fighter.
here we go.
I remember Megan said in the interview, I hope I get to win one game. Because she had a lot of draws.
Yes.
And she got her chance.
B5.
So 11-year-old is playing the tournament that's for 20-year-olds.
By the way, guys,
Yes.
guess who else is winning? Andrew Hong is winning.
No.
Which means if he wins that game,
whoa, he'll only be a half a point
half a
behind.
point.
Is he winning?
Is he winning, though?
King, how is he winning?
Andrew?
I will get my king to E6, and then I will
yes.
pick up
Because
the pawn.
pawn's already on A7. If it was on A6,
You'd have it. But no,
This
this
is
one
the
is
win.
easy winning.
oh, because black's
The
pawns
pawns
are...
Because
not
the problem
protected.
is the
Gotcha.
F5 pawn.
If they were connected, yeah.
So what you got to do is you got to keep your...
Bring the king to E6.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you get a position like this, you have to check me away.
Mhm.
And then I go here.
Yes.
Yeah, black's
And-
pawns are...
And then I go here. And...
Well, I can go to E5 first.
Sorry.
King
Apologies.
E5,
Oh, by the way,
rook
Ka-
A5,
Kaidanov lost his game against Jesse Kraai.
king E6.
Whoa, we saw that trend was going against Gregory. And Jesse, wow, back-to-back victories. That's remarkable. A
Yeah.
game we haven't really, unfortunately, gotten a chance to look at too much is Iris versus Rachel Lee.
This is... but
It's
yeah,
three.
anything can happen.
Yeah. I wanted to go, I was looking for Alice Lee.
She is winning now.
She's
Because
what?
she has an extra pawn and there's no perpetual check.
Wow. How did that happen? We saw it. She had this double. Oh.
She played
After
F5.
King F2, F5. That was very helpful. That,
Fixed white's pawn structure, and now she can run to H3.
which is precisely what she did. And now
Still not that easy to convert this, but very good chances.
it
for
sure
Alice.
feels like Alice should convert it, though. I mean, something like Queen G4,
Queen F6, I'm standing.
and I get some check and
Definitely not easy,
Queen
because every
D7.
time you try to win a pawn, you will have to abandon your king, which will give me chances of perpetual.
from F1. Gotcha. All right. Whoa. Where would you like to take us?
Just everything.
Everything.
Let's go back to Rose's game because that is a very interesting position.
All right. In fact, if you could bring it up on your board,
Christian.
I can definitely do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having.
That's not the current position. If you can update current moves.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, E6 was not played.
Oh, wow.
Which is a bit surprising to me, because right now you are in fact losing that crucial tempo. But this is what we have, Queen to D7, and she hasn't played a single move right now. How do you stop me from going E6, E7 is the question.
I have to drop back with my rook, right?
Drop all the way down, right?
Right.
And now do we go E6, or do we give in a check? Apparently this check is very important. Queen to D5. Why not E6, you might ask? Queen to F5.
Pinning the pawn.
Very difficult move to make, by the way. Pinning the pawn, no E7, and now Queen takes G5 is a big problem as well. Not only that, but I'm starting to see some Queen G4, F3 ideas.
Yeah,
and I'm starting to get close to your king. This Queen F5 is an easy one to miss, by the way.
Right.
Absolutely.
So let's wait and see how they're going to play this one. 3 minutes for white, 4 minutes and 30 for black, and Igor Novikov has won his game as well. We're getting a bunch of results right now pouring in.
Exactly. And when we left it also, I thought Brewington was winning
yes.
against Andy, and you said he's winning like
Oh wait, maybe he's not anymore. What happened here?
You said it so confidently, and I was like, really? Is that
I didn't see the current position.
the current position after the queen goes to G7? I was just trying to understand what happens after Rook F7.
Oh my God. Queen H8, Rook F8. Do you have perpetual?
That's what I was.
This is like how Rose's queen got trapped.
Right, I get a sudden out of the blue repetition.
On one hand, I'm happy for Andy because losing 3 games in a row would have been rough.
That's painful. Yes.
But
Yes.
also, Brew played such a good game. He outplayed Andy in the middle game.
Absolutely.
Could we say with that Rose game,
For sure.
just for the next move? Because really, if she plays E6, which is the most obvious move in the position, she
Queen
loses
F5.
after Queen F5. So this is a big moment right now. And it's very easy. Yeah, she played it. E6 on the board, Queen F5 wins the game.
And Queen F5 is not that hard to see for Rose because E7's coming.
Right. Because you're having this fight with yourself. You want to play B2, and you want to play B1 equals queen, but you're looking at E7.
Queen F5
Queen
on
F5.
the board.
You're looking at E7, and it attacks your queen, so you get your queen out of the way with Queen F5 by pinning the pawn on E6, and that.
This is the third time now she's winning this game.
Yes, it's been going back and forth, back and forth.
Oh boy.
This is how hard it is to win a game in this tournament.
It is.
And I'm hearing that Megan Paragua, the youngest player in the tournament, won
Bravo.
the game. Congratulations.
Bravo. Playing in these national championships it's quite the achievement to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. When Carissa Yip was 11 years old and playing this
Tiny.
tournament and winning games here and there, and then in a few years she won the U.S. Championship.
Hello. They do grow up.
This is where they start.
Rook to C1.
Rook
Okay.
C1. Now F3 is very tempting, but I
Well,
can't
wait a
do
minute.
yet.
Rook
C8 's
C8
coming.
is on tap.
So just well, I have Queen G5 with a check.
Queen G5 with a check would
And
have
then I can
my
just open a window for my king with
Look.
H6.
So Queen takes G5 check. Just a second.
But I don't think we need to take the pawn. Just H6.
Just make luft immediately. I like that. By the way, I like H6, G takes H6. Give a check.
That pin is really annoying,
Close.
I have to say.
Don't allow Queen takes G7, but go for a checkmate with. And by the way, a repetition between Andy and Brew as he rescued. We thought Brew had set up a winning opportunity.
Yeah.
But we're
not
going to
over,
stay with
guys.
Rose's game because
it does feel like it's not over.
Rook C1, that's the trickiest move.
Great move. Great
that
move. Yes.
Very good
Yasser could
practical
play,
move.
right? Because you're threatening
Yep, perpetual.
checks.
You only have 2 moves that win this position. H6 and H5.
H6 and H5. That's
it.
funny.
That's it. If you take on g5, and it's easy to do that.
Yes.
Then king
Easy to get
F1.
tempted.
King F1.
I'm out of the pin.
Exactly.
And then after H6, you could play
now I can
E7.
go E7.
Right.
Big moment once again right now. And I have a feeling we're going to
It's
see more.
2
big
minutes
moments.
against 3 minutes and
She
she
took
the pawn. No,
Yep.
Rose.
Now it's a draw.
Oh, no.
Now it's a draw.
And she's done it. King F1.
And
We're expecting queen to D8.
can she, right.
D8.
But
The
how
problem
was
with
that a draw after queen d8?
queen D8, rook C7.
Okay, that's a bit scary.
Now you have to go queen F8.
Because I can't take queen d7.
Exactly.
Wow. But we'll keep an eye on this one. And I've got to ask, what happened in Alice's game?
Won her game.
Oh, Alice already has won.
That was
Oh,
7
that was a collapse
by Jasmine.
by Jasmine. Oh, no.
Congrats to Alice. Now she is extending her lead as it looks like Rose.
Well, extending her lead.
Sole leader for the moment, but that
So-
game of Rose is not over yet.
Oh, my goodness.
And by the way, 3 results in this one. That e-pawn is very strong. Queen D8, good move. And now rook C7 is
Oh, wait.
very
Queen
Like
F7 check. Came very quickly. She didn't even think about it, actually.
Is it still good?
No.
Black's better again?
Black is much better right now. I would say from a practical perspective also.
This has been the hot potato game if there ever was one.
Yeah,
So the
because-
idea is now if we play E7, well, we've got Queen G8, probably amongst other moves as well, and B2 is coming with the tempo thereafter.
Yes. But E7 probably has to be played right now. E7.
Queen E8 looks really good.
Queen E8 and queen takes F4.
She's reaching for the rook.
Oh no,
Rook
that's
to C7.
That's not going to cut it.
Oh, there's
now
Queen
there's a
D1
check. There's a check on G4 and then just push the pawn. I think
Queen to
that might
D1
actually
check.
just be it.
And Queen G4.
Which defends the pawn.
G7.
And then just push the pawn.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That
I
will,
think even just queen g8 should be winning here.
Yes.
Because how do you stop my b pawn?
I have no answer. I think
Yes.
you're absolutely right.
But
But-
queen D1, queen G4 just feels massive right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you go king H2, try stay off the first rank.
F3.
F3.
Yes.
Nice.
So we're looking for Rose. Rose
Well,
can
I
keep.
spoke too fast saying that Alice
Queen
was
D1.
going to be the sole leader.
You did. Commentator's curse. Don't do that.
Rose
King
is...
H2. F3. I'm telling you that we've got a drama in 6 parts. And look at her go.
I think she's
Rose
confident now.
calculated it.
Now she's finally
she's-
sure of herself.
She's, yes.
Because it's an
exactly.
easy one. Right now it's easy. Right now it's very straightforward.
With the pawn defended, there is no checkmate. We can go for white's king, or we can go. If you go king f1, we can go for queen ourselves with b2 and b1 equals
Perhaps Yasmin's luck from yesterday
queen. Well, she
is running out, or turned on her in today's round.
What a roller coaster this game.
It's
But
like
I think it's over.
I'm gonna keep my mouth closed for a long, long time to come. 2 weeks. I'm not gonna say a word.
And by the way,
King
Rose
F1.
keeps pace with Alice Lee after this one. We're headed towards a tie-break stay.
B2. We expect Rose to play B2, followed by Queen, and that's all she will need.
All she wrote.
She's done it. B2.
Yeah, B2.
You're one tempo.
And
faster.
there's a handshake.
That's
Congrats,
the
Rose. Wow.
Wow.
What a fight.
What a fight indeed.
game.
Guys, the Andrew Hung game, I'm not convinced even if white wins that f5 pawn that it's that easily winning.
Really?
Because the pawn's on a7 already. If it was on a6, yes, then it's an easy plan.
Andrew.
This is a draw, huh?
Because pawn's already on a7, right? How do you win?
Huh. You might
First
be
of all,
right.
I've got to find the darn game.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, you're on it.
Got it.
But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, here we go. So I'm saying, sorry, you're saying.
So this position with pawn on a6 is winning, but once it's already pushed, how do you win this? Like I keep my king on g7 and just move with the rook.
Right.
Okay, I have a
I
plan.
see the eval bar saying +4, so I guess I'm wrong. But
No. You might be right. Let's keep checking. Okay.
Yeah, it's a draw. I think eval bar is just incorrect.
Right. By the way, I always like that when the computer gets the position
We can
completely
finally
wrong.
prove it wrong.
Yeah,
We don't get those chances
the
often.
horizon.
So at some point, I will give you the a7 pawn. Let's make some moves, right?
Sure.
So the idea is
How do you even run
that
out?
we get our king here.
I go to the 7th rank.
And then you kind of wait. And I go rook here and rook here check.
That's the idea.
Yes. That is to try to trade rooks.
Actually, wait. No, that's not possible.
What?
That's definitely not possible. So I keep the rook on the 1st rank.
Yeah, and I'll give you checks from behind.
Yes.
Okay, so you start with the rook on the 1st rank.
Rook
yes?
A1.
Yeah,
yes.
sure.
Okay. And
Just
by
on
the
the
way, I
board,
think
yeah.
he just put it on the board.
And I'll give you checks all the way to the G file.
Yeah.
You have to go all the way to the G file, and then I go back to the A file.
I think Andrew is coming to the same conclusions.
It's sad. You're 2 pawns up.
Right?
But there's not much you can do about
Welcome
it.
to Rook Endgames.
Yeah. The mystifying, the ever mystifying world of rook endings.
Yeah, and we have 4 games left, and in all 4 of them right now position is equal. But Shabalov and Joel have already drawn their game.
That's good news for Vladimir Akopian,
Yeah, he'll be very pleased.
who is 1.5 points in the lead with 2 rounds to go. He can clinch the title in tomorrow's round.
And Iris, by the way, is still nursing an extra pawn against Rachel, but I think it's going
should
to be
be a draw, yeah.
And Zoe, we haven't
Zoe.
seen Zoe's game in some time. Wait a
Ooh,
minute,
It's a messy Rook Endgame.
could this be
Also a draw?
much better for black
Oh, black, actually, yeah.
suddenly?
I think White has to quickly take that a7 pawn while you can,
Right?
like Rook a8.
Can I go Rook A8?
Rook
Yeah.
A8,
Otherwise,
in the words of Walter Brown, immediately.
Rook g6, Rook g6.
Cheap
I
played it.
could take on A4. Then you get to play Rook A7 and
Right.
G7, sorry.
So I was going to take on g6,
Yes.
Rook a7, and push f4. Or go Rook f6.
But I will go Rook F7. Yes.
Yeah,
you
so I'll
have to
start
go
with Rook
F6
f6.
first.
So maybe I can...
But then if you go Rook F6, I get
Yeah,
the king
yeah.
in front.
It is a draw, yeah.
Seems to be a draw.
Oof. Zoe's always good for a heart attack.
Let's go back to Andrew, just because it's the most consequential.
Andrew
position.
Hung's game? Yeah.
It is
You can
going to
read
be a
from
draw.
the body language. They're just like moving the pieces. They both know it's a draw.
It is going to be a draw, but it is the most consequential remaining game.
King C5. And this is
Now,
where
English
we say it's
Now it's
very
time to check.
important to check from
C1.
C1,
And
which he
knows
has
it.
done.
I know that there is some endgame where when the pawn is on a6 and it's even pawns on the other side, at the right moment you go Rook f1, Rook f6, and you still hold the draw.
Right.
But it's very difficult, yeah.
The Czech composer,
Mhm.
what was his name? It's not the perennial position, but I know what you mean, you check. And by the way, Levon Aronian demonstrated that drawing technique here in St. Louis in the Sinkfield Cup against Magnus
I
Carlsen.
remember that, yeah.
Yeah, he put his rook on the side.
Yeah. This looks like a draw, but let's take a look at road ahead for our leaders. Will we start with the juniors?
Yes.
For Alice.
For
okay.
Alice.
2 rounds left. She's playing Zoe Tang tomorrow and Megan Paragua in the last round.
Don't forget, Zoe upset Arena Crush
yeah.
In the American Cup, she's capable of beating everybody. And Rose?
She has tougher pairings, I would say. Jasmine Su and Rachel Lee.
But Jasmine has been going down. In,
Last 2 rounds, yes.
Yeah, ouch. Rachel Lee, that will be a severe test. And for Christopher?
Jason Wang and Balaji Daggupati, who just won his game today, so not the easiest pairings for sure.
Not at all. And Balaji.
Oh, Jason just won today as well. Yeah.
Balaji, a very dangerous opponent against anybody, I would say, capable of winning.
Now, Vladimir Akopian, he is 1.5 points ahead of the field, and he's playing Douglas Root, who's not having the best tournament, and then Joel Benjamin in the last round. So tomorrow he will try to push for a win to clinch the title the round ahead.
Exactly. And Joel Isman.
I think we're looking at
Jesse's reaction to having lost.
No, he won.
He won.
Yes.
He won, yeah.
Well, why is White's king in the middle? Relief. Relief. Thank goodness.
Relief because that B pawn was storming down the board and could have become a queen.
Well, it's funny when you see White's king in the center of the board. I always thought that meant
it's all
White
about timing.
won.
It's all about timing.
Yeah.
We have Kostya joining us. Final thoughts, Kostya?
As we prepare to wrap up.
Wow, yeah, what a dramatic day, guys. I mean, Alice and Rose both winning, Jason winning that game. I mean, so much happened today, setting us up for a very exciting 2 final rounds. Alice and Rose still leading in the U.S. Girls Junior. They're going to go toe-to-toe. Jason Wang just a 0.5 point behind Christopher Yu, and they play, I believe, in the very next round. So it should be absolutely thrilling finale as we see who is going to get that coveted national title. Guys, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Thank you, Kostya. Let's take a look at the results as we prepare to wrap up our broadcast here.
And the thing is, all of these results were very unexpected all the way until the last few minutes.
That's right.
Totally unpredictable, yes. So Christopher Yu drew his game against Justin Wang. Then
Could have easily won that game.
Jason Wang won his game against Arthur Go and didn't look like it was going that way at all.
Right.
And then Balaji won his game against Nicholas Ladan.
We do
That was the
expect
only one.
Andrew to draw his game, and Andy Woodward and Brewington both drew.
Yes.
So they'll be at 3.5 points. For the girls, Junior Girls Championship.
We know that Alice and Rose both won their games. Rose's game was an absolute
drama. I don't even know how to describe it. It was a up and down, twisted drama.
And Megan won her first game in the tournament against Chloe.
And
no draws for them today. Well, 2 games still going on. There might be some draws.
And in the senior section, the results as things currently stand?
A lot of draws today in the seniors. Vladimir Akopian drew his game against Melik, Khachiyan. Jesse Kraai.
Coming out of nowhere.
To second place.
Look at this.
Win.
Jesse started with a bad start.
Because Julio drew his game, Joel drew his game, and yeah, Jesse joined them in the sharing second place.
Christian, it's up to you to close the show for us with your final thoughts. What an eventful round it's been.
Absolutely. It does feel like it's a bit too late for Jesse to fight for that first place.
Right.
Nevertheless, the fight for the podium is definitely heating up in that one. And I have to say, in the juniors, where did Jason Wang come from?
Right.
We were not even having our eyes on that one, but right now, he is 0.5 point behind the leader. Just an incredible race, and of course, junior girls. Anything can happen. We will have explosive chess coming in the next couple of rounds. I cannot wait to call the action.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you all for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. In the meanwhile, we're going to say our good nights.
Thanks for watching, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.